Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order, a joint meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and the Stadium Authority. Roll call, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Present.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to public comment. Do we have any member of the public that would like to comment on any of our closed session items?
I have an e-comment under this right now, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, read, please.
It is from The Truth. It states, I wonder how much collusion is happening between the mayor, city manager, and Robert Hoff, Santa Clara News. The blog supports nothing but hate, racism, classism, and homophobia, as well as misinformation. The way the city manager responded about the weekly news story proves a lot because they don't do this when Robert Haw lies daily. The game is rigged. There needs to be an immediate investigation into the collusion between the mayor, city manager, and Robert Hobb, Santa Clara News. End of comment. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone here in person that would like to make a comment? Any other besides an e-comment?
I don't see any hands.
Okay, if not, we are going to adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting, Stadium Authority meeting. We are back now. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcements?
Yes, please.
AB 23 announcement, member of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
So good evening and welcome. Oh,
Madam
wait,
Mayor.
there's no more. Yes, go ahead. I forgot the lobbyist. Go ahead.
Thank you. For those who are speaking as a registered lobbyist capacity, you are required to identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and or organizations that you represent at any meeting held with city officials or at public meetings. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening and welcome, everyone. This is our last meeting before our last meeting of 2021. So for today's meeting, the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. So let us move on to our council agenda. So we'll start with reports of action taken in closed session. Our assistant city attorney, Sue, do you have something for us?
Thank you, Mayor. As to item 1B only, the council took no reportable action in closed session.
Okay, thank you very much on that. Continuances, exceptions, and reconsideration. We have a request.
Mayor?
Yes.
Item 1A on the closed session, maybe you can report whether or not the council took any reportable action in closed session.
No, there is no
Okay.
reportable action for item 1A.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for reminding me about that. All right, continuances, exceptions, and reconsiderations. I know that we have a request to defer.
Yes.
City manager, would you like to go
Sure.
through the request for
I can
deferred?
I can
Yeah.
do my normal report out. We'll
Yeah,
start with,
thank you.
we have received a request from the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Task Force to have deferred items 2A and 11 to January 25th. And for purposes of
Well, can we
continuity,
can we just start with that?
Sure.
Could I please have a motion to, so we don't get bogged down? Please have a motion to defer that. That was,
Second.
I'm not sure who made the motion. Who was that?
Councilmember Jane.
Okay, Councilmember Jane, seconded by Councilmember Park. Any other discussion on that item from the city council or the public? Okay, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. I wanted to disperse with that first. Okay, go ahead, please.
all right, so as my normal report out for continuity and sustainability of city services, items 7C, D, E, F, G, H, I, K, O, and M, and 4 and 9 are time sensitive for action this evening.
4 and 9. Okay. All right, we'll do all those first and then go backwards and like we normally do. So thank you very much. Is there any other continuances, reconsiderations, or exceptions from the public? Do we have anything? Okay, we're going to move on now to special orders of business. Our first item 2A has been deferred to January 25th. Our next item 2B, verbal report from city manager regarding the COVID-19 pandemic.
Yes, Mayor. Before the COVID update, I want to share with that the Santa Clara County Emergency Managers Association honored Chief Emergency Services Officer Lisa Schoenthal with the 2021 Emergency Manager of the Year in recognition of her excellence and esteemed service to the emergency management profession throughout Santa Clara County. Amongst many of her professional contributions, Lisa's invaluable monthly COVID updates to the emergency managers in the county were noted among her contributions. And I feel so lucky to acknowledge Lisa for this award because I know firsthand how well-deserved this is. So for purposes, yes, congratulations,
Congratulations,
Lisa.
Lisa. Well-deserved award.
Very well deserved.
Very well deserved. Well said. The status update on the state of COVID-19 emergency is provided for council per Government Code Section 8630. The CDC still categorizes Santa Clara County as having substantial COVID transmission rates among the categories of high, substantial, moderate, and low. California as a state has a high transmission rate. On Tuesday, December 27th, County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody stated the county appears to be entering its 5th surge of COVID-19, and the data certainly reflect this. Last week, the 7-day average of COVID cases increased by over 100 cases a day. As of yesterday, December 13th, the 7-day rolling average of COVID cases was 240. The COVID test positivity rate was 1.6% yesterday, and 1 month ago it was 1.4%. Hospitalizations have also increased, though not at the same rate as the other data that I just shared. We are showing that as of Sunday, there were 131 patients being treated for COVID. Vaccination rates are excellent, with 90.9% of residents 12 and older having completed vaccinations and 79.8% of all residents having completed vaccinations as of yesterday. In terms of Omicron variant, the Omicron variant has been widely reported in the media. It is the variant with the most mutations detected so far, which seems to be the reason that is causing global concern. Omicron is in our county, state, and country, as well as 50 other countries. More cases are detected every day. Symptoms in South Africa, where Omicron was first discovered, were reported to be mild to moderate initially, but this was among younger patients who were generally healthy to begin with. Dr. Fauci acknowledged last week that so far it does not look like there is a great deal of severity from Omicron. He and other health officials, however, emphasized that there is still much unknown, and that was reinforced by Dr. Cody's acknowledgement that we are still in uncertain times. The county and state continue to encourage multi-layered prevention that includes vaccinations, boosters, masking, as well as limiting indoor gatherings and encouraging outdoor mask wearing while in crowded settings, testing, social distancing, and ventilated areas indoors. Want to share that same-day appointments for the unvaccinated or for boosters or third doses are still available at sccfreevax.org or by calling 211, where help is available for those without internet access or who need assistance in multiple languages. Boosters are now available for 16 and 17-year-old youth. The agenda for the meeting includes a recommendation to adopt a resolution for legislative bodies subject to the Brown Act to continue meeting remotely in accordance with AB 361 and the county public health officer's recommendation. Valid reason remains to not make change at this time and to continue with remote meetings as we seem to be entering our 5th surge of COVID. We also don't know the full impact of indoor gatherings during the holiday seasons. And so our plan, as mentioned last time, to check in January is still very much recommended. COVID testing returns to the Central Park Library Wednesday, December 22nd at 9:30 to 3 p.m. And appointments may be made at sccfreetest.org, where information on other testing opportunities is also available. COVID testing is also confirmed at this time for January 12th and 26th. And that concludes our COVID update. Lisa and I are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, City Manager, but for that report, and it is easy to get on the county's website and get an appointment for a booster. They have a lot of appointments available, especially during the holidays. So I just want to say it is quite easy to do that. I also want to again thank and congratulate our emergency manager of the year, Lisa Schoenthal. It's not just on her quarterly reports of what she's done, but throughout the pandemic, not just 2021. I would make her the 2020 and 2021 emergency manager of the year, because any event of any question or any situation that has come up through this pandemic in these uncharted territories, Lisa was there to help. She was there to answer questions, and if she didn't have the answer, she got back to us immediately to help the community 24/7. So I don't know how we would have gotten through this without you, Lisa, because and the way you did it, you never seemed to panic on us, even though we were panicking a lot. You kept your cool and you were so professional. And I'm just saying, I'm just so proud of our whole department there and you for what you've done to protect our community and to really represent us with honor. And congratulations on that very well-deserved award. You were already a hero to us, but we really are so grateful for what you've done for the city of Santa Clara.
I was going to add, Mayor, that your comments are just spot on. And Lisa is just, you are the ultimate professional within the city and certainly within this profession. And it was not uncommon in our earlier days of COVID for the state, the county, other colleagues of hers to be calling her for advice on how to proceed. And Lisa went over and beyond, as many of our staff do, to just provide the state, the county, and any other colleagues with the support that they needed to navigate through this really challenging time. And so Lisa, so well deserved, and thank you so much for your service.
Yes, and to all your colleagues as well, Lisa. I have hands, Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, first off, Lisa, you're amazing. We're lucky to have you. But also, I'm not certain who is sponsoring it, but there is another testing site here in Santa Clara. It's at the corner of Calabasas and Monroe at the theater there on Wilcox site. And that's another testing site that is open to our residents.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager, for the COVID report. And I would also give a shout out to Lisa Schoenthal. You have been tremendous help for the community, as well as your reporting. Last year and a half or more than that has been just COVID, right? Pandemic. And people might not have heard about the EOC, but now with all the help you provided, you and your team, it has been one like great feedback from the community what they are getting. And thank you for and congratulations on your award, and thank you for your service.
Councilmember Becker.
I want to say thank you also to the city manager for your report on COVID-19 update. At the same time, I like to say thank you to Lisa for your work. I've seen two sides of you, which is I was a resident before this, and I got to see your reports and I got to see your guidance on what's happening and communication. And now I get to see you as an elected official. So it's an honor to be serving with you and to be working with you. And congratulations again on getting this award. You earned it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Congratulations also, Lisa. I would be remiss if I didn't offer my congratulations to you as well. But also for these updates on the COVID, I have to say, I think I've taken advantage of every opportunity when there's been testing at the Central Park Library, most recently just last week, especially because we are out in the public a lot more now. And even though I may be vaccinated, I'm not going to take any chances. You hear these stories of people being vaccinated and having received booster shot and still being diagnosed with COVID, even though it's not as severe as if you were not vaccinated. So I really appreciate these opportunities. And I have to say, every time I go, there is not one table that isn't filled with somebody, doing that self-test. So it's really wonderful to have it here locally. So thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Lisa, for being a booster for vaccines and boosters. I'm just impressed about how on top of the research you are. What's going on at UCSF, what's going on at Brown University, at the CDC. I really appreciate getting the latest scientific data showing, how effective these are. Thank you.
Okay, Lisa, did you want to say anything after that?
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, City Manager Santana. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. Thank you, council members. You may already know that I am rarely at a loss for words, and I'm feeling really quite emotional right now with all of your wonderfully kind and gracious support. So I do want to offer a few thoughts, though. This award might seem like it's about me. It's a little bit about me, but it's less about me than you might think. I'm able to do my job because of the extraordinary leadership of City Manager Santana, who is our Director of Emergency Services, and the superbly competent executive leadership team, the amazing management team, hardworking, talented people, the Emergency Operations Center staff who showed up physically with me every day for months, as we were hearing Dr. Cody tell us that every time we left our houses, we were risking our lives. I was just wishing she would stop saying that, before we had vaccines. I can't forget our first responders, our amazing, fire department, our police department, and of course, all of the disaster service workers who just rose to the occasion, went the extra mile, and sometimes I would say, we're doing it afraid, do it afraid, people working in the commodity points of distribution. It was just, I am so honored and so blessed to work with this city team. And I can't even express the admiration and the respect I have for this amazing team that I work with. So thank you very much. I hope I didn't forget anything, but thank you so much.
No, but I think your words are correct, because it takes, a team in front of you, a team around you, a team behind you. It's the city of Santa Clara, and the amazing people that we have that work here is just a testament to who we are and the responsiveness to our community. And you just happen to be the face of our emergency services, but we know that it's, you know, oh, it's a village, right? I always say that's a village. It took a village to get this done. But villages need leaders as well. So thank you so much to the city manager as the head of our emergency services, and you, Lisa, taking on the, you know, the lead role with this pandemic and being the face of the communications with all of us. We're not through it yet. So we're still
not through it yet.
relying. No, we're going to be heavily relying on you and others to guide our community through this. It was interesting. I was at an event this weekend with other council members, and in order to get into the event, we had to be rapid tested before actually going into the event. I've never had that before, but we had to sit and wait for your test before you go into the event. So everybody drove up. So things are changing rapidly for us, and how our world is changing with this pandemic and what it's forcing us to do, and in terms of, you know, public gatherings and other things. So we're learning more things every day. So I can only imagine what you're dealing with all the different outlets that you receive information from. So again, thank you for everything you do, and you're going to continue doing it for us. But we are very, very grateful for you and your team and our city and our employees for what you've done for our city to make our city a wonderful place. So thank you, Lisa.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we have a verbal report update from the city manager regarding the local drought emergency. Ugh, city manager.
The status update on the state of the extreme drought emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. The Santa Clara Valley Water District, along with Santa Clara County, previously declared a drought emergency. Additionally, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission did declare a water shortage emergency at their November 23rd commission meeting, which will result in 32% use reduction, a 32% use reduction goal for Santa Clara in early 2022. City staff continues to coordinate drought efforts and attends regular meetings at a regional level with Santa Clara Valley Water District, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. California reservoirs remain well below historic averages despite the recent rains. Climate change will also continue to put pressure on our water supplies. The city continues to communicate outreach to the public regarding the importance of conservation and sustainable actions through city blogs and our newsletter, Delivery e-news, and social media, including Nextdoor platforms. The outstanding efforts of Santa Clarans have resulted in our reaching of the current goal of conserving 15%. In November, water demand was reduced by 20.3% when compared to 2019 levels and 26.3% when compared to 2013. We urge our residents and businesses to continue conserving water to the maximum extent possible during this extreme drought. Residents and businesses can reduce water use during the day by following these suggestions: reducing irrigation time, reducing frequency of irrigation days to 3 per week, turning established low water landscape irrigation systems off for the winter, and fixing leaks and addressing irrigation problems like overspray. We encourage our residents and businesses to visit water conservation page. It's listed on your slide there, but I'll read it: santaclaraca.gov/Save Our Water for rebates and effective tips on indoor and outdoor conservation measures. This concludes our update, Mayor, and Gary Welling, the Water and Sewer Director, and I are available for any questions.
Okay, is there any questions from the council on that? Any questions from the public on this? I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, do you see any?
I do not see any hands, and I have no written comments.
All right, thank you. Thank you, City Manager, for that report. Okay, moving on to our agenda. We have item 3A, and these are agenda items that were deferred from December 7th. 3A is action on adoption of a resolution approving 2022 salary plans for classified and unclassified employees, including city manager, pursuant to council's approved cost of living increases effective December 26, 2021. Who is going to give the report on this? City manager, did you have
Yes, good evening, council. I first want to advise the council that I do not need to recuse myself from the item as our city attorneys on the matter has determined that I do not have a conflict of interest. It appears that last week's recusal was overly conservative. As a result of last week's council discussion, I am aware that the council has various memos from staff, outside attorneys, a bargaining unit letter, and my own personal attorney's letter regarding this action. Those materials provide sufficient or more than sufficient information for your understanding of the action before the council. As part of on behalf of the administration, I do want to comment on the reckless and uninformed dialogue had last week by some council members, and more importantly, the outrageous allegations made by a council member about bargaining Unit 9 and myself. While an attempt for clarification to Unit 9 was made this afternoon, the record is very clear and the comments are on record. It also demonstrates that there is a lack of understanding about what this action before the council is, and it is not about a COLA. The comments last week regarding Unit 9 and myself of colluding are completely false. I can confirm publicly for both the city staff team and Unit 9 that we have not and never have engaged in any actions that we were accused of last week. We only have engaged in good faith negotiations. This is a new low. Comments like these are a form of workplace intimidation and hostility. It was flat out scary and plain sad to hear from many employees over the past week about their shared concerns for how insulted and demoralized they felt from those comments. Our city team brings passion and commitment to the workplace, and for my nearly 30 years of experience, I can testify that this is the most committed and hardworking city team that I have ever worked with. Our team works daily with insufficient resources needed and still finds a way to always provide white glove service to our community. If you don't know, public service requires a 24/7 work ethic and being ready to serve at any emergency or crisis. We do that each day with a high level of customer service, and we always go beyond the call of duty. I want to apologize to each of our staff members that suffered these false allegations last week. They were hurtful comments about us personally and inappropriate actions, and they took a target at our ethics. You do not deserve to be treated with such mean-spirited comments, and especially in this workplace by this council. City staff should not be subjected to working in fear that we will recklessly and falsely be accused of illegal conduct. This has happened far too often lately. Please stop making false allegations against us during council meetings, in your text messages to local media or to each other, or in any other shape or form. Your actions are a matter of public record, and city staff is very aware of how you are conducting yourselves toward city staff and myself. Your actions are harmful. I have reason to believe that a member already has released my confidential attorney-client privilege memo to the press, as there's an article already, and it definitely shows additional harm. Now back to the issue at hand. As reported last week, the matter before the council is a simple technical item based on council approval. There is no opportunity to take action beyond this issue at hand, which is not a COLA. Some members of the council may have a chance to find it in them to issue a public apology of how we were treated last week and falsely accused. If you do not understand the item before the council, staff and our outside attorney are here to respond. What will not happen tonight is further disparagement of staff, myself, violations of our labor agreements, or lofting more false allegations toward us. If such happens, I'm going to ask the mayor to call a break and reconvene the council when you can conduct yourselves professionally on this technical matter. Thank you, Mayor, and we have Araceli and Charles Sakai to make the presentation.
Thank you. Let's go to them, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. If I can have the presentation up, please. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Araceli Azevedo, Director of Human Resources. Deanna, thank you for your comments. Next slide, please. The item before you again is approval of a resolution that updates the salary plans with the negotiated and council-approved cost of living adjustments as required by CalPERS. The COLAs were already approved and will be implemented effective December 26. The updated report in the packet does exclude the amendment to the city manager's contract as it is no longer required. We have reviewed that with outside legal counsel, and it was determined that it was not necessary because we do have an established past practice of implementing the same cost of living adjustments that Unit 9 received. And also the city manager's employment contract does have a provision that provides that the city manager will receive the cost of living adjustments that Unit 9 receives. Next slide, please. I want to be very clear on the item before you. This item does not withhold the cost of living adjustments that the city has a contractual obligation to implement. Those COLAs will be implemented on December 26. The item before you also does not reopen any of the terms in the MOUs or the employment agreement with the city manager. Next slide, please. Again, the recommendation before you is approval of to adopt a resolution that updates the salary plans for the classifications represented by Unit 9, Unit 578, and the city manager. This is required by CalPERS. Next slide, please. This does conclude the presentation, and we are available to answer any questions. Also with us this evening is Charles Sakai. He's with the law firm of Sloan, Sakai, Young, and Wong, who can be available to answer any legal questions and provide legal advice to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from council. Councilmember Becker.
No, this is more of not question. This is more of clarification right now. And that is mainly following up on what the city manager spoke about. And I wanted to address this as well. Last week, I did make comments, and I think that maybe these comments have been misinterpreted. At the same time, I did write a letter to Chris Jackson of Unit 9, and I will read that letter right now to discuss and clarify what I am discussing. So this is in response to your email sent to my office and the rest of the council dated Monday, December 13th, 2021. I would like to take a moment to address your concerns as well as clear up some inaccuracies. There was never any question or concerns voiced by members, council members to approve Unit 9 COLA item. In fact, the meeting, Vice Mayor Chahal requested to approve Section 1 and continue Section 2 of the item. Unit 9 COLA is, I feel, would have been approved last meeting. Yet Attorney Sue Reuter suggested we keep these items together since the second part of the item was regarding the COLA for the city manager. I voiced questions and concerns over the COLA for the city manager in Section 2, but again, never addressed or voiced any concerns over the COLA for Unit 9 in Section 1. In fact, I was prepared to second Vice Mayor Chahal's motion of approving Section 1 of the item. So I'm reiterating that the only item that I was discussing was the COLA of the city manager, okay? Secondly, I say in here, thank you for your memo and thank you for allowing me to address this issue. I hold all employees at the city of Santa Clara in high esteem. It has come to my attention the excellence and diligence put in by this team as well as all employees at the city. Please forward this to all Unit 9 members as soon as feasible this morning. So that is my response to the Unit 9. In the accusations. I should have used a better pronoun when I said there. I should have said she. I should have said the city manager. And the reason why I'm saying this is because in the city manager's contract, it states that we can renegotiate. And it's really disappointing seeing that this agenda item has been changed from 2 items to 1. And I find it very insulting that the city manager is accusing city council members of leaking information on a consistent basis. This is a beyond absurd. So I take offense to those accusations. And you know, I suggest you start looking at the leaks inside of your own city office. But at the same time, I explain myself and I'm going by what the city, and here's the other fact, which I think a lot of people need to know. I inherited this contract. I inherited it. I didn't vote on this before. I was elected recently and I inherited it. It doesn't mean I have to agree on everything. I have every right as an elected official to stand up for what the people of Santa Clara believe in, and that is high salary of the city manager. There's nothing wrong with talking about that. Only thing that I wanted was the two separated to renegotiate based on the contract. But here we are, last week I made certain remarks. I asked, Araceli, can you please, if I was saying something out of line that was offensive to any of the Unit 9, maybe somebody should have stepped in and told me that maybe I was speaking out of line because, again, I'm a new council member and some of us, may make mistakes when we're speaking. But we're not professional politicians. We're not professional political geniuses at this. We're trying to get an understanding of it. But when we have political manipulation on a consistent basis, it's really hard to make specific decisions, especially when you're being accused consistently of illegal actions on a weekly basis. Look at this. I don't know if anyone's been paying attention, but on a weekly basis, some council member here has to explain themselves of some wrongdoing. And this is not right. So what I am saying right now is that I made that apology. I'm not going to apologize because it was directed at the city manager. It was not directed at Unit 9. And I explained that in the letter to Mr. Jackson. So if, city manager, you took offense to that, I'm sorry that you did take offense to that, but I am going based on what the contract said. And I'm very disappointed that these two things have been from 2 items that I'm now down to 1 item. Very disappointed in that.
Charles, I'd like to call on you if you don't mind, Charles.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, this is 1 item because it's simply a ministerial action. The action is simply to adopt these salary schedules. There's no action here in terms of actually approving a COLA. Those have already been done. And so there's no action to actually change salaries. Those will go into effect because there are already agreements to make those go into effect. This is simply a ministerial action. And that's the reason this is a single item, because it's simply compliance with the California Code regulations.
Thank you. City Manager.
Public discussion about my agreement and the terms and how any council member wishes to change the terms of my agreement requires under section 0.7.2 the public noticing to me in writing per my agreement. Additionally, any comments or failure of a party to insist upon strict compliance with any term, undertaking, or condition of this agreement shall not be deemed to be a waiver of such term. I have not been noticed by Councilmember Becker or this council of his intent to make changes to my contract, nor have I waived in writing as required in my legal agreement, nor has this council of any of the changes to my contract term, therefore resulting in a breach of my contract and my rights under this agreement.
Thank you, City Manager. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you, Mr. Sakai, for your comments about clubbing this item from 2 to 1. And I still have reservations about it. And let me tell you why, the council and everybody on the dais over here. As directed by the city council, the city management held closed door negotiations with Unit 5, 7, 8, and Unit 9 and other units. During these deliberations, we reached some agreements to save some money for the city. I commend the financial sacrifices by each and every employee, units, and their members for accepting financial cuts in many ways. Please note, these negotiations were not performance reviews, but were negotiations to mutually agree to some financial cuts to help city during these tough financial times. We were running through multi-million-dollar deficits. Almost every employee group has been part of these negotiations, which are still going on basically for some units. As city council, we should have done the same negotiations with 3 of our appointees: city manager, city attorney, and city auditor. Currently, the only council appointee we have is city manager, and we should have started these negotiations with the city manager. Let me read the clause 3.2 of the city manager's employment agreement. clause 3.2 adjustments. Periodically, the city council shall meet with employee for the express purpose of determining any appropriate salary adjustment. But the ultimate decision in regard to the timing and the amount of any adjustment is with the sole discretion of city council. This is the first para of that clause 3.2. Second para of 3.2, which is being mentioned in various memos, because whole 3.2 clause is not being mentioned. The second para mentions, although the position of city manager is not in unit 9, employees shall be subject to all cost of living adjustment to salary and benefits for city miscellaneous unclassified management employees in unit 9. So I see a conflict in these two paras by itself, because when we started the negotiation, when the city management under the direction of city council started the negotiation with various city units to save some money, I think we had a moral and fiscal duty as a council to start those negotiations with our 3 appointees directly, because those 3 appointees cannot have a negotiation with anybody else other than the city council, basically. And that's where I'm coming from. It's not question of any performance, but it's a question of a process which we should have followed. The clause clearly mentions the city council has sole discretion to meet with employee for express purpose of appropriate salary adjustment. And as such, I'm requesting Mayor Gilmore to arrange a closed door meeting to fulfill the requirement of clause 3.2 of agreement. And once we have that, we can decide on decision council makes about COLA or any other adjustment city council decides about city manager. Please note, I'm not asking for city manager's review, but only salary adjustment deliberation similar to the other employee units we have been subject to. Almost every employee in the city has been subjected to those negotiations. So I'm just asking for that. After those deliberations, if council decides, we can always have approved the COLA from back date of 12/26. So I would like to stress again, this is not performance review, and in no way we will be making a decision on the city manager's performance. Just like the negotiation with other units are not performance review based, but primarily for the city's financial health. As our fiduciary duty and moral duties, given the circumstances about the budget deficit, it is right process to follow. This will bring equity to the whole process. And with that, I also want to clarify on December 7th, I did say by mistake that city manager's employment agreement is to be renewed every year. Actually, I should have said it should be reviewed every year, not renewed every year. So I want to clarify that. That was not my intent to say it has to be renewed every year. Yeah, it's not. So with that said, I would like to place a motion that we adopt a resolution to approve the administrative changes based on former council action for the annual filing of the salary plans for unit 5, 7, 8 and unit 9, the various classified and unclassified positions to satisfy the requirement of California Code of Regulation Section 570.5 effective December 26, 2021. That is my resolution, and I'll come back to the city manager's second resolution later on. I would like to first vote on that resolution, and I can come back on it.
I'll second.
So I'd like to go to Charles Sakai because I think there's like a big not understanding of what this is, what we're doing. And I was going to recommend that we do have a closed session or to get outside counsel to give us an opinion on what this action is, because I still do not believe that there's an understanding of this. So Mr. Sakai, could you please help us out? And I'm getting very uncomfortable with all of the discussion up here. I want to make sure the city is protected legally, and I'm afraid of where all these discussions are going in terms of protecting the city itself. So Mr. Sakai, could you please help us?
Yes, and I appreciate that. I want to be clear. This item is not to implement COLAs. The COLAs are based on agreements that have already been made with the city. You have binding
And
agreements.
can I stop you right there? Has
Yes.
this council already approved the COLAs?
Yes, they've
Okay,
been
all right.
approved
See,
previously.
there's not that understanding here. So, okay, go ahead. The council's already approved the COLAs.
So the city council previously approved the COLAs in the Unit 578, Unit 9 MOUs, and the city manager's agreement, which links to Unit 9. So those are all approved. Those are all binding agreements that exist currently. Those will go into effect whether you pass this resolution or not. What this does is, and again, I said it was a ministerial action. This is required simply to allow visibility of the salaries. So as part of the Bell reforms, as part of CalPERS's regulations, we need to make these things public. You've already agreed to them. You did this, and I understand that not all the members of this council voted on those in 2020, but they were agreed to previously by the council. Those are binding agreements that exist for this city. So those will go into effect. What you're doing tonight is simply adopting a document which shows those things, so the public will be able to view what the salaries are for these various bargaining units and the individuals. So it's simply that. It is not the adoption of a COLA. Tonight, if you did nothing, the COLAs will go into effect for all of the people we're talking about. So for both the bargaining units and for the city manager, those are already approved by this council or by a prior council. They will be in effect. The only thing you're doing tonight is putting these out in the public so that they're on your webpage.
Mr. Sakai, if we don't approve it, then what happens?
If you don't approve it, the COLAs go into effect, and you're out of compliance with CalPERS regulations to place these on your webpage. So effectively, the public needs to be able to come and view the salary schedules. And that's part of the transparency, part of the obligation to make things public. But the salaries will go into effect one way or another. So it's whether you're being compliant with the CalPERS regulations and whether you're putting these in a place where the public can view them or not. That's what you're deciding tonight.
So
And
when the council approved the MOUs, we approved these COLAs.
Yes, the COLAs were approved as part of the MOUs were approved previously, correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, so that puts it in perspective, but I'm still thinking we might need some outside assistance on this. Let's go through and see how people are reacting to this. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I think maybe more discussion. I don't know. I mean, this is what it is. I am one vote, okay? And, it comes down to also, I've seen recently with the pandemic, other city managers, other city leaders have yielded to things like these. So going back to me being one vote is, did I vote on this item? Did I agree to this? And when you think about, government actions, is one person supposed to be held to something and saying, even if you don't agree with it, you have to abide by it, even though that you are a governing body that makes those legal decisions? I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand. I thought we have that legal ability to make those decisions considering the role. The other thing I'm, thinking about and concerned about, I mean, I am concerned about discussing this out in public and stuff like this. That's why I asked questions about if this was going to be something in closed session, because I thought it was a little more appropriate, but I guess we do want to have the public discussion to be as transparent as possible. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying is I'm trying to be transparent and figuring out what I need to do as an elected official and what I was elected to do. And that's to bring equity to the city. And if I have to make certain decisions, I have to do that. But if I'm being told that I can't make any specific decisions because of a contract, then what's the point of governing then? If you're being held to certain specific things. And lastly, I am concerned about this being in public and stuff like that too, especially with the city manager being here. And I'm not accusing or anything, but I'm afraid of retaliation for our discussion and what we say. That is my major concern. So I'm not saying that anyone's going to do anything, but I'm putting it out there that this is a major concern that I have in my heart, that this may be retaliatory because what we are discussing in this very moment, because maybe some of us don't understand, but at the same time, some of us are new electeds and we may have not agreed to these things that prior administrations voted. I mean, isn't that what happens in presidencies? Somebody, one presidential administration does something, and then all of a sudden that one goes out, and then someone comes in, they change something. I've seen it done a million times. So why is this not happening at a city level? Can you maybe clarify that?
I can absolutely clarify that. That's not, I mean, it's not to say that you can't make changes, but when you've entered into an agreement, let's take a lease agreement to make it a non-personal thing. So you enter into a lease for 5 years. Once that agreement is entered into by the council, once the city has bound itself to that lease, a new council can't just walk in and say, we'd like to pay less rent, we're going to do that tomorrow. You would have to renegotiate that. And that's a different thing than what we're doing today. All you're doing today, and all that's before you, is to make public the salary schedules which reflect what was already adopted. So taking the lease example, all you're doing is showing the lease increase for this year. That's different from any negotiation.
Okay, but again, I'm thinking a lot of it's in plain ink. I mean, what Councilman or Vice Mayor Chahal was talking about in section 3.2. I mean, I'm still kind of seeing that. I mean, how do I ignore that?
Well, that's not something you need to ignore. There are two different pieces there. There's what's often referred to as a merit increase, which is something which may be determined from year to year. And then there's the COLA, which is linked to Unit 9. So those are two different pieces of compensation and changes in compensation that can occur, one of which is linked to Unit 9 and one of which is not. So the Unit 9 linkage is all we're dealing with today. We're not dealing with a merit increase today. And again, we're actually not even dealing with the Unit 9 increase. We're simply reflecting that in a public document. So all the action tonight is really to reflect the existing agreements in public documents.
Okay, and so Charles, can you clear this up for me too? Other cities, other city managers, I know like Palo Alto, I think another one, I think up in the East Bay, they conceded some of their, COLAs or raises, or they took cuts to their salary. I'm just curious, is that something that we would, if we wanted to have those questions of legally being able to ask certain questions, how do we do that? If we were asked, are we even allowed to even ask yielding questions?
Well, that's not part of this item. So that's absolutely not part of what the item is tonight to do that. I would note that there are, what I understood from the agreements that were reached here, including the impact on the city manager, there were 2 years of zero COLAs. So that was what was determined. And that was the concession that was made. Unit 9 noted that, I think. And so those, every city acts differently. Every city has different concessions, but those concessions, so the Unit 9 zeros would be reflected as zeros for your city manager. So those were
Charles,
absolutely the same
can I
thing.
just
Yeah.
clarify? Unit 9 took 2 years of zero COLAs and 2 years of zero merit increases.
Thank you.
I, however, have never taken a merit increase other than the one that I self-funded, and I did participate in the 2 years of zeros. To your question about whether city manager has conceded.
Okay, thank you for elaborating. Thank you. Okay, and so, all right.
If I may add, the city manager will be taking a zero for merit increases as well, because the council approved to freeze merit increases for the city manager, similar to Unit 9. So in 2021 and 2022, this city manager is ineligible for a merit increase because the city council took action similar to Unit 9 to not provide that to the city, or not extend that to the city manager. So that's consistent with Unit 9.
Okay.
I want to add generally, because I know the question came up and I think it's important to mention that the city has thousands of contracts and they all are legally binding. And the roll in of new council members, that is not an indicator that the contracts are void. as they come up for renewal, obviously the new council has an opportunity to provide direction to me in terms of any changes that it would like. But all of the contracts in place at the time that new council members roll in have to be honored. And so that goes with any other service contracts before the the council tonight.
And I would just add that that's true. There was a mention of the federal government. That's true of the federal government too, where they have a binding contract that goes multiple years. Even if there's a change in administration, the contract is still binding.
Still binding. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the discussion, Charles and City Manager. I know Councilmember Becker has made a comment about, being part of a new council. And I know when I was first elected in 2016, that I did do a lot of listening, and because there is a lot to learn, there is a big learning curve when you become a council member. This is not something that comes up for discussion very often, basically only when it's necessary. And what I was going to propose, I know there is a motion and a second on the floor done by Vice Mayor Chahal. I was going to offer a substitute motion, and that would be to bring this discussion to closed session in order to obtain a legal opinion on what is being discussed, and having outside counsel continue to provide the information that's necessary in order for all of us as a council to understand what this discussion is about and what needs to be done when it does come forward. So that is my substitute motion.
So does it have to be a closed session matter, or can we do it in open session?
If it can be done in open session, I'm
Open
perfectly
session.
fine.
The topic before you, as Charles has already stated, is ministerial. It's simply to post the salary schedule. That does not qualify for closed session.
Yes.
And
I
all
think
the
that's
other
exactly
matters
right.
leading to these salary changes have been addressed in closed session and publicly approved by the full council. Charles, you may want to add your legal opinion to it.
I think that's exactly right. That's not an action. I mean, again, this is simply a ministerial action to essentially post the salary schedules that have already been approved by the MOUs, by approval of the MOUs and the city manager's contract. So there's really no other action that can be taken. Either you don't approve the salary schedules and post them, and then you're out of compliance with the California Code of Regulations, or you do and you're in compliance with the California Code of Regulations. In either event, the COLAs will go into place, and there is no closed session to this. There's no closed session item here because there's nothing to discuss in terms of whether you would adopt these or not. There's no basis for going into closed session.
Okay.
Okay,
Go ahead, Kathy.
my purpose in suggesting the closed session is just to have this discussion to get a legal opinion. If it can be done in open session, I think that's perfectly fine too, because it is important to be transparent, open and transparent on this matter.
And I apologize if I haven't been clear about my legal opinion. Is simply that this is a ministerial action, which is simply required by the California Code of Regulations to publicly post the already agreed upon salaries. That's all this is. So there's no further action that can be taken with regard to this item.
Yeah, it's more so for understanding.
So even if I have a question, if I don't know if I'm gonna second the motion, but are we able to have a session that is more an educational session with outside counsel as to what agreements we have on the table, what we're obligated to do? I think that's what's missing in this discussion right now. There's not an understanding of what's already been approved. I think some of these agreements were approved in 2020 with this council. So what's already been approved, and more of an educational session. Is that what you're asking, Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that can happen in closed?
Yes, it can. That can go under labor. Yes.
I'm gonna
review.
second that, because no matter what, I think we need to do that. I'm going to second that substitute motion, because there is, by the discussion and the questions and the comments, I think we need some help here. And I'd like to have, you know, a more thorough discussion in closed session if we can about this, or open, whatever it is, just a more thorough discussion and agendized in that way. So, okay, Vice Mayor Chahal, I'll second your motion, Kathy. Vice Mayor Chahal.
Member Jen was ahead of me.
I have you up first, so do you want to speak or? Okay, all right, you're deferring. All right, Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I think I would like Mr. Sakai to explain, because I do see inconsistencies in 3.2, and I think when this was originally explained to the council, this distinction, I do see a sort of conflict in the two paragraphs, because Mr. Sakai was talking about merit increases, whereas the first paragraph makes no mention of merit increases.
So are we going to have a discussion about the city manager's contract? Are we comfortable? Is that what you're asking about?
Can I finish, please? So I think the substitute motion is to take the entire discussion to closed session, or to split out the basically two discussions. One
entire
is
discussion
to publish the increases for Unit 9 versus publish increases for the city manager.
Well, and I mean, to be clear, that doesn't change anything, right? The increases will go into effect. That's not all the discussion in closed session would be is to clarify what the obligations are under agreements, is my understanding. So I do think this
correct. That's correct.
Could still be approved.
Okay, okay. That's the question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I feel in this case that the situation is actually fairly straightforward, which is it's just the adoption of the resolution approving the updated and amended salary plans, which were already updated and amended. So I think that this would simply be, as was discussed, ministerial, which is just make them consistent. That said, I mean, I would make a substitute motion to adopt the resolution approving the updated and amended salary plans for various classified and unclassified positions, including the position of city manager, to satisfy the requirements of California Code of Regulations, Section 570.5, effective December 26, 2021, and schedule a closed session meeting to review and determine appropriate salary adjustments for the city manager as appropriate. Because it sounds like those are the two actions that, you know, satisfy everything, that's all the discussion that's on the table.
I would second that substitute motion.
So that's the item on the agenda right now. Is that
that's correct? With the addition, that's correct. With the addition of the scheduling of the closed session to
with the addition of scheduling the closed session. Okay.
To address the first paragraph of 3.2.
So can you, I'm sorry, I wasn't following you 100%. Is your motion the recommendation on the agenda plus the closed session?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a substitute of the substitute motion. Okay, and there was a second by who?
Councilmember Jane.
Councilmember Jane. All right, thank you, Councilmember Jane. All right, now, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So to outside counsel, Mr. Sakai's discussion about 3.2, I don't think it mentioned merit increase, basically. It mentions basically any determination of appropriate salary adjustment, basically. So I have a difference of opinion on that. So I'm differing that. And I think when we approve Unit 578 and Unit 9 agreement, we approved specifically Unit 9 and 578. I know this as a separate contract, the city manager contract, when I'm saying separate contract, I'm just trying to not to be particular to city manager. I'm trying to be particular that council has 3 appointees: city manager, city attorney, city auditor. So I'm keeping all 3 into the same basket. I don't want to be specific about one person, one appointment as such. So my idea is, my understanding is, we approved 578 Unit 9 separately. And when we approved those, there were negotiations not only for COLA, there were negotiations for variety of reasons, whether they get medical discharge, whether they get a merit increase, or whether they get some other benefit, whether they get bonus. There were various things we approved that. And that's the distinction between the employee units discussions versus council appointee discussions. Because I think when we have applied those to those units as per direction of the council, council has a moral and fiscal duty to start the same type of discussion with our 3 appointees. We need to do that. And we did not do that. And during that deliberation, whatever we decide, whether COLA, whether raise, or whatever we decide, that should have been the correct process. And there could have been variations. In any employment contract being reviewed by the council as the other employment contracts of the other units were being reviewed, we could have decided something else, or we may not have decided something else. We could have come to the same conclusion. But I'm saying is we have not reached that process. So my question is, we should have done that process even for the 3 appointees we are doing, basically. And that's where I'm stuck, basically. And when I voted for the city Unit 9, Unit 578, I voted her specifically for those units, or any other unit I'm voting. I voted for those specific units. I did not vote for city manager's contract as a corollary. No, I did not. I know it can be included, 3.2 says something, but I think we should have had a separate discussion because city was in deficit. We were trying to save some money, and we had discussion with all these employee units. Almost every employee, almost everything is not finalized yet, but whosoever has finalized have sacrificed for their financial thing for the city to cover the city deficit. And that's where I'm coming from. Irrespective, and I'm not talking about the performance review of the city manager. I'm just want to be very clear. Last time I mentioned, and earlier also I mentioned that this is not the performance review of city manager. For me, it's just a process issue. We should have done that. And I'm differing with the 3.2 has 2 paragraphs which are contradictory to each other. And we can clarify that with a review of internal city, like city council review of city manager's contract. And I'm perfectly okay with it. And I said that if that COLA has to be given backdated, I'm okay with that. That's not a problem. But that's where I'm coming from. And that's why I'm making a motion. My second motion would have been that let's bring this 3.2 clarification and the negotiation part I'm mentioning in a closed door, and then we can vote for city manager's administrative issue at that time. And that's the reason I'm saying I'm trying to fix whatever we can today for 5, 7, 8, and 9 and get it out of the way, and then take up the city managers separately, basically.
Councilmember Shahal, I want to clarify one item. The city council in November of 2020 approved an open session to give the city manager a 0% in COLAs for 2 years and and freeze merit increases for 2 years. The city council took that action in open session. That was under consideration before the council the council decided to approve that, which was similar and in alignment with Unit 9. So that has already been done.
So if I may ask, Araceli, so was that, I have to go back, was that for 004.5?
It was for the 2 years of 0. So for the city manager and for the city attorney council appointees, the city council approved in 2020 to give the zeros and the 0 merit increases for 2 years.
And I agree to that. It was 0, not 4.5. And that's my contention is the 4.5 we are talking about right now.
But that was in alignment with the contract, with the city manager's employment contract.
And I, with all due respect, that's my difference. Like I'm trying to say 3.2 has 2 paragraphs which are contradictory to each other, and city council has the only body which has a discretionary power to talk about it. And I'm saying, just like any other units in the city are being having a confidential closed door meetings to settle all these agreements, I'm saying let's do the same thing for our appointees. If
I have to
those.
I think we have to stop now because
I have to interject, Mayor.
Yeah, we are getting
you are speaking to my contract in ways and manners that are denying me privacy rights that all of our other bargaining units have received. You have not noticed me, nor have I waived nor received anything in writing about any intentions that you have and how you're making these comments public. I deserve the same confidentiality that any other bargaining unit receives from the city when the council is deliberating its terms of its contract. And I am very concerned of the level of detail and the terms that are being put forward and frankly, wrong interpretations of my legal agreement. I deserve the dignity and the legality and the compliance with my agreement. We've already heard that this can go into closed session, but your efforts today to not have this ministerial action approved, I have granted no waiver and I have not been noticed. Councilmember Shahal, you have asked on several occasions for my contract. Staff has provided it with you. The terms have never been denied to you for an understanding. You have always had the opportunity to ask staff or myself for clarification. The fact that you are bringing this up after the fact, outside of the terms of my agreement and in strict compliance with it, is very concerning to me. I ask that you respect my right to privacy under these contract terms and get back to the issue at hand.
And I would just say that debate about the terms of the agreement is really outside the scope of what we're talking about tonight, right? Again, we're not talking about we're not talking about changes to the city manager's agreement. We're not talking about adopting a COLA for the city manager's agreement. We're talking about simply adopting the written documents which reflect what was already approved by the city council in 2020. So that's really all we're doing. And I think I do want to caution that we don't debate things that have already been passed, because that's really not what we're here to do tonight.
So the motion on the floor is the recommendation that's on the agenda tonight, as well as setting up a closed session, for lack of a better term, I'm just going to say educational meeting to go over the city contracts that are currently in place and discussion about those. Is that the motion on the table?
Madam Mayor, let me read the motion back to you. It's staff recommendation to adopt the resolution approving the updated and amended salary plans for various classified and unclassified positions, including the position of city manager to satisfy the requirement of California Code of Regulations, Section 570.5, effective December 26, 2021, with the inclusion of to schedule a closed session to address paragraph 3.2. That was the second substitute motion on the floor by Councilmember Park.
3.2 of the
of the manager's agreement.
Of the city manager's agreement. Okay, city manager.
Oh, I was I was going to make one more other comment, not related to the motion. There's a comment with respect to my presence here this evening. I just want to say that there is no conflict of interest with me participating in this conversation, just like you have a number of Unit 9 members here participating, like our Assistant City Attorney. And so if the conflict of interest were to exist with me, it would have to exist with everyone else of the Unit 9 who's participating in this meeting tonight.
Yes, thank you. You made that disclosure at the beginning of the
Madam Mayor,
discussion.
can I?
Yes.
So, City Manager, let me clarify that. Your contract is public document.
Can I ask though that we really aren't discussing the city manager's contract, or I don't know that we should be getting into the details of the city manager's contract, because again, all we're doing is adopting a salary schedule, salary plan.
I'm just trying to reply to what City Manager.
Vice Mayor Chahal, if you could speak to the motion, please. Maybe speaking to the motion will be helpful.
No, I just wanted to clarify what City Manager said basically about.
I haven't issued any waiver. And so I would just say, let's go to closed session.
And I did not discuss anything. And that's the reason I'm saying we should discuss in closed door.
You did.
Well,
you did.
that's fine, but
that's
really
what I was trying to clarify.
Please
I
speak to
discussed
the
only
motion.
the part which is a public document. And I said in any discussion should be held in closed door. That's exactly what I said.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker, to the motion.
Yeah, to the motion, and if you can clarify, Charles, mainly some questions I have about what I don't feel comfortable about with the motion and how it was combined, changed from the last agenda item. When I was on Planning Commission, when I was recently, since I've been appointed as elected to City Council, I've noticed that you usually have to keep an agenda item, the same exact language to continue. And we continued it. So seeing that it's not the exact same language and it was not separated, I don't feel comfortable voting on a motion because, and then it almost turns into a double whammy that if you don't support this, then it looks like you're not supporting the original thing, which Councilmember or Vice Mayor Chahal wanted to do last week, which was separate the two and vote for the first one and the second one, because my comfort level is let's talk about this in closed session and separate the two items, because then it's more comfortable for me to vote on, to make better sound and logical decisions. And then lastly, for Araceli, you said that it was voted on in November. Do you have a specific date when it was in November of 2020?
Yes, it was on, I believe it was November 20th. But I can certainly pull that item. And
well, can you pull it up and find out if it was unanimous? I think council members need to hear that.
Sure.
And just in response to the questions about the bifurcated item, this is really just one item because all we're doing is adopting the salary schedule. So you're not amending any agreement.
So I understand that, but why was it before separated into two things before, and then we decided to just change it? That's what I'm having a hard time getting around with, because I know on Planning Commission, I remember one time there was one specific or two specific words off that were very important. And we ended up having to ditch the item because we had to come back and actually do it the next week because it was agendized wrong. So I want to make sure.
And yeah, and that's fair. This is the only thing you're agendized to do is adopt the salary plan, right? So that's you're not amending the city manager's contract, which I think is, and again, I wasn't here on December 7th. I believe that was what the item was, but it was not a that's not necessary. You're not doing that. You're not taking any action with regard to that. So tonight is limited solely to the question of the salary plan.
Okay. All right. And
So
go ahead, Araceli.
It was on November 17th.
Okay.
And I just want to reiterate, as I said in the presentation, the reason why the item was amended is because the city council after the city manager was hired in 2017 and 2018, there was a new contract with Unit 9. And for 2018 and 2019, that provided a 4% COLA. There was a memo at that time, which is in your packet, that went before the city council, and it specifically extended the same the same COLA for Unit 9. A resolution or an amendment to the city manager's contract was not needed at that time. That was reviewed by the city attorney, who was with the city at the time, and it was determined that no first amendment to the city manager's employment contract would be required. When we reviewed that, it was determined because there was an established practice that we did not have to do that in this case as well. So that's why the item got amended and why you don't see a second amendment to the city manager's employment contract on the item before you.
Okay. So thank you for clarifying that. And for the record, specifically, thank you for clarifying the date as November 17th. I mean, that was, November 17th. That's, I think, almost 16 some days or 13 some days after I was elected. So that is just my only major concern was I wasn't a part of that. So I hope everyone doesn't group me into that little decision there. I just want to clarify the record. I was not part of that decision. But I'm going back to, I still just don't feel comfortable. I would rather see the original agenda item talk about city manager issues in closed session so we don't do any illegal issues or cause any problems or get really people really angry or anything. Let's just have a real conversation. So I don't know. I don't think I can support this motion, but I will gladly support, any of the other, all the other units. It's just, I think these two should have been separated.
Okay, Councilmember Park.
Yes, to Councilmember Becker's point. I mean, I'm looking at item 9 of the December 7th agenda, and there are two recommendations. One is exactly as it's written here. And the second one was, and 2, adopt a resolution approving the second amendment to the city manager's employment agreement by and between the city of Santa Clara and Deanna J. Santana to memorialize 2 years of 0% cost of living adjustment and to adjust the city manager's base salary to $468,673.97 effective December 26, 2021. And again, it does seem that if we do want to continue, if this is a continued item, then we should continue both recommendations. Or like, are you dropping that recommendation? So that, does that mean that if we approve what's here, we're not adopting the resolution approving the second amendment to the city manager's employment agreement by and between the city of Santa Clara? Because that's not what the recommendation here states.
That's correct. There's no need to amend the contract because the contract is simply is simply the change to the salary is consistent with the terms of the existing contract.
Okay, but here we seem to have an explicit difference between adopting the resolution to approve the administrative changes and adopting a resolution approving the second amendment. Like, those seem to be two different things, and that's not called out here. But you're saying that
there's no correct. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
No.
And you're saying that even if we don't explicitly approve it, it would be approved. And now that brings me back to my question and Councilmember Becker's question, which is, previously it seemed that we needed to approve those separately. And this is a continuation of the item where we did have to approve two different actions separately. In fact, that was the reason that this item was continued, because there seems to be some disagreement on that. And now you're telling us that we didn't need that at all, and that the adoption of the resolution approving the second amendment to city manager's employment would be adopted even without an explicit.
So no, that's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you're not making an amendment to the contract. So you're not amending the city manager's contract. It's not necessary to do so because you're simply following the terms of her existing contract. And so that's what I think RSLE was explaining, is that it's not necessary to amend the contract. I think your motion says you'll adopt the resolution, which is simply adopting the salary plan, and then you're recommending that the council go into closed session on what is similar to the second item to discuss the city manager's contract. So you've effectively brought into closed session that second item, but that first, the second item, the amendment to the contract, is not necessary because you're not changing the terms of her agreement.
Understood. So that also means that we wouldn't memorialize 2 years of 0% cost, which is actually just a memorialization. It's not actually an action per se.
Correct.
And then there would be no adjustment to the city manager's base salary to the amount, $468,673.97. Here, it would be whatever the administrative changes, the amended salary plans for the various classified, unclassified positions. So what would be the change to the city manager's salary? Would that be only based on the Unit 9 schedule, or would that be based on something else? Because it sounds like, I mean, what I requested for closed session was the discussion as specified in section 3.2.
Correct. So it's solely the change that will already go into effect is a change which is related to the Unit 9 MOU. So that's the only change that's happening here is the Unit 9 MOU is changing, and that COLA is being applied to the city manager's salary. And because it's already reflected in the city manager's agreement, it's not necessary to amend the agreement, simply to do what would happen by the terms of the agreement as they exist today.
Okay, so I think that's where the problem comes in, which is at the last meeting, if we approved one and denied two, what would the effect have been?
There would have been no difference, really. It would have been the same effect as you have tonight. Again, the COLAs have already been approved. So the COLAs were approved for Unit 578 and Unit 9, and for the city manager's agreement by virtue of the fact that Unit 9 is getting a COLA, city manager is also getting a COLA. So all those things are going into play because of votes that were taken in 2020. And now we simply need to put that in paper and post it on the website, essentially.
Not understood. And I think that, I mean, I'd like the rest of the council and people understand that I don't want to hold up the amended salary plans for the rest of Unit 9 based on city manager. And I think that the action of approving, taking the recommendation that's here, with the understanding that the second recommendation, you know, as suggested last week, actually doesn't have has no value. And then having a closed session meeting to address the other council members' concerns for specific, adjustments of salary, for the issues in 3.2, which say that on a, every now and again, we should do a review or it is up for review. To have that discussion in closed session, I think that those would cover all of the desires that I've heard in city council so far without any other discussion. That's my understanding. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, Charles, can you explain? Okay, so, I like what Kevin was, Councilmember Park was talking about. So I'm going back to, it was 2 before. I know I'm broken record right now. I'm being a dead horse. It was 2 before. So are we saying that that staff or the agenda item was messed up? Are we saying that there was a mistake, that we didn't do it correctly, but now we are? Or what changed? Because it seems like what changed was we were going to go that direction last week. We said we'll continue it, but then now that direction we were talking about going is now suddenly taken away. So, I don't know if, the right term, I don't know the politically correct term is saying is, was there a real major screw up in the agenda item of noticing last week? Is it, I don't know, a technicality loophole? I don't know what, please explain to me a little bit. And then at the same time, there's a big difference here, as I'm saying, of last week, that I haven't had the opportunity to not allow the city manager's COLA this week. And then at the same time, you're taking away that ability, though, it feels like.
No, I want to be clear. You didn't, last week, the amendment to the contract was not necessary. The amendment to the contract was not necessary. You are simply complying with the terms of the existing agreement.
Okay.
So that is what that is what will happen regardless of your vote tonight.
Okay, but Sue, remember, I see Sue's got her hand up, but I remember when we were going through this, the roundabout last week, we were going to try to do this to separate the two. And then Vice Mayor Chahal says, well, I want to separate the two. And Sue says, I highly recommend you do not separate the two. And then the mayor, said, yes, don't separate the two. Sue's giving that, we know your recommendation, but we just want to know what's going on. So that's where I'm kind of getting confused is we were going to go one direction, but then now the agenda item is just completely changed from what the language it actually was. So in a government standpoint, I'm very disappointed the language has changed when we were basically going around and around last week about this.
And Stu, I don't know if I can speak to this and first, or if you want to speak first.
I have my hand raised just to provide some background and some explanation from my perspective as to the change. And hopefully that would shed some light on it, if that's okay, Charles.
Of course.
So from our perspective, what occurred between the last meeting and the publication of the agenda for this meeting was additional research that we did, that staff did, which is when we discovered the prior two COLAs that had been done without an amendment. And so, as Araceli mentioned a little while ago, there were COLAs that were granted for Unit 9 that were also granted to the city manager in accordance with the terms of her contract. And those COLAs back in, I believe it was 2018 and 2019, those COLAs did not necessitate an amendment. I had been operating under the impression that they had necessitated an amendment at that time, but that's not what the amendment was for. The amendment was actually for the conversion of the housing allowance. And so as a result of that, when we were doing this agenda packet, it appeared that we don't need to have an amendment for this particular COLA action to take effect. And that's why there was the change from having two separated items to one complete item. It's because of essentially discovering an action that was taken that we didn't know of before the last agenda. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It just feels like then if we disagree with it, then, you know, we're going to be painted as we don't care for unit 5, 6, 7, 8, and unit 5, 6, 7, and we don't care about unit 9. So I'm trying to really, I guess, walk the tightrope here and trying to really get around this, because I just don't feel comfortable with the changes that quickly. And then we're just bunching things together when there was a specific way things were going to be done last week. I mean, it feels like I'm in an episode of, you know, The Twilight Zone or Back to the Future. You keep in a rerun of the same thing. And I want to kind of get away from that, that language. I just don't feel comfortable personally. That's how my personal feelings are.
All right, Vice Mayor Chahal, and then I would like to go to the public.
So I have the same contention, like my motion was, let's do the one thing which is very clear, 578 unit 9, get it done with it. And whatever questions we are raising about the second item on so-called on December 7th, I don't want to discuss any legalities of those, but we are going to close door anyway. So whatever question we might have, whatever clarification, we can always get those things done and we can come back with a motion. And that's the reason I made that motion, first motion. Let's, whatever is clear right now, clear it off, get done with it, and then we can decide about item number 2 as per the last motion. That's the, and I would still say that's the best option with us as per my original motion. We can pass for unit 5, 7, 8 and unit 9 and take the second item as per the December 7 separately, basically, under closed door.
We don't have the December 7th item on our agenda this evening. We have today's item on our agenda.
I'm saying the staff recommendation of what was brought forward on December 7th can still be considered by the council. Let me put it that way. Although we don't have it, but it's a, we can always bring that thing back.
All right, I'm going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Please come forward now. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk, do you see any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue?
I do not, Mayor.
Okay, do we have any comments? Assistant City Clerk?
Just checking. I have nothing in public comment email box, and there are no e-comments.
Okay, could you please read the motion on the floor? Again, I'm sorry, you said it already. But,
so the second substitute motion on the floor by Councilmember Councilmember Park, seconded by Councilmember Jane, is staff recommendation and schedule a closed session to address paragraph 3.2 of the city manager's agreement.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on that. Councilmember Becker?
All right, I ran away to use the bathroom and I heard everyone talking, so I ran back. I heard Councilmember Vice Mayor Chahal saying it. Then I basically want to go and make a substitute motion of the original agenda item. I want to go that direction and vote on them separately. So
I'll
that's my
second that.
motion.
I'll second that.
So that's a third substitute motion.
That's a third substitute motion of an item from December 7th. I don't have that in front of me. Can you read, Councilmember Becker, read your motion?
Let me pull it up. I gotta pull it up.
Well, and I just need to step in here. I'm not sure you can't place on the council agenda tonight an approval of a contract amendment that is not on your agenda. That hasn't been properly noticed. I understand you may not want to approve that.
But we're allowed to make any motion. If we
can you listen to the attorney, please, Councilmember Becker?
I'm sorry, but we're being told that
Councilmember Becker. No. Councilmember Becker, let's hear from the attorney so we know what you can legally or not legally do. I don't want you to be doing something that's not legal. So please.
Okay.
And Sue, I'll defer to you as well. But the item is simply for consideration of approval of the salary plan. By bringing into it the amendment of a contract which has not been properly noticed, that would subvert the Brown Act in terms of your coming in and deciding at the last minute you want to modify a contract which the public hasn't been noticed you want to modify. So I do not believe you can place that on the in a vote tonight.
But okay, let's see.
So I mean, to the extent that you could have voted on it last week, that may be true.
Why, okay, so why was it okay to vote on it last week?
It was on the agenda
this week
last
it's
week.
not. Okay, well then guess what? I don't want to, then I make a substitute motion to continue this item to the next meeting, because I know we've signed these contracts like in sometime in January before. So I make a substitute motion to continue this to January, to end up going back to the original language of this right here, because I want to see the two separated.
I do want to be clear, and I hope I have been, that by doing so, you are not changing the COLAs. You are not changing the COLA for Unit 578. You are not changing the COLA for Unit 9. You are not changing the COLA for the city manager. All of those are going into effect because those have been previously approved by the city council. All you're doing is going out of compliance with CalPERS regulations. It's the California Code of Regulations, which require you to post the salaries that you've already approved. That's all you're going to do.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, let me just take a step back. If you vote to approve a thing in 2020, and it will come to effect in 2021, you've already done that. So tonight you do not have on the agenda anything which would allow you to undo the action which you did in 2020. That has not been approved.
So it's a loophole. So it's a loophole. So what you're
not a loophole. This is not a loophole. I want to be clear. That's not a loophole. This is an approved action which you've already taken. Is going to be that's going to happen no matter what. All you're doing tonight is posting on your website evidence of an approved action which happened in 2020.
Okay.
You are not tonight making a change to the action that happened in 2020. That is not on the agenda. That is not something which you could approve tonight. All you can approve is posting what you have already approved in 2020. And if you choose not to post it, then it will still happen because you already approved it happening.
Okay, it just that still, I still don't get the point of how a week ago it's okay, a week later it's not. It's
just repeating.
I know, but it's very confusing.
It was a mistake. It was a mistake.
It was a mistake. So
it was a mistake, and you should have been better served by our city attorney's office. But please recognize they're doing the best that they can.
Without a city attorney, yes.
And so I didn't want to say that. It's not my style, but it was a mistake. And the Second Amendment was never noticed. It was never waived. And so that was corrected by putting it in place as it had been done in the past.
Yeah, I know. I wish we would have done this last week, because we could have done the one thing in one hand. We could have done the second. We could have the second in closed session where I could have been more comfortable to discuss this.
Yeah. The last week, Councilmember Becker, I understand your comments. The last week would have been an illegal action. It would have been a breach of contract because the Second Amendment wasn't noticed or waived as required in my agreement. So actually, staff correcting it and doing more research actually is better, because it gets the city back into alignment with the proper agreement terms.
Okay, well,
and the ministerial action that it is.
I appreciate, that I appreciate that, they corrected this, but, being concerned that we would have committed an illegal action, we're saying that. I mean, this is concerning that, we should really cross our T's and dot our I's if we're going to be talking about this, because, I mean, I don't like getting letters that are telling me some bad things. And it's like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. And I just want to do the right thing. So I just don't feel comfortable with this motion on the floor. I still wish it was two separate issues that we can discuss. And I know we're going to beat a dead horse, but I won't beat it anymore. So thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I did want to say that the wording in today's agenda says adopt a resolution approving the updated and amended salary plans, whereas the previous wording did say adopt a resolution to approve the administrative changes based on former council action for the annual filing of salary plans in for various classified and unclassified positions. And I think that the previous wording I liked better, but at the same time, I think I understand them. And unless I'm being misinformed, I understand the reason why recommendation 2 was dropped. And I would, again, like to push for, I guess, the second substitute motion, which is for adoption of the recommendation in front of us. I see no reason why Unit 9 or any of the other units should have to wait for us to approve the increases that they've already been granted. I think that is not something I'd like to hold up at all. And I'd like to, again, suggest that we hold a closed session meeting to address section 3.2, which I believe is what the other city council members would like to do.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on that. I have some comments. I think even by those last statements, first of all, I want to thank Charles Sakai for very professionally repeating the same thing over and over again about what the action to be taken tonight is. I want to apologize to our units for any of the comments that were made by this city council, either last week, mainly last week. I, as the mayor, do not condone those. And I just want to say that I personally appreciate everything that our employees do for the city of Santa Clara. I value what you do. In fact, you are what make our city a wonderful place to be. Our residents love our employees. They connect with our employees. Our employees really, really make Santa Clara. And the comments made last week, I think, are embarrassing and unprofessional. And I just want to say, as mayor, I don't agree with any of them. I think you're absolutely wonderful. I know these have been really tough times, and I understand that we have new council members, and we have some, previous council members. But what I don't understand is when we have contracts in the city that our council members who are charged with managing those contracts, that they don't understand those contracts and what it means when you make a contract and you make arrangements and agree to MOUs and other things. What exactly does that mean? And as council members, if you don't understand that, it's your duty to go and ask questions and figure it out. I just think that everyone here, we're all trying to do our very, very best for the residents of our city. We really are. But here we are again, spend all kinds of time last meeting. We're almost now, I think, going on 2 hours on this item alone. The outside counsel has explained over and over and over what this actually means, but I still don't think our council members understand it, or they don't want to understand it, because it's really disappointing for me that we have to go through all this. It really is. It's disappointing because I think people look to us to provide leadership and to provide good faith for the community and for our employees. And when we don't do that, it really sets a bad tone. It sets a bad place. It sets a toxic environment. When there's name calling and other kinds of things, it just sets a toxic environment for our employees. And what I strive to have in the city is a stable city council, a stable city hall, a stable community. And I don't know how you can have it under these circumstances. I really don't. I just think that, you know, this is a mess. Mr. Sakai has told us what this actually means. This is a disclosure of the salary plans. This is disclosure that we're required to do by law. No matter what anybody on the council says, those COLAs already took place. Whether you vote yes or no or maybe or whatever on this item, he said it at least 4 times, I think, that the COLAs are going to take place no matter what. So, you know, the city manager has clearly stated to us, if we're unhappy, we have to take other actions. That's a fact. But to take this out in public now and start, you know, whittling down and making accusations about loopholes and collusion and all these kinds of things from last week are really unnecessary, and provide an unstable environment for our community. Our community doesn't want this. They want action. They want, you know, representation. They want leadership. They want positivity as well. And to have this, I'm just embarrassed. I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed in front of our employees. I'm embarrassed in front of our community. Really, we need to do the right thing, and we need to do it and disclose it and be out front. And we need to support our system so that we can provide the services that our community needs. I'm not here to listen to all your debates now about what I say. You've all had plenty of time to talk. So now I'd like to go to the vote, please. Assistant City Clerk on the motion.
Mayor Gilmore, can I please address the gaslighting you just made?
No. I'm asking, I'm calling for a vote.
Mayor,
I'm sorry, Councilmember Becker.
Accused me of going after Unit 9. I never did.
Councilmember Becker.
No.
Okay, I'm taking a break. We're taking a break because
you gaslighted.
The gavel says no.
You did not read.
I am taking a 15-minute break. Councilmember Becker, I said no. Councilmember Becker. All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
This is absurd. You gaslighted me.
Councilmember Becker, I didn't mention your name. You know who you are. Councilmember Becker, stop. I'm calling for a vote. You all had plenty of time to talk. I'm sorry.
Mayor Gilmore,
No.
can I, because it's
called
about the motion. It's about the motion.
You already spoke
Councilmember-
5,000 times. You spoke.
Council member Kevin Park, did he change the motion?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
What is the motion? Can I know what's the
Okay,
motion?
let's have Assistant City Clerk say the motion one more time.
So let me explain what's going to take place right now. We have 4 substitute motions on the floor. We need to begin backwards. The last motion was by Councilmember Becker. Was there a second to his substitute motion to continue this item to January 2022?
No.
I did second.
Oh, you did second it?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Okay,
So-
so that's the motion on the floor.
So the motion is going to be whether or not we move to vote on that.
Okay, so it's to continue this till January, the whole, everything.
Well, the motion on the floor is going to be, does the council want to move forward with voting on that motion first?
Oh, and then we
if it
vote on
passes, if
Okay.
it passes, we then vote on that. If it
Okay.
doesn't, we will move then to the 3rd substitute motion.
Okay, so it's just to continue it?
No, it's whether or not the council would like to vote on that motion.
But the motion is to continue, whether or not we want to
Yes.
vote on the motion to
Yes.
continue. And if we do vote in a positive way, then we vote on the motion to continue.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Motion to continue. I mean, whether or not we want to vote on the motion to continue.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
No.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes. I didn't keep track, I'm sorry.
So the motion fails.
Okay, so next motion.
Okay. So the next motion is whether or not we vote, or the council votes on the third substitute motion, which is to adopt the original motion, which Council Member Vice Mayor Shahal put on the floor of a resolution approving Unit 5, 7, and 9. And he said a lot of other things that I don't have in front of me right now.
Do you have that, Vice Mayor Chahal? What your motion was?
So my motion was adopt staff recommendation for Unit 9 and Unit 578 for the requirements of California Code Regulations Section 570.5 effective December 26, 21.
Is that the staff recommendation?
No, that's not.
No.
Because staff recommendation for everything, and I'm saying only for Unit 578 and Unit 9.
Okay.
And then Councilmember Councilmember Park added second part of that. I think
motion?
Councilmember Park can explain that better.
No. It has to be your motion. What is your
No,
motion?
she's not talking about my motion.
Yes, she is.
Yes, the third substitute motion, Councilmember Vice Mayor Shahal, was yours going back to your original motion, which was approving Units 5, 7, 8, and Unit 9.
And
I
because
seconded it. I remember.
Yes,
I
you did.
seconded
Yes, you
Okay.
did.
so basically the first motion came back again. Okay, I'll stand by that. Yeah,
So it's to approve 5, 7, 8, and 9.
Unit 9, right.
Can I, what does that mean? Can I ask Mr. Sakai? What does that mean?
My understanding of what you've just proposed is you would only post the salary plans for Unit 5, 7, 8, Unit 9, and no other employee affected by the change. So the COLAs would all go into effect, but you would not post publicly a salary plan for instance, the city manager. That's my understanding.
Oh, okay.
And okay, because that was a separate part of it, right?
Is that consistent with what you thought your motion was?
That's my motion, at least for
Okay.
this.
All right, okay. Assistant City Clerk, we're gonna vote whether to not to vote on that motion.
Correct. Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
No.
Councilmember Park,
No.
Councilmember Jane,
No.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No.
So that motion fails. So now we move to the second substitute motion, which was by Councilmember Park, seconded by Councilmember Jane, for staff recommendation and to schedule a closed session to address paragraph 3.2 of the city manager's agreement. So the motion on the floor will be whether or not to vote on that.
Okay, so there's a motion to whether or not we're gonna vote on Councilmember Park's motion. Okay. All right, is that clear?
Mayor, you all broke up. Can you repeat that part again? 'Cause I
Well,
didn't hear
what
it.
the motion that Assistant City Clerk just stated, which was Councilmember Park's motion.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
No.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
No.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
And that
Okay.
passes 5-2.
So now we actually vote on that motion.
That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Just a second. Sorry.
We don't have to have someone, okay, we're actually, okay. We're voting on the motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thank you to our city staff and our council. Mr. Sakai. Wait, is that it for that item? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break to 7:30. Thank you so much. number 4, I just want to make sure we get all the items that we need to get tonight, and this is one of them. So item number 4, which is action on amendment number 1 for the agreement with Acela Inc. for land management software and related budget amendment. And this was continued from December 7th. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor, this item was continued from last week regarding the opportunity to go and check with the vendor for improved pricing for the incremental additions. I did send an email to the City Council last Thursday, I believe, about the status of those conversations. But we do have Andrew here who can provide more information, but very much in short, I know time is of the essence, and this was one of the urgent items. The vendor is not amenable to changing the pricing, and we did supply some information to council about the low cost that we already are receiving. So Andrew, I know you were trying to get 2 more examples of the low cost, but you may want to add verbal comment.
Okay, I do have a brief presentation. Should I go through that then?
If you can go through it really quickly, Andrew,
right.
we see that you got us the best price. So yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Yes. All right, yes, as mentioned, this is a purchase agreement, amendment of our agreement with Acela. We're really looking to add some additional licenses to our contract so that we can have more users in the system. And next slide, please. So just briefly, it's a permit tracking system that we use for internal coordination. There are 8 city departments are involved in it. And it does help us provide better customer service as well as better public access to information. And it's been really a 3 to 4 year process to negotiate the contract and implement it. It's highly customized to our city, and we've just recently gone live with the building and planning divisions. Police were earlier, some public works functions were earlier as we've kind of rolled it out, and there's growing interest in using it for other parts of the city, and that's part of why we're asking for more licenses. Next slide, please. So at the last council meeting, the City Council asked us a couple of questions. One was, is there a site license option available rather than buying a license for each named user in the system, as we're requesting to do? And how do our prices compare with other Acela customers? Next slide, please. So we did contact our Acela account representative and asked for a confirmation around our understanding that Acela does not offer a site license option, and they confirm that that's not something in their business model. So that's not a possibility for us. And this is a quote from the email from the account representative to that effect. And she also notes in that we have negotiated with her successfully to keep our historic price that we had negotiated back a couple of years ago for these additional licenses, so that we would basically be adding new licenses at the price we negotiated in the past. They do have increased their prices since then. Next slide, please. So just a few comparisons here. If you do look at you just go to the Acela pricing information, they note it's $3,000 per seat. Because we were already a customer and we were looking at expansion, they initially quoted us $2,500. We did spend time negotiating with them, pushing back, trying to get the best price we could for the city. And they agreed to the $2,012.41 per seat for 2022. These prices do adjust with time. And just for some comparisons, Fort Lauderdale is a larger user in a less expensive part of the country, and they're paying more per seat. Locally, Menlo Park is paying more, and Cupertino is also paying more. So I wasn't able to get additional information for tonight on other cities, but those were the ones that I was able to get for tonight. So with that, next slide, please. We're making our recommendation that council authorize us to enter into that agreement that would allow us to purchase up to 100 additional site licenses. And we would not be purchasing licenses we don't need. We would only purchase them as the need arises. So staff is available for any questions you have.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. I don't know if it's questions or comments. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I would just like to make a motion. I think Andrew did a great job of getting us the information. All of my questions are satisfied, and I would like to make these recommendations.
Great. Motion
I'd like to
for
second that.
recognition, second by Councilmember Hardy. All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just support the recommendation as well. And thank you, Andrew, for going to all that trouble to get that information. I think it's basically what was presented last week is once again an example of the great work that our staff does, and really why we should not be questioning our staff. We should not be micromanaging our staff. So thank you for going to that trouble and bringing it forward tonight. And I will support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Andrew, for the details, and I appreciate you going back and trying to find out the best pricing if possible. I appreciate that. And down the line, I would like to find out what other bigger, because we only compared 3 or 4 cities, what other cities, if possible, are doing in such a site license? What are their expenses, even if there is a different vendor, how much they are spending? But I will support the motion right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? All right, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. I'll be supporting the motion. I know Andrew and our community development department, we ask you to bring in technology into the department to try to make things work more smoothly and to try to move things along. And this is an example of us supporting that effort. So thank you for going through all the trouble to bring back all of this information. I'm sure you had other things to do, but as usual, you did bring us the best priced and the best contract, and I fully support it. So thank you again, Director Crabtree. So Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. So I'm going to go to the consent calendar. We're going to get our items that we need done first. All items are approved with one motion unless somebody pulls an item for discussion. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I think staff had a clarification on 7B that they were going to read. And then I would like to pull items 7H and 7J.
7H and J.
Yes.
Okay. H is something that has to go back. I mean, that has to go tonight. So when we come back, we'll come back to that one first. And then J. Okay. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion for the remaining balance.
Okay. We have a motion for the balance of the consent calendar.
Mayor Gilmore, I am making the clarification to item 7B for the minutes of September 8th.
Okay, go ahead. September 8th.
Yes,
right.
The September 8th minutes, which was the joint meeting. Councilmember Jane's recusal was incorrectly noted in the minutes. The recusal will reflect that it was not due to his property that was close to the downtown, but rather that his wife's former employment at Santa Clara University. So this will be corrected to reflect that in the final minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Noting that correction, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker and seconded by who?
Me, Jane.
Oh, Councilmember Jane. Okay. Motion and second. All right. Any member of the public would like to pull an item from the consent calendar or make a comment on any item? Do we have any written comments, Assistant City Clerk, on the consent calendar?
I do not see any comments on the.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for the balance of the consent calendar, and that's everything except 7H and 7J.
With the correction to 7B.
With 7B correction, yes.
Okay. Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Vice Chair Chahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker,
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you. That passes unanimously. So what I'm going to do now is go to public presentations, then come back to 7H, then go to 9, and then start the agenda from the beginning. All right. So then after 9, we've completed all the things that we have to do for this evening. All right. Because we got to make sure that those get done. So let's go to public presentations. Any member of the public have a public presentation on an item that's not on the agenda? Assistant City Clerk, do you have any public presentations?
I do. I have one.
Okay.
This is a public comment email submitted by Lee Broman. It reads as follows. Dear Mayor and City Council, I continue to see glaring examples of lack of governance experience. Members seem to think the city staff is their own personal staff. And even though the council agreed with priorities in January, several council members continue to flood the council meeting with their own personal agendas weekly, with little regard to staff time and cost to the city. I have also noted that council members' participation in city events is poor, except for the mayor and city council member Watanabe. Maybe the new members think that all their visits to the 49ers are considered community events, but if they are, where is my invitation or the public's invitation? The 5 members of the city council should not be meeting and making decisions without public input. The city council should represent the city's interests, especially when it comes to increasing monies for services, but I have noted that the council majority has stopped the city manager from seeking revenue increases if it has anything to do with the 49ers. They are a large business and they made many promises to the city during the Measure J campaign. They have broken nearly every promise, including their agreement to protect the residents around the stadium with the noise curfew. Why do 5 members of the council trust them? This all feels unethical at the least and criminal at the most. End of comment. And that's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, Sue, can maybe Sue jump in, or the city manager, on this part where I was requesting to speak or acknowledge a issue or correct an issue?
Sure. I can help. Councilmember Becker requested that we advise him on making a public clarification comment on matters that have been recently reflected in the Santa Clara News and Robert Haw. He is going to make a presentation under public presentation at his option. We provided 2 options to him. And as making a presentation under public presentations, he is making a presentation as a member of the public, which are his own. And that has been confirmed by Sue to Councilmember Becker. Did we miss anything, Councilmember Becker?
That's it.
Okay, thank you.
So instead of waiting to council member committee reports, you want to do it here under public presentations? Is that it, Councilmember Becker?
You know what?
Because otherwise you're going to be subject to the 3 minutes, just like
3 minutes, and then you know what? Considering what city manager just said, you know, I probably don't think it's the proper time to speak about it at this time. So I'll wait till later. So
commit council member comments. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other members of the public. So let's go back now to item 7H under the consent calendar. And that is action, and Councilmember Jane, you pulled this, action on a resolution delegating authority to the city manager to execute natural gas purchase contracts and related documents for delivery through 2034. Councilmember Jane, you pulled that?
Yes, I did. This item gives the city manager the authority to contract for 40,000 million BTUs per day of natural gas to 2034. And we know with SB 100 and with our recently adopted council goals of 80% carbon reductions by 2035 that we should be moving off of natural gas. And I understand that having long-term contracts gives us the best price, but those long-term contracts also obligate us to purchasing a certain amount of natural gas to get those good prices. And the longer the contract, the better prices. But it doesn't make sense to me that we have a fixed amount all the way to 34. So I'd like to understand how much we're currently using. And I had already asked this question of staff for each of our facilities. That would be Don Racefeld, Genera, the cogeneration, and LEC. And then, I would kind of like us to sort of commit to have a declining amount of natural gas use to meet our obligations under SB 100.
So do we have the city manager or the director of electric utility, Manuel? Does someone want to address this?
Yes, Manuel is available to respond.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor.
Pineda.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Manuel Pineda, Chief Electric Utility Officer. Pleasure to be here tonight. Yeah, happy to answer those questions. I do want to note in advance that the 40,000 is not an agreement that we're entering into. It's the ability for the city manager to enter into future agreements. And just to give you a perspective, right now we have 3 agreements for purchases. One is for 5,000, the other one's for 10,000, and the other one's for 5,000. So the 40,000 is not a requirement. It's not an agreement we're entering into. It's just giving us flexibility. With regards to the facilities, so DVR, and this is, I believe, for October, right? We have, we can't give you exactly what's happening today, but the average at DVR was about 23,000. The average at LEC was about 17,750. That's just for our portion of LEC. And the average at Cogen was about 2,100 for a total of about 36,500. So typically we end up between 30 and 40,000, but we don't hedge on all 30 or 40,000. Maybe typically, as you can tell right now, we're hedged for about 20,000, for about half of that. And then the rest, we either purchase on the spot market or look for additional purchases in the future. I do want to note that obviously SVP has done a great job at meeting the requirements of the state. And of course, any policy decisions the council makes will meet those requirements as well. And the staff does a magnificent job as doing that. So that's already a given for any of the work that we do. And it was pretty interesting. Today, actually, I had my monthly resources JPA meeting, which obviously I called it the monthly. So we have it every month. And one of the things that we go through is gas prices and kind of where we're at. And I have a slide, if it comes up, I can show it. But interestingly enough, we always compare to see how our hedging's doing with regards to how the spot pricing is going and what the actual prices are. And for 2022, based on what we're seeing, we're saving about $25 million by the contracts that we entered into. So really it's about giving us flexibility. Staff is fully committed and always have, and usually ahead of the curve on meeting the requirements. We'll continue to do so. And we do modeling as it relates to what gas we're gonna need. And our modeling does show a declining need, but we would like to have the ability to go to the 40,000 just because that's kind of where we've been at for the last couple of years, but we won't buy what we don't need. And if we buy something we don't need, we actually just sell it back on the market as well. So if there's renewable energy out there and we have extra gas, we'll sell it back, use the renewable energy. So that flexibility helps keep the prices low. And I was pretty happy today, we track it every month saying that for 2022, based on current prices and prices we paid, we saved around $26 million or so far based on the current market. So I don't know if that answer, there's a little additional info as well, just to clarify some points. That answers the question about how much each one uses. Of course, the commitment to meeting the requirements, that's always there. It's a priority for us. We have a whole team that does that. And ultimately, staff does all the modeling, and our modeling is showing declining purchases in the future as well. But last note, I do want to note that just as a reminder, I told council this before, DVR bonds run to 2032 and LEC bonds run to 2040. So that's something we have to be aware of as well. That's all the information I have. And of course, any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind being available for questions now, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Pineda, for the update. Only question I have is, do we have any minimum, let's say in a month or particular time of the period where our pricing of hedging is not good to the current pricing? Do we have any minimum, like say 5,000 or 2,000? Are there any minimums, or because we are only asking up to 40,000?
Yeah, there is no minimum. So if
So we may not buy anything for a particular day.
If the the market's been a little difficult lately. We are seeing some opportunities again. There is no minimum what we need to buy. For example, the ones that we have right now, two are 5,000, one is 10,000. But it's really depending on the pricing we see and how we're visioning the future pricing to be. So we have flexibility, as well as the number of years is flexible, but of course it varies on what's available at that time. So the 40,000 is just based on the plants that we have to serve, but we only buy what we need and there's no minimum, and it's all based on price it and market rates at that time.
Okay, so it's basically a win-win situation. If the pricing what we are getting is in the market, we are getting lower, we can always buy that, but otherwise we have a contract, a long-term contract.
That's what we try to do. Obviously, with any time you hedge, there's a risk, right? Because you're buying at a future price, and if that price goes down from what you bought it, then it's not as good. We track it every month. When we meet during a regular meeting to see how our numbers are doing. They're looking pretty good right now, but there's always a risk. But staff is always being very successful. We're conservative, and we try to kind of pick those points where we think we know what we need, so we're not overbuying, we're not underbuying, just to do that and try to figure out where the markets are going to be. But I do want to acknowledge, when you hedge, there's always a risk associated with it.
But I don't get it. But there should not be, as far as if we don't have a minimum, we should not be under risk. Like, because we're trying to buy 40,000 per month, per day. But if the price goes down and we don't have a minimum, we don't have to buy from them. We can buy from the market, right?
Let me clarify that. So the 40,000, we're not entering into an agreement for 40,000 right now. This is an authority for the city manager to be able to enter into agreements. And that doesn't have to be for 40,000. It can be for 1,000, 10,000, 15,000, 5,000. So right now there's no commitment to anything. It's just authority. And the reason we ask for the authority, because usually we have to respond within 24 hours when there's a price. Once we enter into an agreement, say we're gonna buy this 5,000 for the next 3 years, at this price, then for that 5,000, we are committing for it. Now, I do have to know, like I say, we're tracking, and on a monthly basis, we as part of the regular meeting, we go over a lot of items on this meeting, but that's one of the things we do. We do see how our hedging is lining up with the actual purchase price at that point. And for 2022, it's looking pretty good. We're like over 20 million in the positive based on the prices we're seeing today. There's always a risk. We try to be conservative, and we only buy the gas that we need. And if we ever have extra gas and the market's right, we'll sell that back into the market.
Okay. And what is our average time for hedging? Like 1 year, 2 years, 6 months? Basically?
I don't have an average. I can tell you that the current ones that we have, and I'm looking at the numbers right now, one ran from 2021 to 2025, the other one from 22 to 25, and the other one from 22 to 26. So you can tell that it could be longer, it could be shorter, but there's not like an average length. It really depends the pricing that we're getting and how it meets our need. And based on, we do modeling to see what our gas is going to be. And as Councilmember Jane said, based on our modeling, it does show that the future needs will go down. But I prefer to always have flexibility. So of course we can give our residents and businesses the best prices that we can.
Okay, thank you for explaining that. Once we get into the contract, then we are bound to buy that contract.
Yeah, this is just the authority, and it's not up to 40,000. It could be zero. We could decide not to do anything over the next few years.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I just wanted to appreciate that we're saving $25 million through these contracts. I think that long-term contracts do give us advantage, and I'm pleased to see that we have a strong commitment to meeting our obligations. So I would like to move adoption of this resolution.
Okay, that's a motion for staff recommendation, and we have a second. Any other discussion on this? I'm going to go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Okay, seeing none, we'll come back. If there's no other council comments, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Director Pineda, for your explanation on this. All right, so I'm moving along to our items we have to get completed. We're going to go now to item number 9. And that is action on fiscal year 2021 budget year-end report and approve the related budget amendments. I'm not sure who's taking this.
Mayor,
Yes.
yes, we have a presentation, and in your report, we do have some action regarding the year-end fund balance and recommendations that do depart from previous council direction. And so we'll want to spend a little bit of time going through that part of our presentation.
Okay.
As we go through. So Ken, if you could pull up the presentation, and I'll hand it off to him and chime in after.
Thank you, City Manager. Director Lee, welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council, Ken Lee, Director of Finance. Appreciate the opportunity to present tonight's item, which is a technical closeout of the budget from fiscal year 2021. And just for everyone's information, that's the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021. By way of agenda, I have a short presentation to provide an overview of the results and some of the recommended adjustments that are included in the report. And as we look ahead to our forecast and our budget development, just filling us in on where we're at for that journey. With regards to the financial performance for fiscal year 2021, it continued to be impacted by COVID-19. And this was the first full year of that impact. The prior year had a partial impact. Revenues were significantly impacted, with the largest drop in transient occupancy tax, down 87%. Expenditures were also down with regards to activities and programs offered, as well as our cost controls that have been put in place administratively. The budget adjusted to account for impacts as part of a March 2021 rebalancing. At that time, I had said that revenues were going to be down about $23 million or so, and we did solve about 17 million of that. So in this report, as we had projected in March, we did end up ending the year short in our revenues. Funds on an overall basis beyond the general fund generally ended within our expectations here. In this report, I do want to point out several items. I know there's several long attachments, and there's a very detailed summary of how the general fund performed, both on the revenue and expense side, as well as other fund performance. This report reconciles the budget actions and resulted in a modest fund balance at the end of the year, which I'll get into in a couple of slides, and some recommendations on those allocations. It does include in attachment 1 an itemization of budget appropriations that did exceed their budget for the most part due to technical performance and tracking. Itemization of 21-22 budget amendments are included in this report, attachment 2. It includes hundreds of line items around capital project carryovers, donations, grants, and fund balances, just to true up all these items as they ended last year into this year. And then with the advice of our internal city auditor and guidance, we are recommending the establishment of a American Rescue Plan Act Fund. This is federal stimulus dollars. This is an accounting recommendation here. The council did approve the use and the allocation of those dollars in the general fund. And so we're just separating that out from a reporting basis based on auditor recommendations. In the general fund, we ended the year. Now, these are gross numbers, and I'll talk about some of the adjustments to get to the true net number. Our revenues ended the year above budget by $0.4 million. Expenses were below the budget by $11.3 million. A lot of those revenues and expenses related to specific fee areas, such as the building development program and planning fee area, we segregate out and we allocate into separate reserves. And so those adjustments are required based on the legal use of those funds, and those total $5 million. Then separately, as we close out and we true up the capital projects within the different funds. We are including transactions that would return fund balance back to the capital project reserve, and in order to meet the council policy reserve for capital projects at $5 million. I do want to note that's a very modest amount as we enter into the 2-year capital budget development that will be presented to the council early next year. And then additional fund balance in the general fund. This is net of the required adjustments of $3.3 million. And I'll talk about how staff's recommendation and how that's allocated. And then typically at this part of the time, if there are surplus funds for other reserves, such as the pension trust or budget stabilization reserve, we would allocate those dollars. But given how tight the performance in the general fund occurred, that is not included in today's report. On the revenue side in the general fund, I talked about our gross level performance, 0.4 million above our estimate, within 0.2% of our budget. After factoring out revenues dedicated by legal restrictions for development programs, and then there's interest earnings from our pension trust fund. After you segregate out those, revenues were actually below budget by $5.6 million, or roughly the same number that we had projected when we rebalanced the budget in March. A lower revenue performance consisted in several areas, largely due to COVID-19. So I talked about the transient occupancy tax, other fees for services that included stadium activities, recreational activities, as a lot of those classes were postponed, and rents. And then higher revenue performance, and I'll get into some of the specific numbers on the next slide. We did achieve higher revenue performance in the areas of property tax, sales tax, some of our permits as it related to development and interest. So I want to spend a moment on this slide. I wanted to show at least a couple fiscal years of actual activities. These are our largest general fund revenues by category. And I wanted to show 18-19 here in the first column, because that was the last year pre-COVID of fiscal activity. We did have some COVID impacts in fiscal year 19-20, and then the full effect of COVID in 2021. And as you can see here, property tax continued to perform well at a 5% growth year over year. Sales tax, 1.6% growth from the prior year, however, still remained below the full year pre-COVID of activity. Strong performance from contributions from our electric utility, reflecting higher usage. And then the significant drop in both the transient occupancy tax year. We ended the year at 2.9 million compared to a peak pre-COVID of $22.5 million. And then other fees for services here, $35 million or so, roughly down 15% year over year. And so when you look at those revenue categories that were impacted by COVID comparing to pre-COVID levels, it's over $32 million of revenue that's lost in just those categories alone. So it's a significant impact to our budget. On the expense side, because we did take measures to control our costs, we ended the year below the budget by $11.3 million on a gross level. Of that amount, salary and benefit savings due to vacancies and holding positions generated about $4.4 million. That was very significant to offset the revenue shortfall and end the year with a modest fund balance at the end of the year. In material services and supplies, about $7 million in savings, a lot of it related to lower stadium activities as well as activities in our fee supported areas. So the item before you does include a handful of attachments to report out on the data. As I mentioned earlier, appropriations in several funds that exceeded the appropriation control limit is included in the budget attachment for attachment 1. And then fiscal year 21-22 budget adjustments, which includes hundreds of technical transactions around fund balances or projects and truing up revenues and appropriations. It also includes general fund adjustments for a fund balance and our reserves, as we're required to do so by restricted uses. And then it includes the recommendation of $3.3 million in excess fund balance. From the non-general fund area, so looking into the CIP grants, donations, and other funds, we do true up every appropriation in those funds, every project, every grant, every donation, and carry those dollars forward. So those are included in the adjustments before you. Taking a look at just the fund balance, I mentioned some of the gross numbers, and we ended the year roughly $8.8 million in gross fund balance, of which a good portion of that's restricted. And so part of that is $5.5 million of required adjustments, mainly going to our fee programs, and then the $3.3 million of recommended adjustments using that fund balance. So as far as required adjustments, our building services programs are the revenues that exceed the budget and the expenditure savings, and we've allocated that to a new building development services fund. So 4.3 million of that fund balance would be transferred there. From a planning fee perspective, and that reserve, about $0.7 million are allocated back to those activities. And then as we trued up our budget stabilization reserve based on some of the final actions from last year, $0.5 million of adjustments, just technically to adjust that reserve to how we ended the year. And then with regards to the $3.3 million of fund balance that is available, our recommendations before you include an adjustment for ADA improvements as part of a settlement agreement that is required by the city to perform within a relatively short time. So based on the latest engineer's estimate, allocation of $1.9 million to that project to make that whole based on the latest estimates. I talked earlier about the council policy for the capital projects reserve of $5 million as we enter into a 2-year capital budget development process. This is a very small amount with regards to our needs. And so the recommendation here is to fund that reserve up to that policy amount, and then subsequent budgets will consider the allocation of that. The third line item on here, COVID-19 workplace safety and community response. This is a separate fund, a separate allocation where we're tracking all the costs related to the pandemic and attempting to get reimbursements back from FEMA, but it will take years and years and years and a lot of documentation in order to achieve any kind of reimbursement. But in the meantime, we do need to continue to fund those activities. And so this is a modest amount, 0.5 million, compared to about $3.3 million worth of those activities that we spent last year. And then the remainder here of $400,000, we are recommending to allocate to a set aside to fund council approved initiatives. There were several initiatives that have been on the priority setting list, as well as discussed and directed at various city council meetings. And so some of those items are here listed on this slide. The need, however, for those items are in excess of the allocation, the $400,000 allocation. So staff's recommendation here is if there's any direction from the city council to fund some of these at this time, that's an option and included in the recommendation. However, the context of the broader policy setting in February, as well as the budget, it's recommended that some of those discussion items, if the council so to choose, the full context that those decisions could be considered as part of that priority setting session. I do want to talk about our reserves on this slide, just how we ended the year for some of the select reserves. Now, this is just the year-ending balance, so the budget stabilization reserve, the capital projects reserve, land sale reserve. I do want to note that for the budget stabilization reserve and land sale reserve, as part of the 2-year budget adopted for July 1, the council did allocate a portion of those dollars to balance that 2-year budget. And so As far as the budget stabilization reserve with those allocations and with that assumption in the budget, we're sitting at roughly 13% of our expenses compared to our reduced policy level of 15%. So the recommendations before you is to note and file the budgetary year-end report, approve the fiscal year 2021 budget amendments and fiscal year 21-22 budget amendments, and direction, if any, by the City Council regarding initiatives to be funded by the $400,000 allocation included in this report. And I do want to mention, as far as next steps, this is the closeout of last year. We are underway with updating our 10-year forecast. I do want to caution that, in our last forecast or last iteration, we were facing $17.6 million ongoing deficit with variants like Delta and the Omicron variants. Those are risks to the forecast. They're not contemplated in the development a year ago. So we'll be looking again at how we're performing, revising that for the priority setting session. And then we are also working with departments, actually the last 2 weeks of meetings with departments in an effort to produce a 2-year capital budget that would be scheduled to be released in late April or early May for council deliberations later this fiscal year. And so with that, I'll pause here, and city staff as well as myself are available for questions that you may have.
Mayor?
Oh my God, I was muted. I'm sorry. Thank you, Director Lee, for your report. I'll repeat. I'm going to start with the city manager. She has her hand up, and then we'll council questions.
I opened with a comment, and Ken, if you could just go to the slide, want to just be very clear for the council's understanding that the previous slide is that in the report, you will see a listing of all the different council initiatives that have been before this council and where there's direction for us to find funding. It does exceed the amount available of 400,000 based on what we've pulled out for commitments. And so we just we know that you had directed us at the last meeting to come back with roughly about $315,000 for the Vision Zero plan, an item that has been on the capital budget list before. We note in the memo that it's about 80% of what you have available. And so I just want to highlight that for you, in that if you want to maintain that direction, then that's fine. If you want to look at the 400,000 as an opportunity to revisit on February 8th, when we come back with more fiscal updating or during the budget process, then you have a bigger picture to understand the competing priorities within our budget. So I wanted to be abundantly clear about that as part of this action.
Thank you for that clarification, and that puts it in perspective. Okay, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, thank you, Director Lee. I just wanted to advocate. I believe that of all of these initiatives, most of them I think could wait until our priority setting meeting, but I would like to, I believe it was $75,000 for the homeless task force, and I would like to get that started as soon as possible.
Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have some comments. Director Lee, thank you for the presentation. And I'm so impressed that when you mentioned the variance as for the actuals and projected was only 0.1%, that shows that I know within the different department, it varied a little bit, but ultimately it was just 0.1%. That shows a really great work done as a financial expert done by the city team. That really means a lot to me, and your technicalities on that. I know this was a tough year and we got over it, and fortunately within what we were thinking about, so that was good. I'm worried about the 600 million unfunded pension liability we have. I know I always say that, so whatever we can do, I know we don't have much funding on that, but we have increased that funding also. in our budget, but that's I'm worried about the amount of unfunded liability we have. And some of the resources, like going forward, like I know we revenue sources, and I will come back again, but one of the revenue sources we can bet on is the employee corporation tax, basically, that and hopefully we can put it on the next year ballot and we win that. And other thing was, which was pretty disturbing, but no fault of yours, but it's the because of the pandemic, the TOT was really, really down. So hopefully we get some good numbers and we can improve our budget. One other thing that I noticed was for SVP, the total revenues of 485.6 million were up by 20 million. That was a great. And not only that, our expenditures, they reduced, and we were million by 35 million almost. And as Director Pineda was mentioning earlier, they had a savings of around 28 million. I think those are the resource production savings of 28 million. So I think they have done a wonderful job, and that adds to our revenue from SVP. So those were my comments, and I'll be more than happy to make a motion to approve the staff recommendations. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report, Ken. This was a nice way to end the year. It's nice to know that there's money in the bank, and just to see that, you know, with everything that we've gone through as a city over the last 2 years, that you know, by tightening belts and watching the pennies, that there were revenues above the budget that was planned, and that expenditures were below the budget. So really kudos to everybody in the city that helped make that happen. I am glad to know that there is you know, money that could be allocated for council initiatives. And I have to say, I agree that I think it would be best to carry that over to the priority setting session. 2 questions, or maybe it's one combined. City Manager, have we gotten any updates regarding the infrastructure bill or the Build Back Better, you know, that could potentially be used towards some of these initiatives?
Well, let's get all the questions now.
Okay.
And we'll,
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
staff to answer them.
And that's all I have, and I would be happy to second that motion that of staff recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. So you have a motion and a second for staff recommendation. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I guess the only question I have is concerning Councilmember Jane's thoughts about the 75,000 for the homeless. Would holding that till February be okay? Because there's not a lot we can do, or would it make any difference if that was allocated now? That would be my question to staff. Thank you.
Okay, good question. Thank you. Any other council questions? Okay, go ahead. City Manager, Director Lee.
Sure. I'll start. In terms of there's 2 legislative actions that are promising for the city with respect to funds available. The first is obviously the infrastructure bill, and we're working with our lobbyists to sort through to see what Santa Clara County or Santa Clara City may be eligible for. So we are monitoring that, and we should have a report back very soon. The second is over the weekend, you may have read that the state is likely to end its budget year with about a $30 billion surplus. I've heard anywhere between 30 to 37. If you ask Casey, he'll say 31. And so clearly there is an opportunity for additional investment back into local governments as well as for other services. We're watching those 2 items to see where we can leverage. And as soon as we have information, we'll get that information back. In terms of the homeless short-term action. We actually rushed. I sent an email to the council. We rushed to get our bid out, our proposal out, and we are in process of going through the procurement process so that we wanted to get to council very soon for award of a contract with those 75,000 to start to push out short-term services that the council had expressed. So if that's an item that you do want to continue to advance, what will happen, Councilmember Hardy, is we will be able to provide services during these harsh, cold winter months and not wait if we don't wait till February.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All right, let's go to our public members now to see if there's any member of the public that would like to speak on this item. I like to give a little time. I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, do you see any members of the public?
I do not, Mayor.
Do you
And I have
any?
no written comment?
No written comments. Thank you very much. Okay, last chance. Okay, Councilmember Hardy.
With what was just told us, I'm wondering if I can make a friendly amendment to the motion on the table that we could allocate the 75,000 for short-term situation for our homeless population.
Okay, that sounds like a good amendment. Maker of the motion, who made the motion?
And Councilmember Hardy, I just raised my hand to proactively do that.
Who made, excuse me,
yes,
Vice Mayor, who
yes,
who made the motion? Can someone remind me?
I made
you made the motion. Oh, are you accept that amendment?
Yes, I accept.
Okay, and who was the second? Councilmember Watanabe, do you accept that amendment? Okay, yes. Very good. So we have a motion and a second, a friendly, well, that's a friendly amendment to the motion. Okay, which has been accepted. So we have a motion and second for staff recommendation, but to advance the homelessness project for $75,000. And that also has a second. I just want to say, yes, I'll be supporting the motion. I think that's wonderful. And thank you, Director Lee, City Manager, for that report. I found it a little interesting that, of course, property values are up, so property taxes are up, but I'm happy to see start to increase in sales tax. That, you know, hopefully we'll be recovering soon, because our big issues are sales tax and TOT. I don't see that recovering yet, but hopefully in 2022 that will recover. But I'm hoping that at least we're on the road to recovery. And thank you, City Manager and Director Lee, for all the work you put into this for the end of the year for the report. Although it's not exactly what we'd like to see, at least we're going in the right direction, and you really are providing us the savings for that. So thank you very much. Vice Mayor, I'm calling for the vote. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Just a quick question. If Director Lee, if you have a number like how much of our sales tax we got in 2021 from the internet sales, that down the line, that would be helpful, because I think that share might have increased, and that's the reason we are able to get more sales tax revenue.
Yeah,
and you have that information, you can get.
We can include that in a future report. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
So Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Yes, may I just confirm the motion on the floor? It's staff recommendation, and in addition, allocate 75,000 for short term of the homelessness project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that. Okay, now we have concluded everything that we need to get done this evening. So we are now going to go back to the beginning of the agenda. And we are going to start with item, I think it's 5A. Information and update on the ad hoc committee on the apology letter relating to the city's California Voting Rights Act litigation, deferred from November 9th, 16th, and December 7th. I don't know who's taking this. City Manager?
Sure, I can introduce the topic and the purpose of the request, and we have Councilmember Becker and Park here if there's any additional comments. The ad hoc committee had its first meeting. It has been a while since we had our first meeting, but during that conversation, there was interest in potentially expanding the scope of the ad hoc committee to improving a history log that had been referenced by the council before. There was an expression of getting that more complete for the public so that the information reflects that of the council members. Also, additionally, there was, for the purpose of developing the letter and completing it, there was interest in conducting community engagement so that comments could be received with respect to the letter and the action that the council took and integrated into the letter in whatever manner that Councilmember Becker and Park saw fit based on the input. And so with that, it does expand the scope from the council's direction. And so at that meeting, I did reflect that we should come back to council because obviously it would require much more resources, and just wanted to make sure that the council was on board with that assignment of resources.
Okay, Councilmember Becker or Park, you were assigned to this committee, so the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I agree that I think we should expand this. There's a lot more to cover. I know that there's some concerns I also had. You know, there's a lot of confidentiality still on a lot of the case, and I've been kind of curious about how we could get that waived somehow, because I think this is important that the public gets to see. I think the public's right to know outweighs, you know, everything else. So I really kind of want the public to be able to do this, and I really want the public to be more involved in that process. And I think those are basically a lot of my comments. I know it's been a while since it happened. I mean, it's been at least over 2 months. So trying to refresh my memory as much as I can, but I don't know if Councilman Park would like to add anything else in there too.
Councilmember Park?
Yes, I'm going to turn off video because I got to look at my notes on the device that I'm using. But we had a couple of issues. The first issue is the first meeting that we had wasn't really well noticed. I mean, I think that very few people showed up because the noticing wasn't on par with the noticing of other committees and other commissions. We also brought up the fact that the discussion on history of the lawsuit and the repercussions of our decision as a city were very important to this action item, and we wanted to make sure that that was laid straight prior to having discussions and open discussions with the public. Councilmember Becker wanted to post his original letter online, have a history of the CVRA lawsuit, and a link to the San Jose apology letter before we solicited input from the public and scheduled the next meeting with full support as stated in the meeting agenda, which was on Zoom, online, proper noticing, and during a time, during a time at which the public could attend, not in the middle of the afternoon on a work day. And I think we needed full support from the council for the history issue. I think that the former city attorney had come up with a timeline, but we wanted to update that timeline. There were some issues that council members had with that timeline. So we'd like to amend that, post that, have social media notices, send out Councilmember Becker's original letter, just as a straw man, and solicit a workshop community input, including DEI task force input, but not limited to DEI task force input, and have a start time of 7 p.m. I believe those were the decisions we came up with at the meeting.
I was reminded by Nadine that that does include additional communication support, and as well as the televising, or I guess that's, for lack of a better term, televising the meetings as we do council meetings.
Yeah, and the reason that came up was in the agenda, it actually stated that it would be televised, it was going to be online. It stated a whole bunch of things that we actually weren't prepared for and we didn't do. And I think that that was one of the issues. Because I specifically told people that, oh yes, you don't have to, you can, anyway.
Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So a lot of what Councilmember Park was just saying, I 100% agree with. I really am 100% behind the social media notices. That needs to be out there. I think more accessibility. I think it was, I hope I'm right. Bob O'Keefe brought it up and said it does need 100% more accessibility. This should be advertised more and the people should have more input. So I kind of want to go in that direction to be more transparent, especially in this process and drafting a letter for an apology, because we're trying to really go after modeling after what San Jose did, even though we were in this discussion about an apology letter before San Jose, I think, even came out with their apology letter to the Chinese community. At the same time, I do agree with Councilmember Park. We need to have more detailed description of the history of the lawsuit. Notices, as I said, need to go out more. And original letter, sure, put that up there. I'm fine with that. Or even the edited letter, more preferably the original, to be more transparent of how this started. And then the last thing is confidentiality, is where I kind of trying to seek a little more guidance. This still has a lot of, I guess, red tape over it. And I'm wondering how we can change that to be a little more transparent, to provide that to residents. So it's more of I think the people's right to know. So I see Sue's hand went up, and I'd really appreciate that response. Thank you.
I'm going to go to our Assistant City Attorney, Sue.
I can take the question regarding waiving confidentiality.
Yes.
I believe that there's some information that has recently been sent to council members on this point. This isn't just generally speaking, under the Brown Act, information that is received by council members in closed session is confidential. However, that confidentiality can be waived technically by a vote in open session of the majority of the council. There are, of course, going to be consequences to waiving confidentiality in a litigation matter. That is not something that you're agendized to vote on today, right? And of course, there would have to be a significant discussion of that before you would take a vote on something like that. But technically, under the Brown Act, that's the process. It would be an open session vote by a majority of the council to waive confidentiality. But like I said, there's a lot of sort of consequences and repercussions that we would have to work through before I think council could make any kind of educated decision on something as weighty as that kind of a decision.
Okay, so Sue, would you say that in order for that to happen, that I would have to do a 0:30 or work that into a closed session, just so we can talk about this and see about also getting that out there?
Can I just add to?
Sorry,
Can I add? Yeah, we are in process of briefing the council member on issues of confidentiality as well as the waiving of confidentiality. I know that we recently prepared a memo on that, and so once we get through those briefings, and certainly we can talk about waiving confidentiality, you can make a decision as to how you would like to proceed with respect to waiving confidentiality related to litigation or actions that take place in closed session. So we are, I think the information sessions that we have planned are a good forum for us to go through those topics.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I do believe we need to be very careful what we do and don't say, but as well as making certain that we fulfill all the requirements of what we agreed to. I will make a comment about the draft letter. In the last paragraph, in the last sentence of the first paragraph, it says the city of Santa Clara is a majority city, yet Santa Clara didn't have a single minority council member. Since the charter was approved, it said 1952. That should be 1852. Thank you.
Okay, city manager.
I should have lowered my hand.
Oh, so sorry. All right, I have some questions. First of all, comparing the burning of Chinatown in San Jose to the CVRA lawsuit are two separate things. I don't know what the city of San Jose letter has to do with this letter. But also a few weeks ago, there was a report that contained a document that was written by the 49ers political consultant and presented as the work of the Asian Law Alliance. So I've been getting a lot of questions about that since that appeared. It appears to be deceitful and dishonest effort to hide the 49ers involvement. So I'd like to ask Councilmember Becker, who presented us with this draft letter, if the 49ers or their political consultants had a hand in authoring your particular letter that you submitted, because I think the residents have a right to know. So that's my question.
That's all my writing. That's my full letter. And that's why I'm glad, Councilmember Hardy pointed out some of my mistakes. Oops, sorry, it wasn't 1952, it was 1852. And that's why it's a draft letter, because there was a lot of mistakes in there. It was, I think, a very working, versatile document that I wanted my full council, including you, Mayor, to work through and come up with the best decision. And I think that's the direction we're going. So the 49ers had no hand in this at all. This was all my doing.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I think that, as I pointed out last time, the draft letter has factual errors. And I'm surprised that your task force didn't address the fact that this was pointed out weeks ago. I know that that's why I thought there was a committee that was assigned to look at, you and Councilmember Park were assigned to looking at it. Also, the plan that you're proposing calls for major staff commitment and city resources, and I don't know how much that's going to cost. You're also talking about releasing confidentiality. If you do that, I would say the other side of the case should release it as well. If you're going to get full disclosure on the confidentiality, both sides should agree to release that. And I don't see why they wouldn't if it's all about transparency and openness. But I just don't know what our legal liability is going to be. One thing that did concern me is that the former city attorney had put together a history of what happened from day one during this, all of this, this lawsuit and everything that happened. But you're saying you want to amend the history? You want to change the history? And I don't know how you're going to do that or what you're proposing to do. So for all those reasons, I'm very concerned, not only with what you're doing, but how the liability that you may be placing on the city and the uncertainties of the costs, and also the legal ramifications of changing history and releasing confidentiality and all the things that you're attempting to do. So those are my comments. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points that you have made. I also wanted to add that the city was actually incorporated in 1852. It had nothing to do with the charter. Regarding this letter, I have to say that I don't see the community knocking down doors looking to have this apology letter put together. I think a lot of our residents are probably more focused on surviving COVID right now and moving through it. And actually, I think a better use of our city staff, instead of dedicating resources to this task force, would be to focus on continuing to move the city forward. We just had an excellent report by our Director of Finance, Ken Lee, about the status of the city. Yeah, we still have a ways to go, but we've made a heck of a lot of improvements. The city's moved in a much better direction than it was a year ago. I truly think it's time for us to move on. Apologizing for a lawsuit that was brought against our city that was calling our residents racist. We defended a lawsuit that was brought against our city, which called our residents racists. I think our due diligence and responsibility is to defend our city against uncalled for and untrue attacks like that. And that's why we defended the lawsuit in district court and we appealed it. And unfortunately, as a result of the appeal, we were not able to move it forward. But we defended our city against attacks of being called racist. And that's what the lawsuit was about. And that's what we did. As I stated before, I think city business is more important right now and should be the focus of our staff, our council, and our residents. Creating revisionist history and just dragging this issue out does not help anybody in our city. If nothing else, it divides. We're supposed to be working together. This does not resolve anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to comment on something which is said right now. So when Councilmember Becker and Councilmember Kevin Park is asking for history, they're trying to make it right. What if there is something wrong was presented, they're trying to make it right. Correcting the history, whether it's 10 years or 50 years or 100 years after that, doesn't mean it's not a mistake. It's basically correcting a mistake. That's one thing. As far as I know, Councilmember Watanabe brought it out that this lawsuit was brought against the city for being racist. I think that's a wrong notion to put it. These lawsuits, the similar lawsuits, were only the violation of CVRA. And so many of California cities got the similar notices. It was not about race. Was not about the city's racist. So many lawsuits were brought against many other cities. And those cities were diligent and fiscally responsible. And they knew that history was not on their side to fight these. But still, our city fought this thing only because of this. They thought this is a racist comment. This was nothing racist. It was under the CVRA, California Voting Rights Act violation. And that's what the whole case was. It was exactly the case. And that's how we lost it. We should have learned from other cities' mistakes, and we did not. And it ended up costing us more than $6 million probably. So this was a costly mistake. We have done it. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, safe harbor under California was single member districts, and the city resisted single member districts for a long time. It was pretty well known that no city had ever won a CVRA lawsuit. And I think, it should have been recognized that this was a losing proposition to spend all this money trying to fight single member districts. And I'm just going to state it's pretty obvious that this council now better represents the residents of Santa Clara.
Councilmember Becker, before I go to the public.
Yeah, and I just, this is, I think, the reason why we need to apologize is because there is a lot of gaslighting that we don't care about what's happening in the city. We don't care about city functions. We're putting extra strain on staff. No, this is to apologize for spending taxpayers' money on appealing. What I always felt was a lost cause. As Vice Mayor Chahal said, that we were in the CVRA violation. Who has ever won it? We were in violation. And now I want to apologize to those residents for spending that money. That it's improper use of public funds. That is a major improper use of public funds. So I feel it's our duty to apologize to those residents and also apologize to the Asian community, Asian American community for the improper voting system. Since that was changed, we had a different change to diversity. Look what Councilmember Jane just spoke about. That is fact. It changed. And so seeing when we sit here and we gaslight a lot of these things as, oh, we don't care, was the 49ers involved? It's words. And it gets us nowhere. And I'm talking, we need to find resolve. We need to find ways to get through this. But the more we keep delaying this, the more the public doesn't get to know what really happened. The public has a right to know what happened in this case. And the reason why you talk about the confidentiality and stuff like that. Yes, I understand those issues, but this is probably going to be a case that one day is going to be looked into. And I really want the research done of these other, cities that were in similar lawsuits, if their confidentiality has been waived as well.
Sorry. Are you
going back, Bob O'Keefe had a major point during that first meeting. This wasn't noticed as correctly as it should have been. There should have been better outreach. I 100% agree. We needed better outreach. And, Mayor Gilmore, this was originally started to work together on this, but when we got to that point, we realized there needs to be more resources. We don't want to go and change history. What Brian Doyle, former city attorney Brian Doyle provided to us was that sourdough starter of the history of facts. But we want to make sure that every fact is included in front of the people, transparent as possible. So we don't want to do anything wrong. We want to make sure that we correct a wrong and make it a right. And we're not, the gaslighting thing of comparing the Chinese incident in San Jose to the CVRA. We can't keep doing these comparing apples to oranges. What we're doing is we're comparing that there's an apology due to certain situations that were made. The people of Santa Clara deserve an apology for spending all that money. And at the same time, the Asian Americans of Santa Clara deserve an apology for the system that just didn't work out. It wasn't fair. And the CVRA proved that. So, please, let's remove the political strings to this, the gaslighting. Let's focus on the meat of this, and it's the apology to the residents of Santa Clara. And I think they are due an apology, because I would have never supported spending, $6 million of their taxpayer money to fight a lost cause. And it wasn't assuming that we're not saying the voters of Santa Clara are racist. And I want, bloggers out there to remember this. The voters of Santa Clara are not racist. The CVRA found the system to be in violation of those rights. We did not adapt, we lost, and we paid the price. So Santa Clarans deserve every apology coming to them. And if I have to go here and, consistently provide some kind of apology because somebody's offended or something, I think the Santa Clara residents are offended that we spent $7 million of their, or over $5 million of their money. It's unfair. And that's why I think we need to just continue this and provide those better resources and that better outreach, social media, getting people to read about this, research about this, and not change the history. Identify the history that Doyle provided us and make sure that all the facts are correct. includes
Oh,
provide more.
thank you. Thank you. We sent you and Councilmember Park to go do that, but you didn't do that. Now you're coming back with the same thing that you went away with. And I'm questioning why. Why didn't you do that? So I'm going to go to Councilmember Park now. You've had your chance a couple times. So Councilmember Park.
Because Bob told us to come back.
Councilmember Park.
No, so it was pretty clear that we didn't get the support that we needed or wanted or were even promised when we had this initial discussion. And when we talked about what we, including Mr. O'Keefe, when he suggested this is what we need for a future meeting, that's when staff said, well, it sounds like we need to go to get a little bit more council support, because now it's a little bit larger than we had originally talked about. And I want to address some of the points here, which is the CVRA lawsuit. The lawsuit was not about calling the residents racist. I think that there is too much finger pointing or blame taking, but it simply pointed out, as Councilmember Becker stated, that the policies and voting system in Santa Clara did not give representation to minorities. And that's a very different thing from being racist. I think that anyone who focuses on the racist aspect is missing the larger picture. In fact, the residents showed that they were not racist in their voting down of Measure A and Measure C, in their support for the new council members and new ways of voting. During the time of Stop Asian Hate protests, the community made it very clear how they felt about both our policies and our treatment of minorities, whether they were residents or even on council. People who know me also know that I don't much identify as anything other than American. And in fact, I learned quite a bit about being Asian and what it meant to be discriminated against, just this year, just by being on council, in fact. And I have met with all sorts of minority communities here in San Jose, in Cupertino, in San Francisco, in Los Angeles, everywhere that I went or had a remote meeting. And it's very clear how the Asian community feels, and whether there are people on this council or there are people, even in the residents who don't feel that way, does not mean that they speak for the people who do feel that way. And I think that we should apologize to them for what we did, and in a large part for the bigotry and ignorance that some still hold. And I think that moving forward with at least a discussion is warranted and should be done in, to get the widest amount of input and support that we can get. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have a suggestion, because I don't know exactly what it is you're asking or what the cost is going to be or what the legal ramifications are. So why don't we take this request and put it in our priority setting session and have the council decide on if this is the area that we want to spend our monies and our priorities, because releasing confidentiality and all those kinds of things, it's not as easy as you think. And there are a lot of consequences in doing that. And of course, I'd want to ask the other side to do the same thing, to release it. If that's what the transparency, we should have full transparency. But when you talk about having evening council meetings and those types of things, we have to put a cost to it. So either get the cost and come back, or bring it to the priority setting sessions and come back. But if that's what you want, is full transparency, we need full transparency in terms of cost and legal responsibilities. So that would be my suggestion. Okay, let's see. Let's go to the public now, and then we'll come back and try to cobble together some kind of a motion. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Assistant City Clerk, while we're waiting for the public, do we have any written comments on this?
Checking on our email right now, Mayor.
Okay, if not, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue?
I have no written comment, and I do not see any hands.
Okay, we're going to go back to council now for a motion. I made a suggestion, but let's see if we can have a motion. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I understand your concerns, totally understand them. But I really think that this is, shouldn't wait until February. I think we need to get the ball rolling on this. And the reason why is because it's almost a year since this all started. And it just feels like one thing that just keeps getting kicked down the road, just like a few other things. So I'm making a motion to expand this task force to go and look into more ways of providing social media notices, to take full account of factual history of the lawsuit, including former Brian Doyle's timeline, to make sure that we have all the facts correctly. I also would like to have included my original letter to be provided for residents to read. I would like a special closed session to be made for confidential issues with the CVRA to discuss it all as a council. So then we don't have to do it one by one. We can discuss this in person together in a closed session. At the same time, I would like, let me make sure I have everything here. Oh, I want this to be well noticed and at a time of where people can actually tune in. So about 6 or 7 o'clock would be proper. And I'd be open for amendments if possible.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I would like to understand the cost of like an evening meeting. How much does that cost in terms of staff support for an evening meeting? And, maybe we can, based on that, decide if we're going to have 1, 2, 3 meetings, whatever we want to fit into a reasonable budget.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
I just wanted to make a correction. Councilmember Becker mentioned former Brian Doyle. I think he meant to say former city attorney Brian Doyle. He's still alive. Thank you.
Yeah, he is. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? I'm going to say I think it's that it would be irresponsible to support this motion when we don't know the cost, the legal liability, or the actions in a product that is really in front of us that is factually inaccurate. And I'm hoping that the people that are trying to advance this effort, our council members, will take responsibility just to get it right and understand the cost and the liability. We owe that to our residents. We owe it to them. So I think it's important to get the information ahead of time of what you're asking for. I'm still not exactly sure of what you're asking for, but I think that it's only half-baked and there are too many questions out there to support this motion. It's irresponsible. Those are my comments. Let's see, Councilmember Becker. Okay, Councilmember Park.
So I heard your your comments about this motion, and I really wish that the city had that kind of thinking when they considered the CVRA lawsuit. I mean, in those cases, we actually knew what the costs could have been, and we decided to ignore the could have been costs and go with a much higher cost of millions of dollars. And I think that, we had a couple of chances to settle. And I'll say that I felt in my heart that when it came to the CVRA, when it came to voting rights, when it came to democracy, especially for minorities, that I wanted to see it till the end, because I think that only by going through the appeal and letting the appeal complete, only then would everyone who complained or had a complaint about the process, about how we should do things, would be satisfied, because we saw it through to the end. We didn't end the appeal early, even though that would have saved us a lot of time, a lot of money. Because I know another thing about minorities, which is if it costs us a little bit more, I don't think minorities would balk at spending more money to increase representation and to increase voting rights. And I think that that's a truth that people need to understand. And that when it comes down to saying that we support the minority communities, how can you do that? How can you say that I support the minority communities by not supporting the feelings and the basis of their democracy, of their right to vote, of their ability to appoint representatives who actually represent them? Like, I don't understand where this comes from. But then again, I think that is this lack of understanding on both sides, which causes conflict, both in CVRA when it came up, and now when we're asking to acknowledge what we did, by fighting the CVRA lawsuit, what we did to the minority communities here in Santa Clara. Thank you.
Let's see, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a reason Councilmember Becker has requested that we discuss about waiving the confidentiality in a closed session. And when Mayor Gilmore, you're saying, I don't know what legal liabilities those would be. And that's exactly he's asking, that we can discuss in closed session and whatever appropriate will be done after that. And to answer your question, there is no legal liability as of now. And if we discuss in closed session, we'll come up with the good findings and we'll make a decision accordingly, basically on that. Cost, I've seen committees expanded and so many of these committees, I never heard from you about, I know we want to have a cost, but when the scope of other committees were expanded of other things, you were not that vocal that, oh, its cost is.
Excuse me, but please address the motion. I know you're attacking me, but.
No. I'm not attacking you.
Address the motion because you don't know what my votes are or how I voted in the past on anything. So please
I'm discussing what has been being discussed. I'm discussing what has been discussed, Mayor. That's it. And, cost-wise, right? We could have done this thing with the simple ordinance. So many of cities have done it, but we didn't look at that time. And that by ordinance, Sunnyvale got the similar notice they did by just one ballot measure directly. They saved tons of money. And we could have done even at a later date. Multiple cities have done it by ordinance, and we were told cannot do this thing by ordinance. So these are the things we need to clarify, and these are the things we need to fix, and these are the things we need to let our residents know. And these are the reasons for apologizing to the residents for spending their $6 million. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Chahal, for that stellar explanation and stellar clarification. And also thank you to Councilmember Watanabe for pointing out that I misspoke. I apologize that I said former Brian Doyle. I apologize for that. Former City Attorney Brian Doyle. So thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Watanabe. But I guess what I have to say is let's take a vote.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to get clarification on this motion.
Yes, go ahead, please.
So to the maker of the motion, you outlined a few things that were on the ad hoc committee's motion. Would you like me to read those out to you?
Yeah, because I'm still not clear. So could you please clarify what this motion is actually asking the city to do?
So I'm going to read you the motion that was placed at that meeting, and you can tell me what you would like to keep and what you'd like to remove. So you'd like to expand the scope of the ad hoc committee with the following: schedule another ad hoc committee with full city staff support, including live streaming and advertisement of the meeting as the city council. Set the ad hoc committee meeting for 7 p.m. Promote the ad hoc committee and the survey on social media. Have the DEI task force provide input on the draft letter. Host a community workshop. Place a survey on the city's website seeking feedback on the draft apology letter with the following materials for reference: draft apology letter from Councilmember Becker, an unbiased background history on the CVRA lawsuit, which is to be developed and approved by the City Council, and the recent City of San Jose resolution apologizing to the Chinese immigrants and their descendants for acts of fundamental injustice and discrimination, seeking forgiveness and committing to the rectification of past policies and misdeeds, and schedule a closed session to discuss waiving legal liability regarding the CVRA.
Waiving
You're muted.
confidentiality.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Waiving legal confidentiality.
Thanks,
Thank
Sue.
you.
That's exactly the motion.
Vice Mayor on the motion.
Madam Mayor, I know Councilmember Jane asked that question, how much it is costing for each meeting. I would also like to find out so that we can appropriately then plan out how many more meetings or what we can do on that. That would be a good answer from staff to give an approximate cost. Thank you.
Who made the motion?
Member Becker.
Are you asking that he put that in his motion?
No. There was a question was being asked from the staff, and if we can have an answer to that question before we vote.
Well, the staff is going to want direction from us. Do we want them to get that? Right, staff? City Manager, let me ask you.
Yes, I was going to provide a response in that we could calculate what the cost of the meeting is and send that back to council or report out verbally in January. But as much as it is about cost as well, I just want to talk a little bit about staff capacity, particularly since this last meeting and now that this item has been heard. We have lost 3 staff members in the city manager's office that generally would support these types of committees, as well as we are down to 2 part-time televised staff support folks that help us with televising these types of meetings. And so, as I mentioned in the item regarding a stadium task force, we said that we would get to it as we can with respect to staff availability and resource availability. So it is a matter of cost, but it's just a matter of staff availability too. So just we happy to implement the council direction, but it will come with some sequencing of staff and where they're assigned to other meetings and when we can get a meeting scheduled at the instructions of council.
Okay, thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager, for clarifying that. And, I guess what I would say is, I think, the cost should probably be very similar to what the DEI task force kind of cost is. Similar kind of model. So I kind of think that kind of breakdown might kind of be sufficient for that. Then as for staff, we'll plan it out as appropriately as possible.
Councilmember Hardy.
I guess my question is possibly to the city manager. The mayor made the comment about possibly putting this on the priority setting. How would that change the cost if that was done, or would we just have more information? That's my question.
The opportunity to evaluate it at the priority setting session, and I had mentioned this, I think about 2 meetings ago, that I was going to bring a list of all the new task forces or ad hoc committees that have been established over the past year. I think we're up to about 33 now. And so it gives the opportunity for the council to have a big picture review of what type of community engagement we're supporting, where there is investment strategically of our resources and focus. I have to say that as you heard the fiscal report out there, we still have looming the $17.6 million. And so every staff position for filling has been very, very scrutinized, because obviously at some point we have to balance the budget. And so hiring and filling vacancies is being scrutinized, because we don't want to hire to then lay off when we try to balance the budget. So that's the big picture discussion that you would have on February.
Thank you. And that's why I wanted to take it to, so we can look at a big picture discussion. I just have to say that, we are so short-staffed and so resource, needing, that we haven't even been able to have our regular committee meetings, like the governance committee or the economic development committee. We haven't been able to have our regular committees, and we're just keep piling on. But in this particular situation with this committee, We have no cost. We don't know what it's going to cost. We have no analysis of the legal liability of what it's going to entail. We're talking about revising history and who's going to do that. We have no city attorney. The city attorney has been fired. So we don't have anybody that's going to put that together for us. I think there's really a lot of issues we have to deal with, including in this, with this letter that's full of mistakes and factual inaccuracies. I don't even know. Do we want to, I don't even know how we're going to do this. We need to look at it. We need to start looking at a big picture. And I think this council is getting really bogged down by a lot of, smaller items. We need to have the big picture look on where are we going to assign our staff resources. And if this is the area that the council wants to assign staff resources in, there's going to be a lot of resources plus a lot of legal issues that we're going to have to talk about. I don't know if it'll be in closed session, because there's a lot of consequences that come with taking away, waiving confidentiality. There's a lot of things involved in that not sure people are really thinking about. But needless to say, we have no information on this. So to charge forward with this, again, I'm going to say it because all of you like to repeat a lot. I'm going to repeat too. It's irresponsible for us to do this without knowing the full picture. Granted, if you know the full picture and the majority of the council makes the determination that this is the direction we want to go, that's fine. But just to blindly approve this with, let's work it as we go along. We don't have the luxury of having the staff resources or, any resources at all to do that, because we can't even do we can't even have our regular committees. I mean, we have to be realistic at some point. I know you'll all say, okay, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. I just think that it's irresponsible for our public to be charging ahead with something we know nothing about and we don't have the full information. All right. Councilmember Park and Becker, we have your motion on the floor. Your motions on the floor.
Yes.
Okay, so.
But I have comments.
On your motion? Whose motion is it? I think it's Councilmember Becker's motion. Okay.
And I believe that Vice Mayor Chahal seconded that motion.
On the motion, you said you had a comment?
Yeah, I mean, you say that we have no information. You say we don't have the cost. We can get the costs. And we know that we'll have at least one meeting, and knowing the cost will tell us if we can have more and how many. You say we need to, we haven't talked about the legalities. To be honest, I don't know what legalities we need to discuss, because I don't see anything in closed session that I really think we need to discuss or make public. We're not talking about revising history. We're talking about making the public history of the lawsuit known without former city attorneys' edits. And that doesn't require any kind of releases. I think that this is actually a little bit more defined than you make it out to be. And if it's not defined, those are the things that I think are very, very easy to get to the heart of and actually make known. I'm going to support this motion, and I don't see why you wouldn't support it other than, the fears. And I'm going to use this. It's the fears that, that stop progress, that stop.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
In regards to that, I believe, the planning division is, I think, woefully understaffed, in ways, but they've been able to do planning commission meetings. They've been able to do other things. We've been able to have, the community task force, the DEI community task force, downtown task force. So we've had some of these meetings, and some of these other meetings were canceled, and none of us had the control over those. So those were canceled meetings. But, Mayor Gilmore, you say you want to know about the full picture in this motion. Well, this is the full picture in the motion. You know, some of us may see a full picture, maybe you see half the picture, just like some of us, you know, may see the glass half full, you may see the glass half empty, or vice versa. So, you know, all due respect, I disagree with you, but this is what the motion is. And I think this is the full picture to get the full transparent aspect of what this thing is.
Thank you. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. That passes 5-2. Okay, next item is the action on formalization of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee, deferred from November 9th, 16th, and December 7th. City Manager?
Yes, we have Craig Mobeck to add comments and to respond to questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Director Mobeck.
Council, Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And so this item came at the request of the Governance and Ethics Committee, and to look at formalizing the BPAC. And so staff went through a process, met with the BPAC numerous times, went back to the Ethics and Governance Committee several times as well, and ultimately came back with the recommendations that are before you. And they deal with changes to the BPAC to solidify it. It's currently an approved council guidelines and policy. And so we looked at making it part of the city code. And so we made recommendations in terms of membership, the eligibility, term limits, and changes to the membership compositions, application process, as well as how the meeting is chaired. So ultimately, we ended up with the recommendations before you tonight. And I can go into more detail if there's more questions from the council.
Thank you, Director. Let's see if there's any questions from the council on this before we do that. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I guess I did look specifically for the term limits, and I didn't see those called out specifically, especially in the recommendation. I wonder if that was part of just making the BPAC a regular committee, if that covered the idea of 2 terms and being 4-year terms instead of 3-year terms with no limit.
Yeah, that's correct. Currently, so the goal of this was to align it with other boards and commissions, and as well as we looked at other BPACs locally. But that's correct. Currently, it is unique in that it is a 3-year term with no term limits. What staff is recommending is to align that with other boards and commissions to have 4-year terms with 2 term limits. That's correct.
Okay, Councilmember Hardy. Okay. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I think one of the issues with the BPAC was that it met so infrequently that the meetings got really long. And I didn't see in this formalization any type of meeting schedule. Almost every other committee in the city has a meeting schedule defined once a month or so on. So I wasn't sure what the recommendation here was. And then in the packet, they mentioned an advisory committee to the BPAC, and I don't see any recommendation here. And that might include, you know, businesses or other people that have sort of stakeholders, you know, a stake in this, but they may not be residents. They may not be, I don't know. It could be like, you know, Silicon Valley Bike Coalition or somebody on this advisory committee. And then the last thing is that for all of the committees and commissions, we have a standard application form. And I would like to see a more specific bicycle-oriented application form for members to talk about specifically things like biking history or biking interest or something like that. And so those are kind of things that I had that questions about or recommendations on.
Yes, thanks. Thanks for the question. So currently the meetings are identified in the guidelines for the BPAC. And so we're not making any changes to those meetings. Currently, I believe we have 5 meetings annually, and we're staffed accordingly. We've also lost staff as part of the budget freeze, and we've picked up a lot of new priorities. So we're not looking to increase those. The meetings, no matter what we have on the agenda or how we try to manage it, it is a very collaborative group, and those meetings do go for a long time. In terms of advisory group, this exercise, we didn't look at, expanding anything to add advisory groups to the BPAC. I think that's certainly something that council could discuss if they're looking for the BPAC to get, outside information. But that didn't, that wasn't part of this. And then what was your last question there?
About the applications to apply to BPAC, are just the generic. It's the same application for cultural committee or planning commission. And so that was, and then the other thing that I forgot to ask, which is that now we're looking at scooters and shared mobility. Would that come under the purview of the BPAC?
Yeah, I mean, when we went through the process of shared mobility, we definitely went through the BPAC on that before we brought it to council. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I think maybe the BPAC should have a hand in what the application looks like. That would be a nice thing to ask the committee to put forward a draft. Anyways, okay, any other council questions on this? All right, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this? Please come forward now. Assistant City Clerk, I don't see any hands.
Neither do I, and I do not
Okay.
have
Do you
any
have any
written
e-comments?
No.
Okay, no hands, no e-comments. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion then to move staff recommendation.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second from our BPAC representative, I think. All right, thank you. Motion and a second. Any other discussion on this? Thank you, Director Mobeck, for your presentation. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes. Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, thank you. And that passes unanimously. I'm going to ask the council that to say that we're going to take a 7-minute break for a comfort break for our staff members. So please be back here at 9:30 p.m. Thank you. item is item, which item number is this? Oh, 5C.
5C.
Right? Is that correct? Action to waive first reading and introduce an ordinance to amend chapter 2.120 entitled Board and Commissions to update boards and commission members' qualifications. Deferred from November 9th and 16th. City manager or
So,
city attorney?
Yeah, I'm
Somebody?
going to defer to Sue on this. My understanding was Elizabeth, she's here. She's in the attendees, Nora. Liz Colts was going to.
Oh, is Liz going to do it?
Yeah, Liz is going to do it. I believe that's still the case. If I'm wrong, shout out, but that's.
Yeah,
not
no,
the-
yes, that's right. And
Okay.
Liz is here.
She needs to be moved to panelist.
Moving her over.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. Thank you, Elizabeth.
This is Elizabeth Klutz, Assistant City Attorney. I'm bringing back forward an item that the City Council directed to city staff to remove the requirement that boards and commission members be qualified electors of the city in order to allow greater participation by and inclusion of all residents within the city. The Santa Clara City Charter and Santa Clara City Code currently require all city boards and commission members, except for Youth Commission, to be qualified electors of the city. The existing regulations prohibit a person from serving on a board or commission if the person is not 18 years of age and a US citizen. The proposed ordinance will amend the section 2.120.010 of the city code to allow residents that are 18 years of age to serve as members of the city's non-charter boards, commissions, and committees. This ordinance will eliminate the current requirement that all members of non-charter boards and commissions be qualified electors of the city. Please keep in mind, this new requirement will not apply to charter commissions, because in order to make an amendment to that, we will require a ballot measure and voters to vote on that item. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's start with council questions. Are there any council questions on this? Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I see the list here of the charter ones. That's Planning, Parks and Rec, Civil Service, and Board of Trustees. My question is, what effect does this have on the requirement we've been asking people to do a 700 form?
This wouldn't, the 700 determination doesn't matter, is not irrelevant to this. We would still have to determine which commissions would be required to file Form 700s, but it doesn't matter with regards to qualification related to residency.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council? Maybe, okay, let me go to the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Assistant City Clerk, do we have any e-comments?
We do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, I'm going back to the council. May I have a motion for the recommendation, please? Councilmember Jane?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to move staff's recommendation.
All right, second. Second by Councilmember Park. Hands on the motion. Councilmember Becker?
Yeah,
On the motion?
Curious if we can include this, or curious if we can have this, I guess, just included. I think it needs to be a little more appropriate that we have on applications for our commissioners that we approve, that the information listed, that they shouldn't have areas that are left empty, that all areas should be actually included, filled in and provided information, and no blank applications.
I don't think we should do that, but
I'm sorry, Councilmember Becker, I don't understand. Are you saying that you want that in the ordinance?
Yes, I think that we should have some kind of clarification that if you don't have a full filled application, that, you know, I mean, you should have a finished application filled out, nothing left empty, especially if you have a job history or something like that, because I know I've seen applications in the past where there's actually blank information.
I'm not sure
I would suggest
that the ordinance. I don't know if that should go in the ordinance or just become a practice, maybe a letter goes with it that says when the city clerk's office sends it out that says, please fill out all of the questions.
That's all. Thank you.
Yes, just have that be direction to staff, and then we'll leave the ordinance as is.
Could we use that direction as part of the motion? Who made the motion? Councilmember Jane, can we just say include that direction to staff?
Yes, including that direction is.
Councilmember Park, is that okay?
I agree, yes.
Okay, well, yeah, motion second, agree with adding that as direction to staff.
May I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
So on the application, if there are missed areas or incomplete, are you saying that an incompletely filled out application would disqualify someone, or you're just asking?
Well, my concern is, basically, how do we know that this person's that person, with 700 forms? How do we know where they work? Because, we have to fill out forms. When I was a planning commissioner, I had to say where I worked, what kind of income I have, because you just want to make sure that you don't have any conflicts and, you're not, somebody that's not who you are, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Well, a 700 form is different than an application to a board and commission. I would not want to disqualify anyone. Maybe they have a question, they're not sure, they can't answer, they didn't understand. I don't want to disqualify anyone for leaving something blank. But I just think we should encourage them to fill out as much of the form as they can.
Yes,
Would you concur with that, Councilmember Becker?
Yes, 100% concur with that. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I just wanted to say that we still have to validate that they're residents of the city. So the clerk's office has to do that anyway. So that would apply to validate who they are. But yeah, I think leaving something blank inadvertently should not disqualify somebody because we already have enough trouble sometimes getting applicants.
Agree. Okay, Assistant City Clerk, do you understand the motion now? Are you clear on that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. All right, we're ready for a roll call vote when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next we have item number 6. Okay, update on sustainability program and provide feedback on 2022 program focus areas. And this was deferred from December 7th. Recommendation, note and file the update on sustainability program and provide feedback on the 2022 program focus areas. City Manager?
So I am looking for Michelle Templeton, who is going to provide the presentation.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there she is.
Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
Hello, welcome. Thank you for staying so late with us.
Of course. I'll share my screen. All right. Well, good evening, Mayor, Council members. Michelle Templeton, Sustainability Manager for the City of Santa Clara. Thank you for having me tonight to share our sustainability efforts with both you and with our public. Okay. Tonight we'll be reviewing state and local targets, providing an update on our city sustainability efforts based on previous directives, and requesting council feedback on the proposed program focus areas for the year to come. To begin, I'd like to frame our discussion around what's involved in our sustainability work. We really can't achieve success in this field when we have the needs of our people, our economy, or the environment competing against each other. So it's really the place where these areas overlap that we find the balance.
Sorry, I'm having trouble understanding you. Am I the only one?
Can you not hear me?
It's Michelle, you sound a little fuzzy. It may be
Okay.
your headset.
Okay, let me make sure we are. Can you hear me okay? Let's see, is this clearer? Do you hear me better now?
I hear the same, but.
Okay, let me pull my headset off and we'll do it. Can you hear me now?
Okay, say something.
Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, okay.
Is that still low? Yeah. Okay, so can you hear me okay right now?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so tonight, thank you for calling that out. Please let me know if you have any audio issues as we continue. Tonight, we'll review state and local targets, provide an update on city sustainability efforts based on previous directives, and request council feedback on the proposed program focus areas for the year to come. And to begin, I wanted to talk about what's involved in our sustainability work. We really can't achieve success in this field when we have the needs of people, economy, or environment competing against each other. So it's really the place where these areas overlap that we find the balance needed to have a deeper impact. So when we talk about environmental sustainability, we also have to talk about topics such as multi-solving, climate justice, economic equity, to really address the intersectionality of these issues as we develop and implement our sustainability strategies. And while I am the only official sustainability staff for the city of Santa Clara, I would like to recognize the incredible hard work and commitment to sustainability from various staff across the departments that has been key to achieving the wins that we'll discuss tonight. I'd also like to recognize the direction that City Council has given to help move the needle on growing a sustainable Santa Clara. So thank you. And while sustainability work is ever evolving in nature and never fully done, the broad picture of where we aim to be involves planning for the future in a way that minimizes any compounding effects that many of these interconnected challenges could have on our community, while also working to meet regulatory targets ahead. So from a high level view, what we're working on now includes building a sustainability lens into our work, establishing unified city goals and strategies, and advancing and supporting equitable sustainability policies. It's also important to understand the regulatory landscape. This list highlights just some of the sustainability and climate related goals the state of California has, as well as a few of our own local ones. And as you know, many of the regulations set for the next 10 to 20 years will require us to act now in order to meet those targets. And assessing those targets critically and regularly will help us ensure that they're both strong enough to achieve a healthy future while also meeting the needs of our community today. In the next few slides, I'll highlight some of the city's sustainability accomplishments achieved across all the departments and in collaboration with our community over the past year or so. They include a complete update to our city's climate action plan, which will be coming before council in the spring 2022 timeframe, and our recently approved all-electric building electrification and EV charging reach code. SVP also continued implementation of the city's EV blueprint with 96 city-owned public charge connectors. And to walk the walk on transportation electrification, the city launched the implementation of our city fleet electrification plan with over 20 electric vehicles now in fleet, accompanied by EV charging infrastructure projects with more to come. We're also excited to share that SVP's Green Power program ranked second place in the nation for Green Power Excellence by the Department of Energy. The city has integrated sustainability in a variety of ways. This includes implementation of mixed waste collection program to divert organics and food waste from landfills as part of SB 1383. There have been a variety of water conservation and recycled water projects, with recycled water offsetting nearly 19% of potable water use, and integration of sustainable park strategies like smart irrigation, water conservation, tree plantings, low water landscapes, pollinator gardens, as well as EV charging and solar. Facility greening projects were also completed this year, including the Northside Library's 62 megawatt-hour solar project and the recently achieved LEED Silver certification of the Mission Branch Library. And SVP initiated a 50 megawatt battery storage project. Additionally, clean mobility options were supported with 2,500 bicycle improvements, with nearly 6 more on the way. And this year has also been very much about collaboration and connection, with efforts that include providing customer water conservation rebates, such as lawn replacement and rain collection barrels, and energy efficiency rebates like electric bicycles, heat pump water heaters, EV chargers, all of which led to a total energy savings equivalent to the annual energy usage of over 2,000 homes. An internal city green team was established to focus on collaboration, implementation, and community outreach. And finally, there was a big focus on community engagement and local and regional partnerships in the areas of urban forests, climate action, electrification, and more. So staff recommend the following focus areas to guide our sustainability program in the year to come, and seek council confirmation on the following overarching priorities. Continuing to work on aligning the implementation of city plans to address sustainability, including the climate action plan, SVP's integrated resource plan, bicycle master plan, community EV blueprint, the fleet electrification plan, and our urban water management plan, just to name a few. And the city is also uniquely poised with Silicon Valley Power to make positive energy impacts with renewable energy, ongoing energy efficiency, and electrification efforts, such as incentives, rebates, and other opportunities, all of which complement the implementation of our newly approved all-electric REACH code. It's also recommended to continue to explore and establish climate-forward transportation policies, including those highlighted in our draft CAP update, as I mentioned, coming before you for consideration in the 2022 spring timeframe. And additionally, to focus on water conservation and investment in water infrastructure resiliency, which will be key as we continue to face unprecedented impacts of a multi-year drought in California. Another area is to look at nature-based solutions that focus not just on reducing pollution, but repairing air quality and water quality. And we also recommend continuing to have sustainability incorporated into our city policies, operations, practices, and facilities. And what that might look like in practice could include expanding our purchasing policy to address regulations such as that of SB 13 organics mandate, which will include all municipal paper purchases, and selecting for product sustainability. It could also include continuing to look at greening opportunities as renovations or upgrades to city facilities and parks become necessary. And as we move forward, we propose to do so in collaboration with community and through partnerships that continue the expansion of our education and outreach programs across sustainability areas. And we would also continue to work with our education partners across the grades and disciplines and with our residents and businesses. And we certainly see the incredible value of partnership in expanding what we can achieve, and we propose to continue to dedicate time to the opportunities that partnership presents in the areas of climate, urban forests, water conservation, energy efficiency and electrification, and any other collaboration efforts both at the local and regional level. And finally, we propose to coordinate to continue to monitor legislative advocacy positions as the sustainability landscape is rapidly changing. With that, it's staff recommendation to note and file the sustainability program update and provide feedback on our 2022 program focus areas presented tonight. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, for the excellent report. Very thorough. And I'm going to go to our council members to see if anybody has any comments or statements about this. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, Michelle, one of the things that annoys a fair number of residents, including myself, are leaf blowers. And I know the state has adopted a ban on gas-powered leaf blowers by 2026. And I know that Palo Alto is doing a pilot project to switch to electric leaf blowers, which are much quieter, and turns out leaf blowers emit as much pollution as many, many passenger cars from just 1 hour of leaf blowing. The same applies to gas-powered lawnmowers. So I was wondering if the city is thinking about, I know SVP a few years ago had a program to encourage or give rebates for electric appliances for gardening, which was horribly unsuccessful because I think the technology was not there at the time. So I'm wondering if you've considered some sort of leaf blower rebates or pilots in advance of the 26 ban. And then is the city going to, at one point had a lecture series to educate the public on various topics, and I didn't know if we were doing things like lecture series on induction stoves or decarbonization or lawn replacements, whatever is there. And then one thing I would like to see is, and I think you already talked about the SB 1383, the recycled content of paper. I'd like to make sure that we have a commitment to chlorine-free paper in the city. Then is there any way that you can think of to switch from paper towels to electric hand dryers? Some of those things are really good, like the Dysons, just to name one brand, at really doing a good job of leaving your hands dry, but saves a lot of paper and a lot of resources.
Okay, any other questions by council members? Before we go back to Michelle. Okay, Michelle, if you would like to comment on Councilmember Jane's comments.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Jane. Great questions. I'll start with leaf blowers. So one of the areas that
Michelle, you're going in and out, so I don't
can't
know.
hear you, Michelle, yeah.
Maybe if you sit closer to your screen, maybe, I don't know. Let's try that.
we'll try. So let's see.
Are you frozen? Is she frozen? She's not moving. Maybe turning off your screen, Michelle?
Turning off the
Maybe.
video.
I think she's frozen. Yeah, she looks frozen to me.
Mayor,
I can answer the
Yes.
question and
Thank
Manuel
you.
can chime in as needed.
Thank you.
Right now, we are exploring for leaf blowers, the opportunity to have purchase a number of electric leaf blowers to make them available in our city tool library. And so we are working sometime in Q1 of the fiscal year to make that available, as well as, I know, Manuel, we do have some sort of a program that allows for us to make rebates available. But can you comment on that? I'm short of those details right now.
Yeah, so on rebates for electric lawn equipment, currently we, as Councilmember Jane is correct, we had a program in the past. It wasn't successful. We don't currently have a program. We anticipate as the deadlines get closer and some of the districts start developing some criteria around rebates and how that's going to work, we anticipate we're going to start doing the same thing. In the interim, as the city manager is saying, I think we are exploring doing a lending program to the library tool program as a starting point and kind of build from there. So we had the previous one, not successful. We're looking at what comes out of some of the districts and a few other ones and see how we're going to piggyback on those programs to help facilitate a rebate. So we do anticipate to have something in the future.
Thank you. Michelle, I see you're back. I don't know if there's any other questions or comments that Councilmember.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Thank you, Manuel, for jumping in. And I just wanted to point out too, I don't know if Manuel mentioned this while I got bumped off, but this year we did explore a pilot program for our own parks maintenance crew. So we got 14 electric leaf blowers that we traded out and added to our maintenance fleet, so to speak. And one of the ways to pilot this and make it successful in the community is to make sure that our own staff are using it and we understand what the implications of switching over to the technology is. So that was one of the things we've been working on for the last year, is equipping the Parks and Recreation Maintenance Department with those electric blowers. And as Manuel was mentioning, I believe the exploration of a rebate program is certainly not out of the question. And as we get closer to the mandate with electric leaf blowers statewide, much more adoption interest will be there. And rebates are oftentimes a demand and then supply kind of activity. And so looking at doing a lot of education around that, having city parks and maintenance operations using them is one way to model that acceptance and adoption for the public as well. And then as far as the lecture series is concerned, we have had several workshops. We haven't called it a lecture series, so to speak, yet, because we've done it based on the demand and the topics at hand. So we've had EV workshops as part of our lecture series, and those have happened in the spring and fall over the last couple of years. We expect to continue to do so for EV adoption as the governor's 2035 date nears, with EVs as the primary vehicles being sold in California. And we have also we've also explored induction cooktop, and there is some exciting projects that we'll be sharing more about in the beginning of the year. And so we'll be really excited to share some of the partnerships that we have as far as community and partner related workshops and classes on building electrification, home electrification, especially in the world of induction cooktops. So look for those in our sustainability e-news. And let's see, lawn replacements. We've also talked with water about what types of topics we could bring into our workshops through water conservation. And we're exploring that with water conservation staff. And then chlorine-free paper. We have been exploring that with our provider, with our vendor. And there has been a consideration of the transition. Certain dispensers may or may not fit the types of paper that comes unbleached, but we are in the process of exploring with our vendor how to change out those dispensers free of charge to us so that we can start providing only chlorine-free paper towels where available and where applicable. And then along those lines of SB 1383, the new paper requirements, you may also see some changes in all of our paper across the city to meet a minimum of 30% post-consumer recycled content. Though in all of our work this year with Public Works and all the departments, a lot of the departments are already at 100% recycled paper content for print purposes, but we'll be expanding beyond print and it'll be in all of our paper products. And we have not explored electric dryers. Typically, those have been a cost prohibitive challenge for rebates because many businesses don't want to invest in that change. So certainly could explore that further to see if there's any kind of appetite for that type of rebate.
Thank
Was
you.
there any questions that I missed?
No, I think we got them all. We'll come back after we have like this little process thing. So thank you, Michelle, for your forward thinking and all those things. I'm going to go to the public now. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Do we have any e-comments, Assistant City Clerk?
Not seeing any. Let me just double check. There's no e-comment and there's no public comment emails.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to come back to the council now. We've heard the report and their questions. Do we have a motion, Councilmember Hardy?
Just a motion to note and file with provided feedback from especially from Councilmember Jane.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second to note and file, noting the feedback from the council. All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal. Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Michelle, for joining us this evening and providing that very helpful presentation. And thank you again for your forward thinking and working with us. And thank you, Manuel, as well for that presentation, and City Manager. All right, we're going to go now to the consent calendar item, the second one that was pulled, item 7J, and that was pulled by Councilmember Jane. That's action on amendment number 1 to the agreement for the performance of services with Wilson, Erig and Associates for noise monitoring services at Vantage CA2 Data Center and Owens Corning Facility and related budget amendment. Councilmember Jane, could you tell us why you pulled this item?
Yeah, fundamentally, this is $86,000 and we're not really getting any noise complaints. So it's not exactly clear to me. I mean, they did 2 weeks of noise studies and they didn't find anything. They actually did a frequency analysis and they couldn't correlate the spectrum from the 2 data centers with any of the noise observed at the sampling locations. So it just seems to me that we should probably postpone this until we start hearing more noise complaints, because if we do this monitoring and I mean, maybe we can approve the budget, but we wouldn't start it until we get some noise complaints, because if we don't find anything, then we've wasted $86,000. And then I'm also discouraged that the public can't actually listen to these noise monitors or review any of the data from them. It's the same company that does the noise monitors at the stadium. And at the stadium, the public can listen to the noise recordings, whereas for these noise monitors, the public cannot, which I think is an oversight. I mean, I know there are different types of machines. Some are owned by Wilson Earig, and the other ones are rented or whatever. So it just doesn't seem to me like it's money well spent at this time, and that perhaps as we get complaints, we should think about it again.
Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I also analyzed some of the graphs for the 3 or 4 locations, basically. And I was intrigued by Sheraton has the highest peaks somewhere. To me, right now, it's more important is analytics of what this sound is coming from versus if we are not able to find, and if the same process goes and we don't find the source or what is the where the noise is coming from, that's more important. Like if we give this contract, we have to add some more analytical options that they need to find out what is this, what can be the source of this noise, not just recording the noise, but what can be the source of noise. Is it Santa Mas freeway noise? Because I see that picking up in the mornings during the traffic hour and also during the evening traffic hours. So I would like even if we approve it and we implement it later on, as Councilmember Jain mentioned, but I would like to add some more analytical clauses in it that they have to get back to us with those findings, basically. Thank you.
Okay, so we have one so far that wants to not, Councilmember Jain wants to not do it unless there's complaints, and then Vice Mayor Chahal wants to add more onto what we're doing for analytics. I'm just trying to keep track because this was a council directed condition of development by all of you. So I just want to make sure. Okay, I'm just trying to keep Councilmember Becker, you're next.
Can I clarify, Mayor? Can I clarify?
I thought you just did.
No, what I'm saying is I agree to what Councilmember Jain is saying, that we approve the budget and do it at a later date when we get complaints. But whenever we do it, add those analytical clauses in it. Thank you.
Well, I think that might be extra money. So anyways, okay. All right. Councilmember Becker.
There. I agree with Councilmember Jain. He really kind of laid it out, I think, perfectly. I know I kind of maybe need a little more clarification in the very beginning when he was talking about, because I do kind of like the idea of the not until we get the complaints, but approving the budget to have that there. Seeing that there hasn't been any complaints, that's kind of, I guess it's something that we don't want to waste the money on. I guess, being a little more fiduciary and concerns with that. At the same time, I do like kind of what Councilmember Jain was also saying about, the public should be able to listen to these kind of things. I know this is something that I've talked to residents in the north side about, near the Levi Stadium, about noise monitors, that they should be able to have the same access. And I think that is something that we should all have access to. So in this area, they should have the similar access. So I'm in favor of that kind of aspect. But I kind of would like Councilmember Jain to repeat maybe what he was speaking about. It was 2 things you wanted to see, or was it just the one?
Well, again, this was direction from the council. I think it was led by Councilmember Jain in the first place. So
it was, yes. A number of my residents were complaining. Now they're not complaining. So I don't see the point of spending money to discover nothing.
Well, it was you that wanted it. So I'm pointing that out because, yeah. All right. Councilmember Hardy.
I like the point that Councilmember Jain is making, because if we read the report very carefully, it said that it's possible, because we couldn't determine where the noise was coming from, that we had the complaints on at that point, that it might also have to do with weather patterns and how sound travels depending on different cloud cover and things like that. So I too would like to wait until we have some complaints, so we have something that we're actually measuring and maybe can determine a source. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I recall that it seemed that the issue had, it was determined that a lot of it had to do with the weather and the cold weather. And now we're coming into the winter season where, you know, it was this time last year when it seemed like the complaints were exacerbated. And so I think this would not be a good time to cancel the contract because, again, if the way I recall, the data that was collected showed that the noise was like this time of year when it was cold, and so it would be, I think it would be prudent to keep the contract in place for now, or just have it available to be able to use it when the noise, if it does happen again, it's available then to capture the noise and determine whether or not it is weather related or if it's related to something else. So if that's the way the contract can be used, then I think then you know, it is money well spent, because again, it will help determine what or back up what happened last year. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that's the question everyone else has spoken. That's the question to city staff is, can we allocate the money, but keep the contract at bay until there's a reason to use it? Everyone has spoken. So city staff?
Yeah, you certainly can allocate the funds for the purpose of noise monitoring. You don't have to. I do want to comment though, is that the turnaround time for installing the hardware as well as having the equipment installed out there with no contract is going to be about 2 months. So we might lose the window of opportunity if there is a noise or a sound that needs to be monitored for lack of having the contract in place and being able to activate it and working with the contractor's timeframe to install. If there is an interest in providing the same data on the city's website, the way that we provide for the stadium monitors, that is extra scope. I don't think that it's included as part of the costing that we have before the council. So we would have to go back to the consultant and see if there's how to get that folded in and what the cost increment would be.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to know where, you know, what our options are. Thank you. All right, is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? Assistant City Clerk, do we have any comments, written comments on this item?
I have none, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. All right, going back to the council now for a motion. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, I was ready to make a motion, and I'm kind of glad that Councilmember Watanabe reiterated some points, and as well as the city manager. So it is possible if we make some kind of motion like that where we can flex that, but we still have the contract. Am I correct?
Well, we would have to make sure that the contractor is willing to put at bay their pricing and hold it. And so that's obviously their opportunity. And then I'm wanting to manage expectations that the turnaround time, if we do activate the contract, would be about 2 months.
Okay. All right. I won't be making a motion right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane?
Yeah, I don't really understand it because the contract has $22,000 to move the noise monitoring equipment. Is that going to take 2 months to move the noise monitoring equipment? It doesn't really actually make sense to me. And so if I'm going to make a motion, I'm going to make a motion to deny, to allocate the money, but not to spend it until we get 3 noise complaints.
I will second that.
So understanding that 3 noise complaints would be at least 2 months before anything can be done about it. Let me go to Manuel, Director Pineda. If you would like to.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor. Once again, good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and of course, Andrew, please jump in. Just wanted to add a little more in the 2 months. So this month, 2 key things. One is the consultant has to have the equipment available. And if there's no contract in place with a specific date to start, we would have to work with them when the equipment's available. So that's one item. The second item is, unlike the other monitors, these monitors would actually be hardwired electrically into a city pole. So that's going to require 2 things. It's going to require, one, to go through a permitting process, and we'll work with them as we always do to get those up. But then 2, to actually do the work. So we just want to make the council aware that even if we have a contract, if you want the consultant to execute the work, until we actually execute the contract, determine availability, and go to the permitting process and hardwire the equipment, we won't be able to take any readings, and that is going to take some time. Andrew, I don't know if I missed anything on that.
Let's go to Director Crabtree.
Thank you. Just to maybe add on to that a little bit, or reiterate some of it to make sure it's really clear. Right. So the equipment that we have in place around Levi Stadium is leased by the consultant that we have, as well as they also pay a sub-consultant to maintain the website for us that's on. So those are things that are not in the scope of the contract that we have, but there's certainly services we could request if that's important. The consultant had proposed to use a different kind of equipment that doesn't require hardwiring into the city's poles, and so that's a different type of thing. But there's really a couple issues going on here. But if we want to go ahead and make the budget appropriation, and we can, I think, do that, and then I think it's really with direction to the city manager to enter into a contract up to that amount, but also to seek to modify that contract to do a few things. One is wait until we've had a complaint before we begin implementing it. And as Director Pineda was just explaining, if we go with the type of equipment that is able to have its data broadcast and put onto the web, there's a little bit more time involved to install it, like a permitting process and making sure that electrical, everything is done right. So there may be a bit of a delay, but we would work through that as quickly as possible. I think the 2 months was relating to other bigger issues as well, potentially around that, but we would do it as best as we could. So just keep that in mind. And then, so we would need to go back to the consultant and saying, we want to modify the contract to have this sort of flexible start date, and then potentially also to use the different type of equipment and set up a website, if that is the direction of the council. And we may have a different pricing around that. So, the council may want to take that into consideration as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was a little confused. I think that this equipment that we're talking about here, you said was going to be hardwired, and so it requires permitting, which takes time, versus the ones at the stadium are not hardwired.
I'm sorry if I was not clear on that. The ones at the stadium are hardwired. The ones the consultant was proposed in the scope that we brought forward are not hardwired.
So they don't need the extra permitting time.
Right, but they don't have the ability to connect their data to the web. Right.
So then if we wanted the broadcasting ones, they would have to be hardwired, and that would take more permitting time. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I recall, sometime back, we moved one of the monitors in the north side to a different location. So is that still feasible? Let's say we face a problem over here, and can we move that equipment to the site closer to where we are facing a problem? That's my first question. if that is feasible, what is the timeline on that? Like, how long would it take, and what will be the expense for that? Maybe that's a cheaper solution for solving this thing in short term, basically. Thank you. I'm not sure who can answer those questions.
Can anyone answer those questions?
So I guess I can start. We certainly could explore moving. There are logistics, as Andrew and Manuel just clarified. I do want to go back and see which agency paid, whether it was the stadium authority or the city. I know that we have some expenditures in our stadium authority for noise monitoring, and I believe they may be related to this equipment. And so if that's the case, there's interagency issues that we need to be very careful about.
The stadium, the 4 around the stadium are paid for from the stadium authority.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So that's a barrier for us.
But if it is cost saving to us, we can reimburse to the stadium authority, basically, if we move a monitor, if that is doable. If that is more feasible, that's what I'm saying, save some time, more feasible, and give us access to online to all the residents, is that doable? That's my point.
I think it is doable. It's the logistics that we need to figure out that we're not prepared to speak to tonight.
Okay, why don't we get back? We can get back to that, basically.
I would like us to take action on this item here. Could the council please make a decision on what you want to do with this item? Did we have a motion and a second? Was there, I vaguely remember something. Councilmember Jane, did you make a motion?
I did make a motion, but
Okay,
I would like to withdraw my motion and ask for a continuance.
Oh, do we have to go through this again? Can we just disperse with this?
I don't want to spend the money.
Okay. But it was you who asked for this in the first place.
Yes,
okay.
But
we have wasted a lot of time.
There are no noise complaints. I don't want to waste $86,000 of taxpayer money.
Okay, but you asked for it in the first
exist.
place. So your motion is to continue this item, just continue it.
To get more information about the broadcasting, the cost, the moving, the timeline. There's a lot of questions.
Spend more money researching this than just putting it on hold.
Mayor Gilmore, if
yes.
I just want to go back to the actual scope of work on timing, just to provide a little more clarity on that. So
okay.
The scope of work actually does describe that the installation and moves both would require significant coordination. The monitors are bulky and require a rented boom lift to install, and installation takes 2 to 3 weeks after the request is received, pending rental lift availability. So I just want to add a little more context as to why I said 2 months. So if you go through the whole process of permitting, plus their own description of the timing, plus the fact that you have to be pending on equipment rental. And I can tell you from my own benefit that sometimes the equipment is not available when you want it. So that's kind of where those timeframes happen. And I completely understand whatever policy direction the council wants to take. Kind of my perspective is just want to make sure that when we do get a complaint, if it does take a month and a half or 2 months to get a monitor up, that's not a surprise to anyone at that time. So I just wanted to go back to the specific scope of work. I think the consultant was very clear that it's not an easy take where, there's a complaint, we can get a monitor up the next day. It will take a number of weeks from that point when we say go to actually getting the equipment up. So I just wanted to provide that context straight from the scope that's already available, if it helps the discussion tonight.
What I'm trying to get to is either the council moves on with this action, hires this group and expands the scope if they want it all online, or puts the money aside and waits till there's some complaints. That's all I'm trying to get to, but I hate to have our staff go and do all this extra work when this all started because there were no complaints. So I'm just trying to get to that. So council.
It didn't start when there were no complaints. It started when there were complaints.
Well, you just said
the complaints went away.
It's getting late, and I'm hearing so many different things that I thought I heard from you. You wanted to put it on hold because we don't have any complaints. Okay, yeah, now it's different. So go ahead, Councilmember Jane, make a motion. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to continue this item.
Okay, just to continue it
I
to.
make a
Okay.
motion to continue it with, to get
Indefinitely?
more information.
Okay,
No,
continue it indefinitely to get more
to
information.
January.
And I will second that with the request that information about if we have to move from north side, what are the logistics of that?
Are you asking that we take out a noise monitor around the stadium?
We did take out in the past too, Madam Mayor.
So we have it hold in a warehouse somewhere?
No. We put it at a different location.
But you want to take a noise monitor from that location and put it here?
Put it here temporarily, right? If that can solve the problem, let's say, if whenever we have a issue, if that can solve the problem.
Have we determined we don't need it on the north side? Have we made that determination?
When we moved earlier, we did make that determination.
Okay.
I don't know which location was that, but they mentioned that location can spare monitor.
All right, I don't remember.
I'm going with those.
Okay.
I'm going with those findings.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, so I hear Vice Mayor Hall's, concerns about that and moving it, but I don't really kind of feel comfortable after, going and doing the curfew. I really don't feel comfortable moving anything from there. So were you trying to make a friendly amendment to that?
No, I'm just asking for the information. What logistics would be? Let's say there's a time where we don't need it and we need it urgent over here. If that is a time period is only 10 days, I'm hypothetically, if that time period is only 10 days and we can temporarily move it over here. So I just need, I'm trying to find out some findings, whether we can do that and whether that can be a solution or not.
Okay, so no action. No
action. No,
I'm taking it right now.
No action. I'm just trying to find out the logistics, and depending on all the answers, we can make a decision at that time.
So something like a kind of like an off season or something where nothing going on in the stadium, that it's an off season. Okay.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Becker, anything else? Councilmember Watanabe.
I know of no time that any of the noise monitors were moved, moved from the stadium area, north side. There is another monitor. I believe it's over, it's near McGregor, if I remember correctly, and it was installed to capture, again, airplane noise, but no monitors were ever moved. Director Crabtree or let me ask, these monitors are already in place, correct? That we're talking about?
Yes, sorry. First, let me clarify something I said too. That the ones that we're proposing in the new scope are hardwired, the ones that consultant. So there really are different types of monitors that we've used, but the ones that we're talking about or proposing under the current contract would be hardwired, as well as the ones that we have in place around the stadium. We have 4 around the stadium. They've been there for a few years now. We've installed them. They have not moved. We added through a separate contract, really unrelated to that, another stadium by the airport, another monitor, excuse me, by the airport. For time being, we were monitoring the airport activities related to the expansion project that was going on there, and we submitted comments based on using our own data on the CEQA review that was going on for that project. So we had that as well. We did use some other monitors short term last summer as well, but we've not had a monitor come in and be moved. We've either put them in and out, and the ones around the stadium, they're leased by our consultant, and that can take some time as well to for them to go and procure those if they need to.
Okay, but just to be clear, the monitors that we're talking about right now that were installed to monitor over by Vantage and Owens Corning, there are monitors already in place there, correct?
No.
Okay.
No, we do not have any at the moment. We had some temporarily last summer. We had some for a couple of weeks when the complaints had come in, and those were just temporary. Yeah. And that's the report that was shared with the council and was based on that. temporary monitoring.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Assistant City Clerk, do you have the motion?
Thank you for asking, Madam Mayor. I was going to clarify with the maker of the motion. What I heard originally was to continue this item to January and get more information about the broadcasting, the moving of equipment, and the timeline. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on that. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. That passes 5-2. Okay. Let's keep going. Next we have action on the Warburton Avenue Civic Center Drive area parking analysis.
Madam Mayor, I'll have to recuse. My property is close to the this study, so I'll recuse and I'll somebody text me, I'll come back.
Okay, thank you for that disclosure. Noting that for the record. City manager or community development director. I don't know who's going to take this. Or
Craig Moback.
Or Craig, our director. Thank you, Director Moback.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Council. Craig Moback, Director of Public Works. And so we prepared a presentation for tonight's item, and this was based on council direction at a previous meeting during a development. So I'm going to have Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works, lead us through the presentation. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Craig. Can everybody hear me? Huh?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great, perfect. So we do have a presentation. If the clerk could hold up that presentation, I'd be appreciated. Short PowerPoint. Perfect. Let me just make sure my screen is here. Okay, so thank you, Mayor, Honorable Mayor and Council. Michael Liu, Assistant Director of Public Works. Today I'll be presenting on the Warburton Civic Center area parking analysis. Next slide, please. So just a bit of background here. So when Council approved the 12-unit townhome project at 1900 Warburton Avenue, nearby residents voiced concerns about the lack of available street parking in the immediate area. Following that discussion, the Council did approve a budget and design professional services agreement to complete a parking study for the area and to look at options if needed. The parking study that we moved forward with included looking at public street parking as well as private parking lots as well. Next slide. The community back. So with regards to this, there were 3 community meetings in May and December of 2019, and most recently in September of this year. At these meetings, we had several community members attend, and they provided this feedback, which is summarized on the screen in front of you. I'll go over these quickly. So residents expressed concern regarding the limited street parking in the area. They did, however, mention that Lincoln Street is underutilized for parking after 6 p.m., meaning that there is available parking. There were comments about large trucks occupying parking. There were residents asked that the study include parking information about non-residential areas, such as the United Methodist Church, as well as the Triton Museum. The residents asked that we should consider diagonal parking on Civic Center, and they also voiced concern about also narrowing lanes on Civic Center to fit in diagonal parking. And then finally, one of the common themes is that new development should provide more on-site parking. And this was discussed at when that development that I mentioned had gone to council for approval. So in the next 2 slides, I'm going to provide information about parking occupancy. So if we could move to the next slide. So findings. So just before I get into this, I wanted to inform the council about the process we went through. So to conduct the study, we first calculated the inventory of parking spaces available in the area. We collected parking count data and then also looked at and evaluated that data. So on the screen in front of you, you should be able to see a map. It's basically an exhibit, and it's a map of the area that in which we conducted our study. Warburton's in the middle of the map. It's a street running in the middle, running left to right. Scott is on the left, running top to bottom. Civic Center is a street actually connecting. I know we're all familiar with it because it's close to City Hall, but it's connecting Warburton to Lincoln, and then Lincoln's on kind of on the right right side, running top to left, and that is adjacent to City Hall, which is really those orange buildings there. So in summary, we did study Scott, Warburton, Civic Center, also Don Avenue and Don Court, which is a street that connects Warburton to Monroe. The parking count data was collected twice during a given day. We did that for 3 days during the week on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So really to try to get into this graphic, with the graphic you have in front of you, besides it being a map, it does show colors, right? And that colors, as shown on the ledge on the right, indicate parking availability as concluded by the study. The green color represents where you have a greater than 50% parking availability. Yellow is 30 to roughly 50%. Orange is 15 to 30, and then the red is less than 15%. So as you can see on the map, we do have colors for the streets, and we have colors for the residential areas, and also colors for the requested non-residential areas as the residents had asked. So what this graphic is showing you, once again, this is the midday period, 11 to 1 p.m. So pretty much all locations during this time period had some pretty good parking availability. So the next, if we can go to the next slide, helpful. Great. So yeah, so this is the same map, but with different colors. And what this represents is the late night period. So 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. And this is when people are parked for the night. And as you can see here, more red appears. The red is actually on Civic Center, Don Avenue, Don Court, and Warburton Avenue. And that's basically the area that's less than 15%. This is consistent with what we had heard from some of the residents. It is notable that Lincoln Street is more than 50%. And then we have some areas on Scott as well. And then the Triton lot is green as well. And then some of the residential areas are in the orange, which is basically 15 to 30%. So overall, the findings did indicate that parking, public street parking on Civic Center, Don Avenue, Don Court, and Warburton was not as readily available as we would all like. So if I can go to the next slide. Yeah. The options considered. So I'm looking at the situation, staff, rolled up our sleeves, and really with the community feedback, we have in front of you 5 options that we looked at. So we looked at additional parking enforcement. That's always something that can be done that can help with cars that are basically parked there for longer than 72 hours, larger vehicles or cars that are parked illegally. Diagonal parking on Civic Center is one option that was presented by the residents, and we took a serious look at that. Diagonal parking on Lincoln Street. Lincoln's a fairly wide street, and that's been part of some of the discussion. Residential permit parking, which is basically each unit would get a certain amount of would get a parking pass for that unit, that type of thing. And then time limited parking, which is basically 2-hour parking. It encourages higher turnover. Ultimately, we are recommending that diagonal parking be considered for Civic Center Drive. If we were to see the previous snap, you can see that area is kind of right in the middle of the area that's showing red, and then on top of that, diagonal parking on Lincoln. I think the concern we would have is that people aren't parking there today, and if we added more parking there, it's not likely that they would want to use that as well. So just real quick, just kind of want to go over the recommendation that's highlighted in the red box, and then of course there's a graphic on the right which does show Civic Center Drive. And Civic Center is basically on the bottom as well as on the right side of the picture, and then you can on the top that street that has a curve in it, that's Lincoln Street, and then City Hall's to the north there, or on the top of the drawing. So really looking at diagonal parking on Civic Center Drive, and this would add approximately 25 spaces, which is about 27%, a 27% increase in the inventory for Civic Center specifically. And then currently we're estimating about $300,000 to slurry the street, which is basically applying a nice seal coat and then installing roadway and parking striping and signage. So with that, if we can go to the next slide. So I'll conclude with staff's recommendation is to approve the Warburton Civic Center parking analysis, and then to direct the city manager to include a budget proposal for council consideration to fund a new project for installing diagonal parking on Civic Center Drive between Lincoln and Warburton as part of the biennial 2022-23 and 23-24 capital improvement program budget process. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Thank you for the visuals on that as well. It really is helpful to see the areas that that we're having the issues with. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, Michael, what I see here, and I'm trying to understand if I understand the white boxes on slide 3, where you have the parking availability at nighttime. Does this show that the United Methodist Church has 90% available parking at night?
Okay, let's
Yes,
go with
we
the
can go
question.
back to that slide.
Michael, if you could wait, we're going to get all the questions at once.
Okay.
And so my second
go ahead,
question,
go ahead, Suds, with your questions.
my second question is, has the city, I mean, this is 300,000, so it's $10,000 a spot for parking. Has the city tried to negotiate with any of the owners? I mean, the Verona complex is only 50, if I'm understanding it, 56% vacant in the middle of the night. Denny's is 76% vacant, and Bank of the West is 95% vacant. So is there opportunities to dual use that parking for residents at night and then the businesses during the day?
Okay, Councilmember Hardy.
I had a similar thought when I looked at this, and recognizing that it was more of a proximity, because even at night, which is when it shows we have all the problem, that Lincoln has plenty of parking, and I was trying to remember, I don't think we limit the Triton parking at night. I couldn't remember. Maybe I should have looked when I was there the other day, but I'm asking the question. Do we limit, or do we have any signage that says you cannot park in the Triton Museum at night? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council questions? I also had the comment that I think our public parking lots are open at night, the Triton, because I know that I've seen a lot of people that live in the neighborhood park in the Triton at night. So my question is, some of the comments are, why can we make arrangements with private property owners as the city to have parking available for other private property owners? That's a question. I would have a real big question about that. So anyways, okay, if there's no other council questions, then Michael, if you wouldn't mind answering the council questions.
Sure, thank you. So Councilmember Jane had asked about the United Methodist Church parking lot. So that is an area that we did do parking count data on. The previous council direction was really, and then staff study really only analyzed options for that were completely within the city's control, meaning that public street parking is typically you're either installing new diagonal parking, you're metering it, which we don't really do in Santa Clara. You're doing time limited, you're doing residential permit parking. So we didn't approach any property owner specifically for that in terms of potential sharing options. I think there would be questions and policy decisions that need to be made relative to spending city dollars towards providing parking to private properties on another private property's site. I think sharing parking is always an ideal situation, right? I think that's becoming more commonplace in cities where parking is at a premium, like in San Francisco. In this area in particular, we do have available parking at the Triton, and there is no restriction in terms of the nighttime usage there. We saw signage, a couple of years back to discourage bad behavior, but that was the extent of it. So residents can park there, and some of them do. I think it is a proximity issue to some degree in terms of not wanting to walk a little further in terms of Lincoln Avenue and others. Obviously every resident has their story in terms of why they don't park on Lincoln. I think if residents are here, they'll speak to that. But we did not talk to property owners in terms of trying to negotiate. There are going to be issues related to just long-term funding, coordinating daily parking needs. Like for instance, if how do you make sure that if residents are parking there, who's coordinating that, who's managing that on a daily basis? Is it really free and open for everybody? Enforcement could be a big issue to be considered, noise, insurance, and then liability as well. And then possibly potential planning permit adjustments, because I would imagine the United Methodist Church has a planning entitlement or some type of approval to be a church with the amount of parking it has. So amending that would require everybody's agreement on that. So yeah, as mentioned, there are always opportunities for dual use. I think in this situation, we didn't investigate that further. We looked at, truly trying to present a solution that was completely within the city's control. And, once again, if we invest the money, that parking would be there for I wouldn't say forever, but it would be there for potentially longer than we could, the funding could last to rent space. Although we don't know those numbers at this time. I believe I answered hopefully all the questions there. I kind of did a little bit of everything at the same time. So
no, thank you. We appreciate that. I'm going to go to the public now. Our public members that have been with us this whole night. I appreciate that. We're going to start with Jamie. Jamie, go ahead. Can unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, can you hear me? First of all?
Yes, we can. Go ahead,
Okay.
Jamie.
I oppose this proposal of converting Civic Center Drive to diagonal parking. First of all, it increases the chance of having car being rear-ended with this arrangement. This proposal is also not good for delivery drivers such as FedEx and UPS, are necessities. I see the diagonal parking design does not account for designated loading zone for some of the community, such as the 1700 Civic Center Drive. So drivers will either have to double park or next to the diagonal park cars, which can block all the traffic lane, which can block the traffic lane, and because the street is become more narrow. If they don't double park, they will have to park across the street and cross the traffic to deliver packages, which is not safe for them. Another thing I want to point out is the high cost. It costs a total of $300,000 and only adds 25 spaces, meaning $12,000 a space. I don't think this is a good way to spend our tax dollars. Therefore, I strongly oppose converting Civic Center Drive to a diagonal parking arrangement. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Liza? I don't pick Liza.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Basically, I just had a quick question to Michael regarding the proposal. I wanted to, you had a nice color, orange, red. You have, would you turn red 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. to orange, or what would happen when you added those 27 additional spots? We're spending, you're proposing spending some money. What are we getting for that? Are we getting anything from that point of view of alleviating the problem, the 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. problem, or is it still insufficient? That's really all I have. One question.
Thank you. It was a very good question. Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that has a comment. Sunil, go ahead, Sunil. You can unmute yourself.
Yeah.
There you go. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. First thing I want to point out, this problem was worse before pandemic and is going to become much worse, especially in the evening and morning hours once pandemic related work from home thing is over and many former and new residents return. However, as many others have said or written in e-comments, I oppose this diagonal parking as it is simply unsafe and it doesn't give us much parking space. By the way, this is also a very good example that proves that developers and city have been consistently underestimating parking and other infrastructure needs when planning and approving the projects. This also raises questions about studies that are typically submitted with any new plans. Studies always paint some rosy pictures showing no impact on the neighborhood, but reality is completely different. However, developers don't suffer, it is the residents that have to suffer. I ask city to make sure all future developments to include ample parking for residents and their guests. Often guest parking space requirements are completely overlooked. And even the big complexes like Boulevard have just 24 parking for 130 units. And other new developments even have less parking. Please keep in mind that there is already an ill-planned proposal to build tall buildings with 106 units on 1601 Civic Center Drive, and it provides only 72 parkings. And that is already a nightmare for residents who are living here and seeing their quality of life getting deteriorated over many years. Also, developers that are talking about housing shortages are just after money. Real problem with housing today is speculation, and even Wall Street firms are in it. Our leaders and at any like city, state, and federal level should come up with policies that reduce the speculation. And let these folks speculate in stocks, crypto coins, and other things, but not necessities like housing. So thank you. I think my time has run out.
Oh, yes, it did. Right just then, right when you were finished. Thank you so much, Sunil. Kihan, go ahead, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Again, I thank you all for staying so late into the night. It's really very inspiring to see all of you work so hard for us. But my comment is that I don't think that this is a long-term comprehensive solution. It only gains 25 spaces. Basically, to me, it looks like a patch that can be easily undone by when the Fuji Flores project is completed. And there's another project right behind our Triton Court residences, 1601 Civic Center Drive, which we have had huge problems with Charity Housing. We've had 2 meetings with them, public meetings with them, and they seem like they're experts in just basically evading and avoiding answering questions that might take 2 or 3 seconds to have. It was very amusing to watch them talk. We had a 1.5 hour meeting, and they spent they had a good 25 minutes basically to talk. And they said basically very little of consequence. And our proposal to them was to have one parking space per bedroom. They have 106 units, 1, 2, 3 bedrooms, and they're proposing only 72 parking spaces. And they basically rejected that proposal by their silence and refusal to answer. So we know what they're up to. My fear is that this is going to become basically a patch that will start bleeding in a very short time. The other thing I want to point out to the council is respectfully the property maps that are being shown today, there seems to be a flaw in them because there's no way our 4 guest parking spots would be occupied 50% during the day. Those are 4 guest parking spots. They're not available to the public. Neither is the UMC church. And I'm not sure why those are all shown as green spaces or 50% spaces. So I have some reason to believe that some of these parking studies are not even accurate. So I would like everybody to consider that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kihan. Deepa, go ahead, Deepa.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. I have similar comments like Kian. I too noticed that Triton Court parking availability is 48%. How is it possible. I don't know, because we have just 4 guest parkings. And similarly, the church is a private lot and it doesn't allow any parking to the public. Furthermore, I oppose this diagonal parking proposal because it's not a comprehensive solution. It's a small patch, which will start bleeding again once the Fuji Forest project is completed. Or furthermore, 1601 Civic Center Drive, if that project is approved, it has 0.7 parking space per unit. That will aggravate the situation more. We really need a comprehensive solution, not a patch that can be undone by the projects such as Charities Housing or the Fuji Forest. This proposal gains only 25 parkings at the spaces at the expense of narrower Civic Center Drive with diagonally parked cars at the risk of being vandalized more easily. Thieves can, really hide between the cars. I believe council should consider a comprehensive neighborhood-wide proposal that applies to new project as well and not just, apply band-aids to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? City Clerk, do you have any e-comments?
I do.
Okay, would you like to read them, please?
Sure. E-comment by Mortiza Shafi. It states, this proposal makes no meaningful impact on the parking problem that we have at the cost of the safety of the residents. The parking lot belongs to the United Methodist Church, was a private property and not available to the public. 1601 Civic Center Drive, proposed project with 0.7 parking spaces per unit. We request city to hold such new development responsible for providing necessary and adequate parking for their residents. For example, make use of underground parking. End of comment. Next comment is from BV, states the following. I oppose diagonal parking as it will narrow the street and make it all the more difficult to see the oncoming vehicles which coming out of the property. This will increase the chances of accidents. End of comment. Next comment is from JL. I oppose this proposal of Civic Center Drive diagonal parking. First of all, each space costs $12,000 to build. It's too high of a cost. Secondly, backing out from my diagonal parking adds risk to cars being rear-ended. Moreover, it makes Civic Center Drive a narrower street. I think this proposal lowers the quality of life and adds safety risks for Civic Center Drive residents. This is a short-sighted plan for adding measly spaces. I propose adding more on-site parking to planned development instead. End of comment. And that's the end of the e-comments on this item.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go to our city staff. I think there was at least one, there was a lot of comments. There was at least one question that I picked up, Michael, about what would happen if the city implemented the additional parking spaces. How would that change the color of the maps that you showed us? And I don't know if you have that.
So thanks. We do have some of that information, and if I can just kind of also summarize the comments as I go along.
Very
here.
good.
So
thank you.
there were comments there were comments related to there was a notable comment, as the mayor mentioned, in terms of if we were to implement the 25 spaces along Civic Center, what would the color of the map turn to? We do believe that red would turn to yellow. That street has so that would put that street in the 30 to 49% range in terms of how many cars, additional cars could be parked in that area. I think one of the other several other comments were related to new development, which is really not a part of the study in terms of the future. I think that's definitely a policy discussion that the council can have as projects come in, as well as I think our CDD director, if he's still on the call, could potentially address that if needed. There were concerns regarding the safety. So staff's looked at this. Diagonal parking is implemented in cities. So, we wouldn't be the first city to do it. This was an effort by staff to really look at what we have in front of us, what available resources we have, which is basically the public street. Once again, Civic Center. This is it's not the widest street, but it is it has space to allow diagonal parking on one side of the street, so it wouldn't be on both sides. And the intent really there is to increase parking supply, right? I think ultimately these maps are showing us that the red is indicating that the availability is not there as much as we want, and that so we were looking to increase parking supply. This was actually part of some of the discussion with the council when that project was approved, and then also residents suggested it when we went to meet with them. And then of course some residents, as you can see on today's discussion, are not in favor of it. In terms of long-term solution, this does provide a long-term solution, but it is not the full solution. I think ultimately you do have really residential properties that have been there for some time, and you know the supposition by staff is that more people are living in units than previously planned for and previously parked for, and we're just kind of seeing that in this particular part of the city. So yeah, hopefully that addresses the questions that came up. Oh, sorry, one last note is that, you know, in looking at United Methodist Church as well as the Denny's parking lot, and as I mentioned, the non-residential lots, initially we weren't looking at those because those are really private property. We have no control over those. And we were only analyzing the residential properties to just, you know, take a snapshot in time of what is the parking, how's the parking on site, right? If the parking on site for those residential properties is bad or very poor, then, you know, it would make sense that people are parking on the street. So through the discussions and the community meetings, the residents were saying we should be looking at United Methodist Church, not necessarily as a solution, but, you know, they believe that some residents are parking there, even though they shouldn't be, because it is private property. So I think that is why we looked at that lot in particular. And then of course the Triton is a lot that is owned by the city, and as I mentioned earlier, it's available for the public to park in when they need to. So.
Okay, thank you for answering all those questions. I'm just going to say I think that $300,000 for 25 spaces is a lot of money. I know that includes ceiling as well. And I know that we already provide, the city already provides parking, free parking in the Triton parking lot, which is a really big parking lot, you know, for the area. And I think you're right in terms of there's a lot of older units in the area, and there's a lot of people living in the units. Therefore, they're underparked, all of the old units. Because people, the cost of rent, they're doubling up in these units, and there's a lot of cars, and we have it in different areas of town. It's not just this area of town. So I'm looking at, you know, what is our responsibility in terms of the city, besides providing what we have, like the Triton parking lot and other parking lots, public parking lots and street parking. But I'm concerned about the diagonal parking and the deliveries and those types of things as well. So I just think 300,000 for 25 spaces is, and we know we're not going to probably come anywhere near solving the problem. I don't know if there's a different approach that we can take. Those are my concerns. Those are just my thoughts. Councilmember Park.
Yes, and thank you to staff for the work that was put into the study. At the same time, I'd like to see some numbers other than percentages. I mean, we have this idea that if it's 100% empty, it actually solves 100% of the parking problem. But I think that there are some missing data here, meaning how many spaces are we actually short? I mean, how many spaces do we actually need? And when we say that something is over 50% available, how many parking spaces is that? When we say that something's less than 15%, I mean, what does 27% mean? Meaning, how many parking spaces is that? I mean, we're looking at percentages when in reality, what we're trying to do is we're trying to solve the problem of real cars. I do understand, I mean, it's hard to get new developers to bear the costs of existing parking problems. So I don't know that would be the best way to do it. But at the same time, we got to fix this problem kind of in a real way by knowing what the actual need is and then trying to address the need. I mean, we have the question of 25 spaces. How much of the problem does that actually address? I mean, we don't actually know how much the problem it will address. I think we have this idea of how it will change the colors and it'll make the parking available by percentages. But at the end of the day, I think that we need to start looking at this, you know, in a larger way and looking at the number of spaces, the number of cars that we're actually trying to fit and how we expect that number to grow, to change as new developments come in. But, you know, again, I don't think this is an easy problem. Thank you very much.
So the advice or the recommendation on this is to approve the parking analysis, which has been done, and we should approve that. But also defer this to the capital improvement program budget process for further discussion and action. Is that it?
Mayor,
yes, could you explain?
Mayor, I would
Yes,
like to
please.
try to address Councilmember Park's comment.
Oh, yes.
So in the staff report on page 3 of 6, there's a table 2, and that actually includes the number of parking spaces per street and then the various percentages there. So the percentages shown on the screen were really just for the purpose of visual, being able to show the council that in a quick format. But ultimately, you know, there are 424 parking spaces on the street that exist today. And, you know, on Civic Center, we have roughly 91 parking spaces there. So when we add the 25 parking spaces, that increases the parking supply by 27%. That being said, we're in preparation as part of the study and in discussions with staff, we did look at, you know, if we could, you know, accommodate more parking out here, what would be a better number than 25? And really, we're looking within the 60 to 70, you know, potentially 80. But, you know, at that point, you're really looking at you're looking at colors to some degree and wanting to target a certain percentage. So I think, you know, normally you want to be within the 15 to 29% availability for turnover. You know, if your street's green, shown on the map earlier, that's greater than 50%. Those are nice streets to park on, but, you know, those in this situation, I don't think we have the luxury of trying to strive for green. Really, we'd be looking towards an orange kind of situation, which once again is a 15 to 30% availability. So I just wanted to address that question because we do have that information in our staff reports.
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you. Council? Councilmember Hardy.
I'm looking at the alternatives in the proposal, and I listened very carefully to what Michael said about the reality is we have a city parking lot within a very short walking distance, relatively. And in some ways, I'm surprised it's not used more, especially there on Down Avenue. I know that's why I asked the question, because late at night, that's where I park if I have to be there. So I want to make a motion to approve the analysis, but I do not want to at this point specifically include a budget proposal, because the concern is we have other options there, and I do not think it's necessarily the city's job to provide more parking when there is parking within a very short distance that is public parking. So I would just like to make a motion to approve of the analysis.
All right, thank you. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the analysis. All right, any other council comments on that? All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote.
Just inputting this, just a moment.
Thank you. We know it's getting late, and I want to thank everyone for hanging in there with us, especially our public.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Oh,
I'm sorry, he's recused.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm like, where is he?
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Councilmember Jane.
Is he with us?
Councilmember Jane.
Did
You're
he
muted.
Did he drop off?
No, he's muted. You're still muted. Give me thumbs up if it's a yes. Okay, Councilmember, okay, thank you. Councilmember Becker
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes with one abstention. Thank you. Thank you, Michael, for your presentation on that. Thank you very much. Okay, item 11, we deferred. Oh, we're down to our last item. Item 12, discussion and possible direction on consideration of the sale of the Loyalton Ranch property, continued from October 26th. Is that Manuel? Or Steve?
Manuel.
Oh,
It is
Manuel.
Manuel.
Thank you for still being with us.
Of course, good evening. And on this item, I know it's been in front of the council a few times and deferred. I actually don't have a staff presentation. I'm here to answer questions. I know we answered probably about 20 to 25 written questions in the past as items come up. So I'm available for any questions. The last staff report give a little clarity on some additional items, but just let me know if there's any additional questions. I'm happy to answer them for you.
So you're looking for possible direction. Is that what this is about?
Yeah. Of course, this was a item requested by the council, and we gave two different options, including one kind of if there was a sale, we would come back with you with kind of what the approach would be and some specific action items, or if there's no interest in pursuing the sale, of course, we wouldn't do anything. And of course, any other alternative the council would choose.
Okay, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Manuel. And I still remember the presentations that you gave, and I still remember all the information. Seeing what the land is and, what it is. I mean, unless you build a field of dreams or you find many other alternatives that you can use the land, I feel, I'm ready to make a motion to propose selling this land.
Do you understand, staff, what that motion is?
Yeah, and our recommendation is if the council has an interest to sell the land and I would go back to the specific recommendation, which is direct staff to develop a strategy for the sale of the Loyalton Ranch property and present it to the council at a future meeting. As we discussed in the staff report, there's a few steps we would need to take. We have to do an RFP to select a realtor or broker. We would have to look at the Surplus Land Act and following those steps, of course, because that would be the first step as a public property that we have to take. I think the attorney's office wrote a little more detailed piece on the staff report. Certainly, we want to do an updated appraisal so the council knows what the current value for it is. And then there'll be contracts that council would have to award. So our preference would be, if there's an interest in sale, would be our recommendation to come back to develop the strategy and come back with it, because there are so many steps associated with that.
Sure, absolutely. Whatever's the most transparent way, let's go with your recommendation.
And that's an alternative. Staff, just clarify, sorry, Councilman. I want to clarify, staff doesn't have a recommendation. That's just the alternative one under the recommendations if you wanted to pick that.
Yes, I will pick that then. That sounds as transparent as possible. And I
Do you know what alternative one is, Councilmember Becker?
What was that?
Do you know what alternative one is?
Yeah, I know what I'm recommending though, so.
Okay, I was just hoping you would read it. What the motion is, just so it's clear.
Let me pull this up for you really fast because I moved all these over. Sorry, I can't load this now. All the way to the bottom. I can't open it right now. Can somebody open it for me?
Could I second the motion and I can read it? I have it right in front of me.
Okay, can you tell us what his motion is?
Direct staff to develop a strategy for the sale of the Loyalton Ranch property and present it to the city council at a future meeting.
Thank you, Anthony. That's your motion.
Yes.
Okay, and Councilmember Hardy has seconded. Okay, Councilmember Jane.
I was going to second it, but that's okay.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I know there has been a lot of discussion, gosh, for many years, it seems, about this piece of property and the different issues that it's had, and the appraisals that have been done, and the concerns with selling the property at this time because of the value of it. And one thing, when I think about land, and I keep thinking about when this issue comes up, every time it does, I think about the movie Gone with the Wind. Okay. And there's a scene in the movie where Scarlett O'Hara's father is talking to her about the value of land. And the quote is, "Why land is the only thing in the world worth working for, worth fighting for, worth dying for, because it's the only thing that lasts." And to me, this is it's an asset that belongs to the city. It does have some value in terms of, I think it's used for grazing by some local farmers. There is some benefit to the city at this time, but based on some of the things that have happened up there, the fire, I just don't support selling this property right now. However, I do have a question that I heard what Manuel said about getting an appraisal and putting things in place and getting an appraisal. So if that appraisal came in where it was basically the last time we had this discussion, it doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to go forward and sell it, I would imagine.
Okay.
Would you like me to answer that question, Mayor, or wait?
Yes, please.
Any other questions?
No, I think we're at the question stage. I haven't gone to the public yet, right? Yeah, we're at the question stage. So please get your questions out there. Councilmember Park?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the thought that it's land and land has value. I mean, people say that, buy land because they don't make it anymore. But the other thing I don't like is I don't like buying property that I haven't seen and stepped on, and I don't like selling property that I haven't seen or stepped on. And I was wondering if staff is going to go to Loyalton to do any work there, I would like to know if I can accompany staff on a trip to Loyalton to view the property. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure they'd love that. I'm sure yeah. I don't see a problem with that, but I shouldn't answer for them. Okay, Vice Mayor Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like if staff can make any comments about the letter we got from Joshua Bush. And my question, if it is legally permitted, is if the transfer is from one government municipal entity to other government entity, are we able to save some money on, say, hiring a realtor or whatever money we have to put it in the market? Are those steps okay? And what if this agency wants to buy it, what would be the process?
Okay, that's a Surplus Land Act question. Okay, do we have any other questions from the City Council? Okay, staff, go ahead. You can answer the questions.
Sure.
Should I address?
Oh,
Yeah. Go ahead, Sue.
Okay.
Surplus
Should
land.
I address
Yeah.
the Surplus Land Act question
Yes,
first?
please.
Okay, so the question of whether or not we can transfer it to the other agency as exempt surplus is still sort of an open question, because the exempt surplus requires us to sort of define the term transfer, which is as yet unclear in this context. If we are selling it for receipt of cash, it's unclear whether that would actually qualify as a transfer for the purposes of exempt surplus declaration. And so we may still have to go through the Surplus Land Act process, even if we're selling it to another public agency. So we still have to go through that process to figure out how we're going to do that, if in fact that's the way we go. So while we may not have to engage a broker, we may still have to go through a number of procedural steps in order to complete that transaction. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you for explaining that. So basically, either way, we'll have to do the Surplus Land Act formalities, whatever we do. But if we go direct public agency to public, we might be able to save some sales cost or something. Is that correct to say?
I'm not sure exactly how the broker would work, but it's
Okay.
possible that we could get out of that step of it.
Okay.
But I couldn't tell you what those numbers would be.
Okay, any other questions that staff needs to ask? I think Councilmember Park wants to go visit it. Yeah, the council should see it if they haven't seen what they're proposing to sell.
There were a couple more questions. I can definitely answer those. So regarding the visit of Loyalton, certainly, I think if there's an interest from council to visit the property, we'd have to work that out to see how many council members are interested and plan a trip at some point so we can coordinate on that if council is moving forward. Regarding the steps, Councilmember Watanabe, and kind of whether you will see this again, yes, you will definitely see there'll be different actions the council would have to take along the way before they actually sell their property, whether it's surplus land act and making determinations along that process. Certainly we'll probably discuss with you the appraisal at some point, so you know what the current value is based on the appraisal that we get. And if we need to hire a consultant or a realtor or a combination of both to help us with this, you'll be seeing contracts, and ultimately you'll have a decision to make whether you sell the property or not under either scenario. So there'll be additional actions that will need to occur before a sale actually happens. So that's what we recommend to everyone. It's just straightforward, but it requires steps, and the property it's a complicated property for us because it's not as close to the city. So we'll have to work that out, and we'll be back at the council more than once with additional information, additional actions that will be requested.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll go to a member of the public. Member of the public that wants to speak on this. This is on the Loyalton property, Sunil. Go ahead, Sunil.
Hi, I just have a minor comment regarding previous agenda item. I believe
we're not on that. I'm sorry.
Yes. I just want to point out something. I believe city clerk misreading many e-comments. Very likely it was just the browser refresh issue or technical issue, and because there were 20 comments or something, and I heard only few. I'm not commenting anything on that topic though.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we'll check on that. Joshua, go ahead, Joshua.
Hi, this is Josh Bush with State Fish and Wildlife, and I appreciate your consideration of this agenda item and the sale. The state is still very much interested in purchasing the property for the benefit of fish and wildlife and the public at large, and combining it with our existing Hallelujah Junction wildlife area. We'd be happy to entertain your staff and you know, we have some real on the ground experience up there as far as restoration, reclamation, grazing, and we'd be happy to just be either good partners and neighbors or to explore purchasing the property. The Wildlife Conservation Board is an oversight board that purchases property for us. And they have experienced land agents who can help guide us through or guide you or us through this process if you'd like to engage in that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Edward, go ahead, Edward.
For the state working with the city and partnering, believe that next 5 or 10 years, you know, I know a lot of people are moving out of California due to the high cost of living and other issues in California. I know the birth rate, the replacement rate for the next 5 or 10 years, there's going to be more people, especially with the baby boomers dying off. There aren't going to be enough people to replace the people that were here. So yeah, I think we have a population reduction probably can be happening, especially in the next 10 or 15 years. So I think yeah, it'd be worth it to work with the state on this because I don't think there's going to be much demand in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public? Do we have any e-comments on this, Assistant City Clerk?
I have one e-comment.
Okay.
This is from Moijgan. Please sell the land for better conservation of wildlife. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to council. We have a motion and a second on the floor to look at option 1 to start pursuing the sale of this property. Correct? Assistant City Clerk, is that the motion?
That's correct. Alternative 1, direct staff to develop a strategy for the sale of the Loyalton Ranch property and present it to the City Council at a future meeting.
All right, any comments from the council? All right, I'm just going to say I'm not going to support the motion. Back in 2017, I think, or 18, we had an offer for 10 million on this property. The current appraisal during the pandemic and the lowering of, this was even before the fire, was down in the $4 million range. This means we'll be selling the property at a extremely reduced value because it's at the wrong time. And I want to remind the council that this property belongs to Silicon Valley Power and the ratepayers. And I don't believe that we should shortchange the ratepayers. If we're selling this property, and I'm not adverse to selling it, we should get fair market value, but not in a down market. If we wait a couple of years and the market rebounds, we might be able to even get close to that $10 million offer we had in 2017. So just as none of you would sell your property, your personal property, in a depressed real estate market, I don't think that the city should sell this property for the ratepayers in a depressed real estate market. I think we're not doing justice to the ratepayers for our public utility, because the sale of this property, the funds are not going into the general fund. And I just want to remind everyone that the city has to get fair market value for this property, which is going to be interesting when you're dealing with other governmental agencies. So I'm not going to support the motion on the floor. Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Vice Mayor Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Councilmember Jane.
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
No. And that passes 4-3. Thank you. Okay, we're almost done with this agenda, which is—
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
In regards to the comment that was made, I hadn't refreshed my iPad here, and there are additional comments. I normally am refreshing throughout the meeting, and I hadn't done it recently, so I don't know if you'd like me to read those comments.
Well, you've only been here for 9 hours. I don't know why. No, Assistant City Clerk. I think that it's probably important that we read the comments, since the people took the time, even though we took no action on that item. I think that it would be important to read their comments.
Okay.
Should we not, Assistant City Attorney?
No, I think you can. You can read the item. You can read the comments. It's just public comment.
Yes. Okay. So go ahead, Assistant City Clerk. Do you need assistance reading those comments? Should we split them up? So
no, I'm good. They're pretty small.
Okay, and thank you, Sunil, for bringing that to our attention. I'm a member of the public. I don't know if he's still with us or not. No, I don't see him, but go ahead. Go ahead, Nora.
A comment from James Kim. I strongly oppose this proposal. The gain in number of parking spots is minimal and far outweighed by the increased risks of narrowing an already busy street, specifically vandalism and potential car accidents, personal injury as cars back out into the street. Please listen to the voices of the residents of this neighborhood. The solution to the problem associated with oversaturation of housing in our neighborhood is not diagonal parking, but by not allowing charities housing to move forward. End of comment. Next comment, Orit Skorka. I am an owner in the executive house. Diagonal parking will eliminate our loading zone. More importantly, drivers need to back their vehicle into the road in order to exit from diagonal parking. This creates a more risky situation to oncoming traffic and persons who are behind the vehicle. Kids can be difficult to spot if they are behind because they are shorter than adults, and this is a residential area. End of comment. Next comment from Ryan Luciano. As Civic Center homeowners, we have come to 100% unanimous conclusion that we are not in favor of this new development. We have made our voices loud and clear in multiple meetings where we have had very limited time to speak, if at all. We are the city of Santa Clara, not you. You are paid employees. We pay you. Your job is to listen to us. We are a very diverse and inclusive community. If this development somehow gets pushed forward, it would expose a severe dereliction of duty. End of comment. Next comment, Vinay Cruz. This is not the solution to the problem. This proposal gains only about 25 parking spaces at the expense of a narrower Civic Center drive. It's not just a matter of trying to solve the problem to be able to fix it with this diagonal parking proposal. Make our community a better place to live and work. Preserve the city's quality of life. We want to move forward to be progressive, to a peaceful living, safe and orderly community, and not regressive. End of comment. Next one, Shirley Dang. I strongly oppose this proposal that will make a negative impact on the parking problem that we have at the cost of the safety of the residents and drivers. Having diagonal parking on the street makes the road more narrow, resulting in more traffic and higher chances of accidents, especially to the nearby residents who need to drive through the street every day. End of comment. Leon Lee. I strongly oppose the proposal of building diagonal parking. Narrowing a road is not a long-term solution to the parking problem, just a Band-Aid fix to rush a proposal that has a lot of other problems. Not to mention that the delivery drivers will have to park in the middle of a narrow road to finish delivery. I have seen this happen tons of times in San Francisco that caused a lot of traffic and even accidents sometimes, which is super dangerous to both the drivers and pedestrians. Next comment, Maria. I strongly oppose the proposal. You want to create more parking that the street allows, more vandalism to our neighborhood. We were a safe and peaceful neighborhood, now is going to pot since 13 months ago. It's not fair what the homeowners are going through because of this. Please think of what this ordeal is doing to the peaceful neighborhood and the homeowners. End of comment. RAAA, this is not an adequate solution. Parking should be taken more serious while approving new developments, and they should be made to provide adequate parking for proposed new residents. 0.7 is not enough, especially in an already overpopulated area. Anshul Jindal, I strongly oppose this proposal. End of comment. Duanya 2, I strongly oppose the proposal. This proposal gains only 25 parking spaces at the expense of a narrower Civic Center drive with diagonally parked cars at risk of being vandalized more easily. Thieves hiding between the cars. We believe council should consider a comprehensive neighborhood-wide proposal that applies to new projects as well as not just apply band-aids to the problem. CF, I strongly oppose the change to diagonal parking. It will narrow the street and dangerous for pedestrians. Please install green, red light stop signs at all crossroads. End of comment. Proper. The parking in front of a 7-story condominium building at 1700 Civic Center needs to remain loading zone with yellow curb. Dozens of deliveries are made 7 days per week at this location. Filling this side of the street with diagonally parked cars, which will be filled 24/7, causing delivery drivers to cross the street with packages or squeeze between parked cars to enter our building is not a safe or good idea. Please contact property manager Brian. Thank you. End of comment. Flora Co. I oppose the action on the Warburton Avenue. Installing diagonal parking will narrow the street and increase safety problems, and it costs a lot. Sim Yi. I strongly oppose the change to diagonal parking. This is not adequate solution for the safety of the residents. It will narrow the street and create more danger for traffic and pedestrians. The reality is that 0.7 required parking spaces is ridiculously inadequate for this location. There are hardly any available spaces for 2 blocks. Adding this volume of cars and traffic is detrimental to the specific location. The obvious solution is the developer needs to provide sufficient parking. And the rest I've already read, and there were some that already spoke. So that's the end of the comments.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Clerk. I appreciate you you reading those. Okay, now we have reports of members and special committees. Do any council members have any reports they'd like to make before we conclude? Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, I wanted to say this earlier, but I figured this is probably the best time without the time constraint, and I will be as quick as possible, knowing the time and wanting everybody to get home. And this is basically the last meeting of our year. So basically last week, there was a news story that was printed by Robert Haw, the blogger. He printed basically misinformation, and it was on Tuesday, December 9th. And this information was basically taking an opinion letter that was read from a resident who was here on the public record during Tuesday night's council meeting on December 8th. And this letter, sorry, December 7th. And this letter was published then a day after council members actually corrected the facts of the accusations. And I will provide some of those instances, which is the first instance states that Councilmember Park was at Levi Stadium on a tour with council members Hardy and Chahal. Councilmember Park on the record verified this was false. Therefore, the record needs to be corrected. In the same example, there's still printing of who paid for field access tickets. This was explained by the two council members who that it was an operations tour and not properly reported to the public by Haw and the resident. The second example of the accusations of false information is that I voted not to extend the funding for police. This is entirely false. Records show that I voted in favor of public safety, including police with no cuts. Third count of misinformation is saying that the 49er5 voted for curfew extension. The editor made a note of the time correction, but failed to correct the narrative of the 49er5 by placing Councilmember Park as one of those votes. In fact, Councilmember Park voted against the curfew vote. So I don't know why no corrections were made there. Lastly, in the final example, which was basically saying that there wasn't allowed any public presentation before allowing the vote on the Levi Stadium curfew. I think this is very misleading quote that our community is seeing, and this needs to be corrected because the fact is that it was on an agenda, it was publicly noticed, therefore there was the ability for the comment before the vote. Since, I think a lot of our council members don't have a lot of power against some of these things, and, sometimes lies and misinformation. In fact, Mr. Haw in the past has ignored demands for my retractions. There's a time in the past where he did ask me to apologize, and I did, with the threat of, he will sue me for slander. Well, it's funny is on a daily basis, he almost commits libel. And so seeing that, I see also that there's the censoring of comments to correct that record, to also keep that narrative alive. And there's numerous instances where he has been many times accused of censoring any opposition. The false news that the blog, I think, spreads through our community, I think damages the integrity of our leadership and our entire community city's functions. It is dangerous that it casts a bad light on the city as a whole and creates a more toxic looking environment than it already is. This misinformation already damages reputations of council members when there is no wrongdoing by the council members. And as I said in February, I did correct that issue where I made a mistake of misspeaking, and I apologized, and I took that high road. And I expect, Mr. Haw to do the same thing in his blog. Lastly, I look at this news at his blog and going back 5 years, I never see at least one negative story written about our Mayor Gilmore or Councilmember Watanabe. And that does concern me, having not one negative story in 5 years.
Can I ask what point you're making? It's 20, almost 20 to 12. What is your point? What are you asking for? Or is this just your commentary for the end of the meeting?
This is my clarification for false information that's been said.
Oh, okay.
So as I'm saying is that, what the blog figuring is more and more is a political hit job, and it's been creating narratives and misleading our public with no accountability. Mayor Gilmore, I often see you share some of his blog stories. And what
excuse me now.
No, Mayor Gilmore.
Like what is this about? Like, why are you
this is correcting a record. This is correcting a record.
Oh, correcting what record?
Yes, it's correcting a record because it says basically it's concerns of you sharing fabricated stories with inaccurate information. As well as
come on, Anthony.
No. As well as hateful comments against people of protected classes like LGBTQ, religious, or people of color. So I would hope that you denounce those comments
You know what?
Focus on the
I'm
business.
sorry, point of order here.
No. I'm allowed to defend
Point
myself.
of order here. Point of
And
order
this was
here.
mistakenly mistaken in the report.
You know what? Councilmember Becker, you have offended people at every meeting, and I guess we're
You
gonna
have
move on
offended
to the
people
end of the
too.
year with you offending me as well.
This is
Because
gaslighting, Mayor
is
Gilmore.
this
You offended me.
I know you
too.
learned a new word, gaslighting, so you're using it a lot, but please, this
it is what it
going
is.
out the end. If this is a full-on attack, I guess go ahead. We have until midnight. Keep going. Go
No,
ahead.
because it's very funny how you get to make certain comments to any of the 5 members on the city council. It's very interesting how you get to make the rules as you go. So what I'm saying is that someone puts misinformation on a daily basis, and I'm correcting these facts. I'm correcting that misinformation and the lies. And so in doing so, I see that you share the information, and I would please hope that you denounce the hateful rhetoric that people are saying. That is, I don't care if you criticize me for, me being bald or my votes on council, but don't go and start saying racist or homophobic kind of things. And when you share that information and you start to see that
insulting.
No, it's not.
Absolutely embarrassing and insulting.
It's not insulting, because you know what, Mayor Gilmore, you don't have to deal with it. You don't. And so when we have to stand up for ourselves and see information that is shared in our community that is inaccurate. Last week, I'm going to say this. I thank City Manager Deanna Santana for correcting Mr. Ha a few times this year. I really do appreciate that. But there's been times where, City Manager Santana has corrected other news sources. So what I'm doing is correcting the same thing. And I know you would do the same thing too if something was out there that you felt was an injustice. So I'm just putting that on the record because I felt it was very unfair that things are written, shared to our public, and then we don't even have a say to it. No, we have a say, and we want to correct the record. So I'm stating on the record, correcting it. That's what I'm doing. And when you share this information, it makes people call me and say, you're doing these misdeeds. I'm going, I never do any of these things. This is false information. So I'm correcting the record. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I mean, while I agree with almost all of Councilmember Becker's assertions, I actually have no problem with that blog containing lies. I mean, it's not a real news source. If we look at who set it up, the stories, the background seems to be that, some people on the city council and former city council members have, set up this news source. And I would hate that it starts correcting some of the lies, correcting some of the information that it has, and starts to be taken more seriously. What does disturb me is when organizations like the Police Officers Association references the site as their only source. When the city uses or promotes this blog as legitimate news, I think those are the real problems. I think that I've had city staff and city manager take offense at a lot of things that I didn't even say. Like, I didn't even say them. And people said, well, you accused me of doing this. Oh, no. I did not accuse you of doing these things. And if you look at the video again, you will see that this is in fact not true. I think that controlling the news or controlling the narrative it's an age-old, one of the oldest political weapons in history. And I think that it's gonna be there. I would like it to stop. I would really like for staff to take this a little bit more seriously if they really look at the code of conduct and support and actually work for city council and support city council. But it's very clear that in the exchanges, the email exchanges, that there is support for some of these false news sites and some of these false narratives. And it's not just the blogs that are creating these false narratives. And I think that if we want to stop this problem, we have to stop this problem a little bit closer to the source. But again, this blog is not a real news source, and I have no problem with it containing lies. In fact, that's exactly what I would expect. I think the bigger is, where do these lies come from? What is, who's feeding these lies to these blog sites? And why are, organizations like the POA in the last election, why are they buying into these untruths and using them as, weapons to attack, citizens? And I think these are the questions that we need to ask. But as far as the lies themselves, I'll say this, they're very amusing. Thank you.
Finished? Vice Mayor Chahal, your turn.
I don't think, Mayor, it's a laughing matter, but I'll still be very brief. It's not a laughing matter. So, news press is considered one of the strongest pillars of democracy. And if we know that some lies are being infiltrated into the community, blatantly lies, it's responsibility of everyone. And most people, let me tell you, most people even know how the lies are being filtered through that blog. Nobody should be under impression that most people doesn't know about it. Most people know how this blog is being used. And what Councilmember Park and Councilmember Becker said is completely true. Publish something, criticize a decision, but don't spread lies. The spreading lies does not help community, does not help anybody, whether as a resident or as a mayor or as a council member or as a vice mayor, does not help anybody. So if that's the practice, like, I don't know what can be done or what should be done about it. Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak? Anthony, you've had your turn. Anyone else?
It's another item after this.
There is no other item except city manager reports.
And that is another an item that I wanted to do as a committee report.
You have to do it here and not under city manager.
Okay, because I was gonna let you say what you wanted, but
I have no words for what I just heard. I really have no words. So go ahead.
So
Councilmember
leading off of that, I said what I said. It is what it is. We're gonna work things out. Okay, this is our first year as a council together. I think we have a lot of things. I think we're going through a lot of growing pains. Okay. But I wanted to say that, it's been a pleasure, to be honest, to serve with all of you this last year. It has. I know you may disagree, Mayor Gilmore, but it's a pleasure.
Well, I was just going to say we are ending this year on a very low note. And I want to say that a very low note.
Well, I'm hoping we can change that right now because, I said what I said and, I stand by my statements. And I think we have a right to be respectfully able to stand by statements, but still treat each other with the respect. I mean, Councilmember Park or Councilmember Hardy will disagree on a vote, but we'll still get along with each other afterwards. We'll still respect each other and say hi. And, I will call them out if there is disagreements on things, which they will do the same thing to me. But what I want to say is that, spending this whole last year with you, I feel like I spend more time with you guys than I do my own family. And I really appreciate, your families putting up with a lot of this, giving up their time to be with their loved ones, their mothers, their fathers, their husbands, their wives, fathers, sons, so on and so on. I appreciate all that. And I also want to say that I very much value all of staff's work. I appreciate all of your hard work that you have done. And, I know you may not think certain things I've said maybe put you off, but I appreciate everything you do. And I really appreciate how quick you are to respond to a lot of my concerns. At the same time, like I said, I value all of your work. So to every one of you, we're going to work through a lot of these differences and details. And I just hope in this next year, we can start working together a little harder and start abandoning a lot of these accusations and start focusing on the real business. Because like everyone says to me, the community is watching. So I want to say happy holidays to everybody. Merry Christmas, happy Hanukkah, happy Kwanzaa, and a very happy new year to every single one of you. And I do appreciate everything that every one of you do, even though we may have disagreements. We still are a family here in Santa Clara. So thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to say anything? Again, I just think that what you all just did was so low and insulting. I'm personally insulted, and I just find it very hard to even put into words. I know I'm not the only one. Our staff is insulted, our employees are insulted, our public's insulted. And I really hope there's some soul searching over the next month before our next meeting to really work together to work for the community and stop all of this nonsense and really work towards a community. I don't know if that's possible. I'm hoping so, because I think, again, we've ended this year on a really low note. City manager reports, executive director.
No, we'll reconvene on January 5th.
Is it the 5th?
January 5th, we'll have a BART briefing.
Oh, BART briefing.
BTA.
Oh, I was
Special
thinking it was
session.
the 11th. All right. Okay, the 5th. All right, that leads us to our adjournment. I think Councilmember Jane, you've asked for to read the adjournment, please. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to adjourn this meeting in memory of Hardyal Kaur, mother-in-law of Vice Mayor Raj Chahal. Hardyal Kaur was born in 1927, around 95 years ago, in a rural village in Punjab. She was born to a family of landowning farmers. She came to the US in 1995 and settled down in Santa Clara. From a young age, Hardyal Kaur became committed to ensuring that her family would have access to greater opportunities than she was afforded herself in the agricultural village society in which she was born. Despite only having the opportunity to go to school until the 5th grade, she had incredible foresight in appreciating the value of education. When she was in her 20s and getting ready for her marriage, she had a special request of her father. She requested her father to get her married to an educated man. She knew education was the key to opportunity. Later in her life, Hardyal Kaur had her own children, a son and 3 daughters. At the time in India, many people's goals with their daughters were to get them married as soon as possible. Not for Hardyal Kaur. Her goal was to make sure each of her children, including her 3 daughters, received a college education. Instead of limiting her daughters for being women, she empowered them. Hardyal Kaur spent the last 26 years of her life in the United States and spent much of that time as a resident in Santa Clara. Hardyal Kaur could have stayed in India, where she enjoyed a comfortable life, but instead she came to the US to be there for her family, and so that her children and grandchildren would have a shot at the American dream. At one point, Hardyal Kaur was living in a small Santa Clara apartment with 7 other family members. While her children worked minimum wage jobs during the day, she babysat her grandchildren and taught them Punjabi. From a young age, she instilled confidence in grandchildren by assuring them that they all can do something great in life. Hardyal Kaur lived boldly and courageously, in many ways that were way ahead of her time, and had irreplaceable love for her family. It is because of her boldness, defiance of the status quo, and sacrifices as an immigrant that she set her family for opportunity. Hardyal Kaur left for the heavenly abode on November 7th, 2021, leaving behind the families of her 3 daughters and son, including 9 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. Throughout her life, she was a woman who led by example and enriched the lives of those around her. Her love and memories will keep her family and our community inspired. She will be missed. My sincere condolences to Daljit and Raj, and to their 2 sons, Amar and AJ.
Yes, condolences to your family, Vice Mayor Chahal, and your wife and all of her family as well. May I please have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
All right, Assistant City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shahal,
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember Park,
Yes.
Councilmember Jane,
Yes.
Councilmember Becker,
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting